Before we dive in, look up. Your name is sitting at the very top of the screen. Duke Aspic was just name-dropped. Wait till you hear why it matters. The butler lifts the plate, and boom, out flashes a fish, forcing him to thank the lady for her patience, while every attendant and the maid trembles as her face twitches. Without a single warning, she hurls the plate straight at his face, and the whole room flinches. She blurted that she was craving meat, then demanded he cook it right now. The butler gives a shaky grin, food sliding down his face, and he blurts that they've got a fresh boro fillet today, then asks how she wants it cooked. She lets out a heavy sigh and asks how long he's been working here, and he replies with total respect that he served her for just a little over 30 years. She flashes a grin and tells him, "If you're really in training for sainthood, you should already know today's a big deal, so cook it exactly the way I like." He says he'll tell the cook to make it exactly how she likes it. Then she lifts her head with that creepy smile, and panic slams into him so hard he drops straight to his knees. He kept apologizing and swore he feared the worst, because he thought giving her raw food before training would ruin everything. On the cold ground, he drops to his knees. Then she plants her foot on his head and drives it down with one brutal push. He set it down with a grin and said, "For this, someone's got to pay some kind of punishment." She snaps her fingers, and the guards rush in like they've been waiting for the signal. The butler fights against their grip, begging for mercy as he sobs and screams for help. But the attendants and the maid can only freeze in place, terror etched all over their faces, and one guard steps up, thrusting a stick into the lady's hands. She shoots the attendants a sharp look, orders one to haul the food to the punishment room, and then says she loves her meat dripping with blood while the man answers, "I understand." They say she's the one and only daughter of the noble Aspic family raised from childhood with top-tier manners and a perfect education, only for her ridiculously spoiled life to twist her into a ruthless, hated villain, even though everyone keeps insisting she's a saint. Meanwhile, back in Slime Village, a hungry slime slithers into action, wobbling all over the place as it hunts for its next meal. It suddenly locks onto someone nearby, realizes that person is human, and that freaks it out because this never happens. It knows humans can even slaughter dragons, so it refuses to come at them recklessly. The slime curls into hiding, grumbling that humans have it way too easy. They never go hungry, even when they're barely holding on, and even when their houses are massive. While staring at just how different they are from the slimes that have to creep through quiet forests, this slime's heart aches, wishing it could turn human, finally say goodbye to the only life it knows endlessly hunting for food. But no matter how wild it gets, one thing stays the same, no matter what. A slime is still just a slime. Right then, a voice suddenly yells, and the slime jerks in panic. She blurts out a quick apology for scaring it, then calmly reassures it that she won't hurt it at all. She admits she never thought she'd bump into another kin in a place like this, so she can't stop herself from saying hello, and when she reaches out, she steadies her words to the slime, telling it to look closer. "I'm a slime too," she says, and the poor thing is totally thrown. The slime spots the ring on her finger and freezes, stunned. How did she even become human? Curiosity and confusion crash through her at once. Then she grins and asks if it really wants to know, and it blurts, "Yes." So they settle together on a rock, and she starts telling the whole story. The slime blurts out, "So you're saying we have to copy human blood, and that's how a slime turns into a human?" And she nods, then tells them to slip into the freshest corpse they can find. She swears human life is the greatest thing, and once a slime has tasted human food, there's no turning back to the forest. Then she hands it a piece of jerky, says it's nothing special, and asks if it wants to try. The slime grabs it, guessing this jerky will taste like plain old tree bark. The second it tastes that sweet goodness, shock rips through it, and it starts trembling like crazy. Then it bounces around, thrilled, demanding if humans really snack on stuff that delicious every single day. She grins and tells it, "Oh, this is nothing," because the human world is packed with even tastier meals. With a grin, she introduces herself as Loomer, then teases that if the slime wants to, she'll catch him in the human world someday. Then she storms off, but the slime stays put, still replaying that jerky it gorged, stunned by just how insanely good it was. Night has fallen, But the slime won't stop replaying what happened earlier in its head. Realizing those slimes can turn into humans, it snaps to a new plan, scouring for a corpse, and then whips around to go find one. He spun around and spotted the guard's body right there on the ground. It moves in even closer, then the truth hits, it's just a skeleton. It bursts into motion, darting everywhere it can, sniffing out anything it might find. But then he realizes finding a brand new corpse is brutal, and way harder than he ever expected. Suddenly, it hears someone say, "It's time, find a place to rest," and the words hit like a cue. The slime goes still, stunned and confused about what it just heard. Then wham, a rock rockets toward it, and panic explodes in its face. It darts off in a flash, slips behind a tree, and tiptoes quietly. Then it creeps forward again. Soon, it stumbles on a girl sprawled on the ground. The slime clocked her stunning outfit, caught the sparkle of the stone she carried, and ran its eyes over her smooth, perfectly cared-for hair. And then it hit him. This had to be what Loomer meant by a noble. It can't help but wonder why she'd tumble into a place like this. It freaks out that she's totally still, and then right on cue it catches a faint whiff of poison. No heartbeat thumps, and she isn't breathing. But even now, her body feels a little battered. Then the slime spots a brand new corpse, and pure excitement explodes in it, because this is its ticket to becoming human. First, it decides to rip the poison out of her body. The poison hits harder than it ever imagined, and it realizes humans are totally doomed against something this deadly, so it throws everything it's got. But since it's just a slime, it can't clean it out for real, and it instead shoves the poison out through her mouth. Then it suddenly clicks. Next up is the heart. Unlike slimes, humans don't run on some simple core. They're powered by the heart itself, so it has to force the beat back to life. But every time it tries, something's clearly off. It can't get it to work, and the weakness hits fast, dragging it down until it can't fight anymore, so it finally shuts its eyes and sleeps for a bit. After a while, it jolts awake, then realizes its body feels weighed down, and its throat is screaming for water. It sprints to a nearby pond, dips its head, and gulps down the water. As it locks eyes with its own reflection, it realizes, wait, I'm not a slime anymore. She realizes it worked, and joy explodes through her like fireworks. Knowing she'd cleared the first step, she crumples to the ground and stares up at the sky, but right away she snaps back. This is way too soon to celebrate. She has to copy the original human down to every single detail, flawlessly. As the memories slam back into place, the pain hits like a crushing wave, pure trauma, no mercy, that she suddenly collapses and starts vomiting. And the realization hits her, though. The body she's stuck in right now, it's a nightmare, because she knows if she plays copycat like that, everyone's going to turn on her fast. Then she finally clocks it. This girl wasn't just hated, she was already filled with resentment, and she can't shake the terrifying thought that she's taken over the body of a total failure. She freezes with panic, remembering Lomar's warning once they seize a human body. They're never going back to being slimes. She realizes one wrong move means death, and then it clicks that this girl has probably already been killed once before. If she awkwardly tries to trick everyone and they realize she's a slime, no matter what she tries, death is coming for her, so she collapses into shaking sobs, staring at her own reflection in the water like it's a countdown to her end. Then she tells herself, don't copy her at all. Nope, she's about to flip the script completely. If she lets go of the resentment, she's convinced everything will finally fall into place. She realizes the girl's personality is a lost cause, but then the shock hits. She's not just noble, she's straight up a saint. And that's when she decides she'll become a saint. Everyone adores. It's all for her safety and for the life she dreams of. This won't be easy, but she'll fight for it with everything she's got. With that vow burning in her chest, she clenches her fist, dead set on making it happen. She tries to move, but her whole body shakes so hard she can't even step, like she's suddenly discovered just how impossible it is to control a human body. Okay, right foot forward, she forces herself to think, then reaches her left hand out, only to slip the moment she tries. And deep down, she already knew that was coming. She rolls across the ground, wondering if this is the cheat code because slimes never needed hands or feet, and even the tiny stuff, like using her fingers, is way out of reach. For now, she just needs to grab whatever's in front of her. She grabs a stick, braces herself, and tries to stand and move with it. But he trips again, crashes into the pond, and gets soaked to the bone. She suddenly realizes just how freezing and brutal that pain feels, but if she can sense all of this, then she's not something else anymore. She's truly human now. Then she spots the damage, her body's proof that human skin is ridiculously fragile. Like clockwork, the blood looks clear and colorless because she's only faking it, and the moment anyone spots this, her real identity gets exposed on the spot. She forces herself back up because now she knows one thing for sure: if she gets hurt in front of humans, it could all go terribly wrong. And she's got to learn to walk the right way, so when she finally meets them, she won't look awkward or out of place. She keeps forcing herself to take those first steps, and once she finally gets it, she releases a deep breath like she's been holding it forever because the scenery through human eyes is unreal. And as a slime, she could only feel the magicules drifting by, but now she can see the world sharp and clear. A cool breeze brushed her skin, and it felt absolutely amazing. Night has fallen, and the darkness is creeping in. As she spins her gaze around, she catches the night's sweet scent and locks eyes with stars blazing overhead, and for the first time, she can't help but smile, because she finally made it. She's human. She keeps pushing forward until she finally stumbles into a town and realizes, with a jolt of relief, that she made it. She slips inside and scans the place, locking eyes with the crowd of humans. There are way too many of them. The moment she spins around, 2 guards are staring at her, so she bolts into hiding without a second to waste. She spots the guards, those same men who murdered the noble girl, and her breath catches as panic slams in, because if they lay eyes on her, it's over. After a moment, she steps back out again and reminds herself, loud and clear, that she's human now. She spots a woman tugging along a young child, catches the flicker of their emotions, and thinks, that's the twist, people only seem happy when someone's got their head packed with padding. The child jolts, spots her instantly, and blurts to his mother that she's a stunning beauty. The moment the woman sees her, color drains from her face and she freezes up. She can't act normal at all. Then she blurts, "Lady Jelly," and instantly scoops up her child and bolts. The second they hear someone call her Lady Jelly, every head snaps to her like magnets. The moment they spot her, they scatter and bolt for their lives. Someone peeks at her from behind the door, and the second she turns around, the moment hits. He slams the door shut, and she can't help thinking they must absolutely loathe her. Getting along with humans is going to take forever. It's a rough, long road. From the memories she inherited, she knew this had to be the right house. It's so massive that she decides to track down who belongs to it before anything else. The moment she climbs the stairs, every attendant freezes in shock. She can't believe their reaction, so she blames herself. Maybe she isn't copying that person well enough. The room starts to shake as they tremble, and then they shout her name. She exhales in relief, because they never caught on to the truth. They usher her inside and tell her she must be wiped out from that long trip. Then she turns her gaze to the grand house and sees the humans bowing their heads, and it finally clicks. This is what life as a noble really feels like. As she scrambles up the stairs, she almost slips and topples. The butler leans in and says, "This time, she must have been forged in some brutal training," then immediately orders them to get her bath ready. Panic hits her fast. Sweat breaks out as she scrambles for the right answer, because one wrong move could expose who she really is in a place like this. The butler holds his breath for her answer, and she can't stop spiraling. What if he's already clocked how strange she's been acting? She forces herself to break free, then spins around in a rush, like she's out of time. She blurts out that she's exhausted and wants to sleep right now, and the whole crowd freezes. She instantly realizes her words came out way too strange. She forces a smile and prays she can charm her way out of this. But it leaves them even more stunned than before. They all drop down and scramble up from their knees, stumbling as they go, and they keep apologizing to her like they can't take it back fast enough. They promise they'll make her bed at once and beg for her forgiveness. And she tells them she understands, then thinks somehow it worked. Even her plain little answer throws them into a total shock. The butler barks for the maids to fetch a fresh set of clothes right now, and they scatter instantly, scrambling to get it done. She sprawls on the bed, sinking into that pillow-soft comfort, nothing like crashing asleep on cold, scratchy grass. Then it hits her. She remembers the shocked looks everyone gave her, and she's convinced they must hate her for real. Then it hits her. She might have spotted a servant lurking in the forest earlier. She thrashes around on the bed, and that's when she hears it. She can't stop wondering if one of the house's servants was the one who killed her. She rips the thoughts back in, tells herself to slow down, and takes a hard look at what's really going on. From the memories, she realizes the girl was a saint, heading to the mountains for training until someone slipped poison into her, then hurled her off a cliff. The culprit has to be one of the servants here. She can't recall his face, but she'll never forget what he was wearing. She sits on the bed, staring into the dark, begging her mind to remember the killer's face, yet it's gone completely. With every problem crashing down on her, she grips the pillow so hard her knuckles ache, wondering if she can ever truly become a saint everyone loves. Still, she shuts her eyes tight. She finally makes it here, and then like the weight of the world lifts, she decides she'll sleep at least for today. Outside the window, birds burst into song. A maid hammers on her door and shouts that her meal prep is finally done. She drags herself out of bed, eyes half closed, and sleep clinging to her like a blanket. She strides toward the mirror, then the instant her reflection hits, a scream rips out of her. The maid jolts in shock and bolts inside, blurting out, "Are you okay?" She keeps locking eyes with her reflection in the mirror until the truth hits. Yeah, it's real. She's actually turned into a human. She whips around to the maid, slaps on a shaky smile, insists she's totally fine, and thanks her like everything's normal, and the poor maid is left even more stunned. She stood there, old and unsure, replaying it in her head like she might have misheard. Then the maid's voice cracked as she trembled and asked whether she wanted meat or fish for today's meal. She grins and says she wants meat. Soon, the cook fires up the meal and sets it on the table as she settles in. Everyone around her looks wound tight, while the cook's hands shake as he sets the plate down. He stammers out a thank you for her patience. She stares at the meat, saliva starts dripping, and her eyes light up the second she realizes the food finally made it. She sniffs it in a rush, then forces herself to stay silent, nothing that could spill her real identity, and grabs the fork and knife. He thanks them for the meal, then dives in and takes a big bite. As she starts trembling, pure pleasure hits her from the first bite. She realizes it again, and the whole room freezes as everyone stares at her shocked face. She clenches out a smile, thinking, "Man, that meat tastes even richer once it's drowned in that sauce." Then she's done and she asks the cook if he has a moment, only for him to jolt in fear, clearly rattled. But she keeps grinning, and in the gentlest voice she whispers, "Divine," which blindsides him even harder. Memories crash through his mind like a tidal wave. He's watched servant after servant get shattered by her brutal discipline, and lately it's gone from bad to terrifying. Now even the butler who served her for over 30 years is beyond saving. The servants even started calling her the heinous villain, because she'd grin sweetly while punishing them. The cook's hands start shaking as doubt gnaws at him. Where did he mess up? Then he swears he cooked the meat exactly the way she likes it today. And he refuses to abandon his wife and son behind. He suddenly crumples to the ground, trembling hard, and pleads with her to spare him. Just as he's about to finish, she snatches him, demands, "Did you make this?" Then beams and says it's insanely delicious, way better than a caterpillar. Every single person freezes in total shock. In his head, he hears it as a compliment. At least I'm more useful than a caterpillar. And he snaps his gaze up in shock, thinking, wait, did she just praise me? One attendant leans in and hisses that he barely dodged punishment, and the shock is so real they can't fathom how he escaped disciplinary action in that exact moment. Then the maid bursts in and slides a cake right in front of her. But right then she slips, and the cake crashes to the floor. Plop, she lands face first on the ground. The maid starts to tremble the instant it clicks, realizing what just happened, and knowing her life is about to be over. Jelly wipes the cake off her face with zero panic as the maid bows and blathers out endless apologies, Yet Jelly doesn't snap at all. She just digs in and starts munching the cake. Tears spill from the maid's eyes, as she's sure this time she won't make it out alive because the whole room suddenly feels ice cold. Jelly beams and asks if she can grab them a bit more, and everyone just stands there, utterly shell-shocked by what she did. The maid snaps out another apology and promises, "I'll grab fresh clothes right away." But Jelly insists it can wait and softens her voice, asking if her legs are okay. Then the maid swears she's perfectly fine. Jelly grins and says, "That's perfect," then tells her to go get seconds and warns her to be more careful next time. Everyone else feels even colder, because they treat her words like a full-on warning mess with her life again, and they'll pay for it next time. An attendant leans in and whispers that ever since she came back, she feels like a whole new person. Her table manners are way off, and so far nothing bad has happened, but he's still scared out of his mind to get anywhere near it. They think she's just messing with them, pulling out that weird behavior like a mask, because she's the evil villainess, and they're convinced she'll turn it around and blame them later. Jelly tells herself she can hear every word they're saying, and yep, she's right. Inside, she's totally different, like she's a slime wearing a human face. But she can't stop wondering how much do they really hate her. She tells herself, "When they lock eyes with me, I've got to smile, because that's how humans actually stay friendly." When she flashes them a smile, they feel a chill crawl up their spine, instantly asking themselves if she's about to threaten them. She suddenly calls out, and with a casual grin, asks if the main course still isn't ready yet. Everyone's completely stunned. She somehow gets the job done, but in the shadows, one of them can't stop asking why she's still breathing. In murmured voices, the servants start pointing at one guy, demanding, "What's going on?" and snapping, "This isn't what you promised." They backed him because he swore he could 100 pull it off. They spit, calling him a liar and telling him to rot in hell alone, yet from a distance he twitches and clenches his fist, staring at her like she's right there, refusing to believe he's lying, because in his bones, he's sure he killed her. A senior maid crouches at the window, spots the dirt, and snaps that it needs cleaning again. Then the new maid fires back that she's already scrubbed it 5 times. The maid snaps at her, demanding to know if she's really trying to talk back as a newcomer, and the others pile on, dragging her through the mud and calling her useless while she swallows her pride, apologizes through the hurt, and steels herself to endure it. If she slips up and loses this job, her mom won't get the medicine, so she drops her gaze and vows she'll start over right now. They basically tell her, "You're new, so you probably don't know anything," like it's supposed to protect her, only it's really just for their comfort, and the newcomer's name is Aaron. A maid snaps a warning if Lady Jelly spots even one tiny speck of dust. She's done, permanently, just like the last girl, and then leans in to ask, "So you haven't heard the rumors yet?" Aaron remembers hearing that the maid ahead of her got brutal torture just for a speck of fog on a window so badly that her body and mind were shattered, and from a certain day on, nobody ever saw her again. One maid blurts out, "Now that I think about it, that garden tree got planted the very same day that the servant vanished." Making Aaron jerk up, the maid shoots her a look and asks if she's got what she's trying to say. Aaron starts trembling in panic, and the maid smirks as she orders her to repeat the cleaning routine at least 5 more times. And get this, the helper, Lady Jelly was supposed to have today, bolted, so Aaron has to step in and take her place. She says Aaron should be honored, and cold chills slice straight through Aaron's body. The maid shoves her forward and snaps, "Go now." Aaron raps on the door, beams at Jelly with a loud, "Good morning," and tells him like it's no big deal, morning's already here. Jelly tumbles off the bed, mumbling that she's still way too sleepy to get up. Aaron slips inside the moment Jelly bolts upright. And Jelly finally realizes just how close she came, then snaps back to the truth. She's human now. She grins and blurts that she must have still been half asleep when it happened. A stern senior maid suddenly snapped, ordered Aaron to kneel right now, and shoved a stick into his hands, saying Aaron should be taught a lesson for messing with her sleep, because that's just how things always go. Jelly tosses the stick aside and snaps that she's done playing along. Then she helps Aaron push herself up on her feet. Aaron can't stop thanking her, over and over. Jelly can't stop herself. She wonders if it's really normal to want to whip someone just because they woke her up. She finally gets it. This was the normal back then, and that's why they hated her so much. They actually poisoned her. The maid steps forward and announces, "I'll be taking care of Aaron today." Then Aaron nervously chimes in, "I'm Aaron, and I'm really looking forward to serving you." Jelly asks, "Is this your first time running things?" Aaron admits, "Yeah, I just got here a few days ago." She admits she's still clueless about plenty of things, but she swears she'll give it everything she's got. Jelly watches her hands shake, and she can't believe this is how scared someone gets after barely even talking to her. She realizes they despise her too, so she steels herself, puts on her best smile, and vows to make a great impression with the servant today. She tells Aaron, "It's so nice to finally meet you too." After a little wait, Aaron slides in her black tea. Jelly thanks her, then catches that sweet, dried, and fermented scent rising from the tea leaves. She's blown away by human ideas. They feel like pure magic to her. She pours the scent and color into steaming water and drinks it right down. This tea looks so heavenly that she can't help thinking it feels almost too good to actually taste. But she tries anyway, and the moment it hits, it tastes brutally bitter. She can't wrap her head around it like, how can something so nasty come from the same humans who make meat taste so damn good? She takes another sip, grimaces at the bitterness, then realizes there's something richer hidden beneath it, an irresistible deliciousness meat could never touch. It tastes good, just in a whole different way. Aaron's face tightens with worry, and he blurts out, "Did it not match your taste?" Jelly blurts out, "No way, it's not like that." And he tells her it somehow makes her crave another sip, because even with that brutal bitterness, the deep, rich flavor hooks her hard. She finally blurts out that it tastes insanely delicious. Aaron thanks her first, and Jelly shoots a quick thanks right back. Aaron grins and tells her, "No, the pleasure's mine." Aaron then tells him that her mom used to give her the exact same compliment every time she brewed tea at home. She said it was amazing. Her siblings backed her up. Then pure joy hit her like a wave. Jelly. Aaron nods, saying those answers must mean a lot to her, like a precious memory. And as Aaron leans in, Jelly can't help but think everything's finally going right, even as she worries quietly if Aaron's truly okay. Aaron's voice shakes as she admits she used to care for her mother and slave over the housework, while her whole family kept praising her, so that's why she chose to become a maid, determined to look after people. She insists she's got no special gifts, so she decides to throw everything she's got into it. She also admits she didn't know if she could keep doing this, because the moment she walked in, her seniors started scolding her non-stop. But now her confidence blooms. Jelly's compliment on her tea hit her right in the heart. Jelly grins and says, "That's great to hear." Then figures it means they're finally getting along, curious as can be. She asks her, "So how did your mom used to compliment you?" Aaron pauses for a beat, then smiles as she says, "My mom always used to pat me on the head." Jelly remembers this one thing humans light up with pure joy when someone pats their heads. She rises, softly pats Aaron's head, and tells her she's absolutely doing a great job. Aaron blurts out in sudden tears, and Jelly grins like, "Yes, this is perfect," convinced she's totally nailed a great first impression. But Aaron's tears pour harder, and Jelly immediately panics. She blurts out if Aaron's hurting and asks whether she hates her now, and Aaron drops to her knees, begging for forgiveness, which leaves Jelly more completely baffled as she stares in shock, trying to figure out what's going on. After a while, Aaron catches herself thinking, wait, Jelly feels like the real deal, and she's convinced those rumors are just plain wrong and totally not to be trusted. Later, the other maids corner Aaron and demand to know how Lady Jelly's welcome went. Aaron grins and says it was absolutely wonderful. People, leaving them completely stunned. She even whispers that she'd love to serve by her side forever if she only could. One maid tells her, "You can try again tomorrow if you liked it that much," then teases, "Let's see how long this act lasts." Aaron's overjoyed and she blurts, "Wait, you really mean it, right?" He kept thanking her over and over again, like he couldn't believe what she'd done. The other maids looked totally lost, stunned that somehow after they got shoved straight toward that vile, heinous villain, she's still thanking them non-stop. And the moment they hear it, they realize this girl might be something truly incredible. Meanwhile, Jelly sprawls and rolls on her bed, spiraling over what she did wrong. She's sure Aaron must hate her now, and the thought hits hard, making friends feels insanely impossible. The cook thanks her for holding out, then hands over a mouth-watering steak built from 3 stacked layers of meat. He goes on about how it hits every drop of the finest meat's flavor, because this isn't just cooking to him, it's pure passion. She's already drooling while he proudly boasts that he even decked the top with the ducal crest. Then she tears into it, eating it with pure joy. After a moment, Iron tenderly dabs her mouth clean with a cloth. The maid's skin prickles because if anyone ever dared pull that on their lady, those hands are getting smacked without mercy. Jelly doesn't just go along. She turns around, thanks Iron, and tells her with genuine warmth that she's actually being thoughtful. The maids go wide-eyed at what they're seeing, and suddenly they're thinking, wait, she might be the real deal, an incredible maid. And they even clock this: the cook who dished out that outrageously lavish meal isn't getting punished at all, and somehow he's walking around with full-on confidence. They catch the way Jelly stares at the meat, soft, dreamy, like she's head over heels, and that's exactly why the cook's grinning, like he just hit the jackpot. An attendant can't shake the thought, what if this isn't really Lady Jelly? She's been back from training for about a week, and she's been acting way off ever since, but everyone snaps back. Don't get fooled, and the real fear hits. Have they already slipped and forgotten the truth? Right in the middle of her meal, Jelly accidentally drops her fork. Thunk, and a nearby attendant snatches it before it hits the floor, then blurts that he'll grab a fresh one. ASAP, which makes Jelly stare in confusion, and the poor guy just twitches like he got caught. And she demands he hand her the dropped fork. He stares at her, totally baffled, as she says, cool as ice, that the fork was just too heavy for her. Then she snaps, all right, hold out your hand. And when he finally does, she snatches it up and jams the fork into his palm like there's no turning back, making him cry out in pain. As his hand trembles, she flashes a smile and tells him she knew it was just heavy. He stammers, promising he'll grab a lighter fork at once, but as his hand turns bloody, shivers tear through him. She stomps down on his hand and he's like, wait, was it only the fork that felt so heavy? Then she snatches a knife and declares that some punishment is absolutely required. The attendants choke on panic and rush in to stop her, but she whirls around and shoots them a cold look, asking if they think so highly of themselves that they can just barge in and stop her. They plead for her forgiveness and warn her that if she grabs that knife, he'll truly die. She freezes for a split second, then snaps. Did you really think I'd mess up that badly? Because if she killed him, his screams would die with him, so how would she even get to savor it? They finally get it. She's no misunderstanding. She's the real devil, and she treats people like they're nothing. They know the truth. Unless every piece of her insides gets ripped out and replaced, she'll never be able to reform. One of them is convinced he's right, and if he blows it, he'll just roll right back in and try again. He's done wasting time fretting over how he looks. He yanks out a bracelet, stares at the girl, and starts to think. He pushed past his own breaking point, convinced that if she could be saved, then nothing, absolutely nothing, was off the table. He glares at her, convinced this little farce is just another swipe in her revenge plan, so he snaps at her to laugh while she still can, because he's going. He has nowhere left to run, and his mind is set in stone. He'll kill the devil, because there's no other choice. After a bit, Jelly is locked in her room with the maid Irene, and Irene tells her, the whole place blew up when you left home to go work out there. Then Irene finally snaps. She's been talking about herself way too much. Jelly smiles through it, tells her she's totally fine, and urges her to keep going, while Jelly stews over how she's going to apologize to Irene after wrecking things and getting on her bad side. And somehow, Irene stays close to her more than everyone else, like she's chosen her. She admits humans are a mess of emotions, but she's just relieved. Irene doesn't hate her. Irene then tells Jelly goodnight, waves her off, and slips out of the room. Jelly whips her gaze to the window, then locks onto her reflection like it's daring her. She starts pulling strange faces like, come on, I'm finally getting used to this body. She can't believe humans are that tangled and full of layers. Complex and even a simple draft somehow feels painfully cold. She starts shivering, swings the window shut, and then bam, ends up cutting herself. Then she suddenly wobbles. Dizziness crashes over her. She stares at the wound and her heart drops because it's still dragging its feet to heal. She orders her tiny slimes to keep a sharp eye on the door and the window. She stared at the slimes crawling over her hands, baffled that her thoughts weren't landing the way they should. Then one slime hissed, "Maybe you turned human," while another pouted, "I want to eat meat." She groans at the whole situation, then snaps at them again, guard the door and the window, split up, and tell her the moment anything goes wrong. One heads straight for the door, the other slips to the window. She holds her breath, sure she'll know the moment someone tries to come inside. She spins in pure joy, convinced this cozy life is hers for good, if only they can finally catch the culprit. She flings herself onto the bed, praying nothing goes wrong. Then she drops off fast, eyes shut before anything can happen. Right then, an attendant strides down the hallway. When day rolls in, someone asks if he's still on the job. He grins and says, "Yeah," then tells them it's going to be chilly tonight. So he figured he'd grab Lady Julia's blanket and bring it along. The other attendant heaps praise on his dedication, and he grins bright, thanking him right back. He stands right in front of the door and he eases the door open, steps inside, and clutches a blanket under his arm. He slips a dagger into his grip and tiptoes closer to her bed like a shadow. As he stares at her peaceful, sleeping face, he whispers that even in slumber, she looks like a gentle saint. One of the slimes stares, clicks everything into place, and realizes the butler will, if it remembers right, is here, awake at this hour, and the slime can't help but wonder what he's doing so late at night. Deciding she should wake Jelly, it crawls closer to her. Meanwhile, Will gets lost in his thoughts, eyes locked on her like he can't look away. Then, out of nowhere, he snaps his head side to side and mutters to himself. He told himself he couldn't afford to hesitate, no time for doubt. He can't believe he turned into a weakling, so he snaps at himself to stop hesitating and plunge the knife straight into her heart. Right before he can move, Jelly suddenly snaps her eyes open. He's totally stunned, frozen on the spot and trembling, because he just can't believe she's awake. Trying to mask his motives, he blurts that it's freezing cold tonight. Jelly gives a tiny shiver, admits it's genuinely pretty cold, then soft smiles and tells her he's already grabbed a blanket just for that. Then he drops his head and declares he'll take any punishment she wants for barging into her room without permission, and Jelly stays totally calm, saying she'd never hurt him for that because, honestly, he was being considerate. Then she stares him down, studies his every detail, and demands to know who he is, heart pounding as she wonders if her hunch about him is actually right. Will drops his eyes and admits her kind words mean more than he ever feels he deserves. For a split second, he wonders if she's really changed for real or if it's just a mask. But when he remembers she may have reformed, his gut still twists because it won't bring Emma back. The locket in his hand shows Emma's face, and one thought burns hotter than anything else. The only way to save his sister is to kill Jelly. Just then, the slime spots the dagger in his grip, freaks out, and realizes he has to use it to grab her attention. Right when he lunges to strike, the slime barges forward and topples a vase in one chaotic shove, and the second that sound hits, Jelly flinches and reacts instantly. She yanks his wrist and slams the blade to a stop before he can stab her. She finally clocked just how close it all was, and if the slime hadn't warned her, this would have been over in an instant. She also knows this. If he'd swung that knife and cut her, he'd expose she's the monster, and then it's all over for her. She yanks her hand free, and it tears him apart as the struggle hits hard, and the impact slams him down to the ground. Jelly realizes the untrained human body is way weaker than she thought, and she instantly knows she has to dial back her strength and be way more careful. Will yank her stomach into a retch and blur everything as he snarls, "Nah," to figure out how much longer she'll toy with him before she charges back in with that dagger again. Jelly shoots an apology first, swears she's sorry but warns that this might sting a little. She snatches the knife from his grip and shoves him back hard, making him crash headfirst into her feelings. Right away, worry hits her. She starts wondering if she overdoes it, bolts over to him, and blurts out, "Are you okay?" Lying there, Will gasps in disbelief, swearing that back then he was sure he'd tossed her off a cliff, that it should have ended right there, and that he'd been certain the villainous Jelly died that very day. Jelly hears it, and the truth hits him. He's the one who caused everything. Right then, a sharp knock slams against the door. A butler from outside bursts in and says he heard a huge crash, then immediately asks, "Are you okay? Are you safe?" Jelly realizes that if she spills what really happened, Will's going to get caught, and she'll wipe out her only shot at a quiet life. Even after all this, it still leaves a bitter weight sitting in her heart. As the man lunges for the door handle, trying to wrench it open, she slams on the brakes, waves him off, and insists she's fine, claiming she just toppled some furniture because she was half asleep. Will's jaw drops as she goes all out just to protect him. The butler lets out a breath of relief that she's safe, then slips out without a sound. Jelly lets out a soft breath of relief, then whips her attention to Will. "Why did you even try this?" He eases out the locket, holds it up to her face, and she whispers, "Who is it?" And he blurts out that it's his sister Emma, the same one he mentioned before, and right on cue, she just doesn't remember. He tells you he was ordered to save his sister by murdering her. Jelly listens, visibly rattled, and can't stop wondering what really went down back then. Standing alone among the trees, she flicks a careless look his way and asks what kind of conversation he even wants to have with her out here. After a quick pause, he blurts out an apology for the personal request, then admits the real reason his sister Emma is sick and stuck in bed. She looks dead inside, then lazily shoots back. "So what?" He drops into a deep bow before her, stammering that he'll do anything to save his sister and begging for her help. She shoots back, "Anything." He locks eyes with her, determination blazing, and boldly says yes. A sly little smile tugs at her lips as she laughs, says it's amusing, and tells him she'll help if he can entertain her. Then he drags her to a spot where a bruised, spent maid lies crumpled on the ground, barely clinging to life as she barely twitches. She flashes the maid a strangely sincere smile, and it knocks him speechless. Then she tells him the girl can't even scream anymore, like it's some sad little shame, and she orders him to get rid of her. She leans in and reminds him of the promise he made anything for his sister, and then she drops the deal. If he gets rid of this woman, she'll cure Emma right away. He swallows hard and, with a trembling voice, asks her what crime she's accused of. She keeps repeating "crime" under her breath like it's stuck in her skull, then shrugs and says the window she cleaned is still foggy and asks if that's not reason enough. She leans in, grinning as she murmurs, "If I can't punish the innocent, then I'll just invent a reason." His whole body shakes as she pops up right next to him, whispering in his ear that she can't stand pigs who can't clean and canaries that have gone quiet. She asks if he thinks he can clean up, and his grip tightens around the blade in his hand as he prepares to go. He forces a grin and promises he'll handle it. She whirls around and starts to leave, telling him, "I'll wait in my room. Come find me when you're done and report to me." The girl crumpled on the ground, blood clinging to her lips, and begged him weak as a whisper to end her suffering. And his hand starts shaking harder than ever. He raises the blade over her head, poised to slam it down at any second. Right at the last second, he whips it around and slices through the ropes clamped around her wrists. He scoops her up into his arms with careful strength. She lifts her eyes to him, but her strength is slipping. She forces out a shaky, "Why?" And he slams a hand on that question, hushing her with a low, urgent voice, demanding she stay perfectly still and act like she's already dead. Later, he clutches her blood-soaked clothes in his hands while she stands right there in front of him, wrapped in a cloak that hides every inch of her. He tells her he'll keep the clothes, and to run anywhere no one can find her. She gasps, "But where am I even supposed to go?" He tells her he's already written an introduction letter to a friend across the border, and that she can use it to escape and start a brand new life. He shoves an envelope into her hands, and she whispers that he's done way too much for someone like her, because if Jelly ever finds out, she's certain Jelly will kill him. He forces a reassuring grin and tells her, "Don't worry," saying he's sure he can overpower Jelly. She grips his hand in pure gratitude, whispering, "Thank you," over and over again. Or he finally whirled around and vanished into the far distance. Later, deep in the forest, He shoulders her blood-stained clothes and starts digging into the dirt like his life depends on it. The soil crunched and shifted like the earth itself snapped the silence. From a far-off window, Jelly leaned in with a calm, amused grin, and she kept her eyes locked on him the whole time. He drops the stained dress into the hole like it's the maid herself, then drags dirt over it inch by inch. Pausing now and then, he sneaked a quick, secret peek out the window. He made sure the nosiest head saw everything as he shoved the bloody uniform into the dirt. People are about to whisper that the maid he freed lies buried right here. Now he's about to announce, "I'm done," and claim his sister's illness is finally going to be cured. He knocks, then slowly cracks the door open. She's already there, grinning like she's been waiting the whole time, and she says she knew he'd come, then asks if it was hard. He gives a tiny smile and says, "No, honestly, it was way easier than I thought." She tilts her head like she's trying to catch the truth in the air. Was it? He leans in and reminds her exactly what they agreed on. She shoots back that she'll keep her word. No excuses, no backing out. She pulls out a tiny bottle, grips it between her fingers, and shoves it into his hands, telling him, "Give this to your sister," because she swears she'll be saved right away. Relief floods his eyes, and his voice shakes as he finally thanks her, because he's sure that this holy water will bring his sister back for good. She freezes mid-sentence and snaps. "When did I ever say it was holy water?" He stares, totally baffled, then blurts, "So what else could it be?" Her smile turns honey-sweet, then she drops the bomb. It's poison, and if his sister drinks it, she'll be released from the pain of this world immediately. His body trembles uncontrollably, and his face crumples in pure horror. She erupts into laughter, then tilts her head up at him and tells him, "That's exactly the face I wanted to see." She snaps, asking if he really thought he could outmuscle her, and he just freezes there, drowning in pure despair. Then she leans in and says the face of a person broken by hopelessness is the most beautiful thing in the world. Right here, in the present, Jelly jolts the second he asks if she remembers, then sweat starts streaming down her temples. She refuses to meet his eyes. He pressed his teeth into her lower lip. In her head, she spits curses at the cruel villainess she got stuck with. Then she yanks at her own mouth in pure frustration until her swollen face starts looking like a battered potato. Her eyes drop back to the locket. His sister is sick, and it's getting worse. That truth lands like a weight in her chest, and she sinks down to sit slowly. Her smile vanished, and seriousness hit her face. She told him she had a favor to ask, begging him to look past what happened. He asks what she wants, and she studies him in silence. Then she begs, asking if he'll trust her one more time. His eyes go wide with pure, stunned shock. Clinging to hope, he lets her examine Emma, but the second it starts, doubt crashes in was trusting her even the right move. "So tell me, does she really deserve the title of saint?" Jelly thinks, "Come on, he can't trust me yet, right?" She wishes she could pull off a saint's power, but then she wonders how on earth is she supposed to pull that off. Finally, she's got a real body, so she wastes no time and dives in. For now, she throws her hands up, locks in tight focus, and pushes herself to the absolute limit. One eye creeps open and stares at him, measuring his reaction, and that's when it hits. She has no idea what she's doing at all. Then she'll heal her injuries her own way. She whips a look at the side table. Then she slowly peels open the secret blade tucked behind her. She slices her finger with surgical precision, then lets a tiny stream of blood spill straight into the jug beside her. She grabs the jug, flashes him a smile, and promises she'll drive the sickness out of her own body and use this holy water to cleanse the patient from the inside out. He narrows his eyes, holy water trembling in the air, then he questions it with a tight, suspicious voice. She gets why he hesitates. He's been poisoned before. So yeah, he thinks it's only natural to doubt her, because he's already lived through that kind of betrayal. Yeah, but it's only water, so it won't heal her unless he fully trusts her. He jerks back hard the moment she hoists the jug and takes a long drink from it. A sweet, soft smile blooms on her lips, and she leans in with, "Now, you can see it. Do you want to try it too?" He shakes his head, and she snaps her focus back to the fainted girl. Then she carefully starts pouring water back into her. She studies her down to the last detail, and the moment she finishes one look, she spots the disorder on her first try. With her split falling apart, she grits her teeth and crafts a new plan. Then she asks him for a favor. Can he get some water fast? She needs it to bring that girl's fever down. He gives a sharp nod, then bolts out of sight. She swallows her pride and whispers a soft apology to the girl, then vows she'll fix everything the right way later. Her body will cut straight through the illness and cure it for good. He bolts back fast, hauling a bucket of water and a stack of wet cloth. He starts pressing it right onto the girl's forehead. He hesitates, torn apart by doubt, then blurts, "What do I do?" as the question hangs in the air. She stays cool and steady, like nothing can shake her. Then she slips her hand into yours and begs you to pray her sickness finally breaks, because deep down, she knows she'll start feeling better. He snatches the girl's hand fast, his voice rattling out her name, half agony, half hope, and he's convinced Lady Jelly is actually trying to cure Emma for real. Twice, he tried to end her with his own hands. Now that he's finally seen what he did, he vows to spend the rest of his life paying for that sin. Outside, the cat goes full ninja, launching itself at the birds like they're the target, and peace was never an option. Chaos explodes. Birds go wild, flapping and screeching as they scatter in every direction. The window rips open like an action movie gateway, and right then they all spiral straight in Jelly's frozen solid, eyes blinking like, "What the hell is happening?" A flash of light and a blast of noise rip him out of his head. He jerks his gaze upward, brow furrowed hard, and then, holy hell, his jaw hits the floor. Sunlight blasts Jelly's face, and birds whirl around her like she's about to trigger an anime transformation. She straight up looks like a saint, glowing and ethereal amid pure feathered chaos. Then, like the moment was begging for drama, Emma, dead in super slow motion, cracks one eye open and yells for her brother. A single tear slides down Will's cheek as he can't look away from his sister. He yanks her into a tight embrace, and quiet sobs spill out as pure relief finally crashes over him. Jelly stays right by her side, as calm as ever, with a tiny bird perched on her head, quietly soaking it all in, and Emma shoots. "Wait, who's that girl?" Will straightens up and says, "This is Lady Jelly, the saint I serve. She carved time out of her schedule just to come heal my sister." Yeah. Emma's eyes blow wide, her mouth gaping as she stares at the jelly. Jelly watches her like she's truly in awe, flashes a gentle smile, and asks, "So, how do you feel now?" Emma blinks in shock, then whispers, "It's not even hard to breathe." Will suddenly burst into tears, sniffling hard and thanking her over and over again. Jelly lets out a shaky breath of relief. She patched it all up without him ever sniffing out that she's a monster, and now she can finally live her life as a human. Then her thoughts snap back to last night. Didn't she send him crashing down? And if he put two and two together, what if he finally figured out what she really is? Will tells her about last night and asks if the power she used to stop him before he could strike again was a saint's power. Jelly churns with panic inside, but snaps on a quick smile anyway, then claims it's a saint's power, insists it's a secret, and asks if he'll spread it around. He shoots back that he figured it out. Jelly nods and tells him it's fine, but then she leans in and warns that if she ever gets weird, he'll shut her down fast. Will stares at her, and tears shimmer in his eyes as shock hits his face like he can't believe she's really a true saint. Looking back, every weird move Lady Jelly made still screams one thing to him: she had to be possessed by a demon. Now the saints are straining to purify her, and when it's done, she finally shines as her true self. If only he knew the truth. Flips everything. Will drops to his knees before her, grabs her hand, and swears he's totally at her service. Jelly panics. She only meant to shake his hand, but humans are so tangled up it feels impossible to communicate with them. Meanwhile, a maiden carefully shapes a girl as she sits under a tree, right after Jelly supposedly reformed. The girl slowly shuts her book, and her eyes sharpen into full-on suspicion. She mutters that no saint ever changes for no reason, then steals her resolve and makes her move. She thought, all right, Saint Celestria figure out every single detail of what Jelly is planning. She couldn't tap into the saint's power to heal Emma, but here's the thing. She's got a saint's body, so the power should still be hers to use. She's been locked on it since this morning, but it's so twisted and complicated she can't even tell where to begin. Her eyes slide to the picture book. There's the saint in the illustration, reaching out with only one hand. The maid slides in her tea and tells her, straight-faced, that she figured Jelly could use a real break. Her gaze snaps to the sandwiches, and Aaron immediately chimes in, "Hey, it's lunchtime," urging her to savor that light bite with the tea. Jelly scoots in, eyes blazing, and blurts out what these are. Aaron smiles and says, "They're sandwiches." Jelly's excitement hits instantly. She spots salad and meat tucked between thin slices of bread, the perfect one-hand bite she can munch while she reads. She takes a bite and chews slow, eyes narrowing as she wonders if those flavors will finally blend. And then she freezes in shock because the taste is unreal, like she just found a tiny slice of heaven. And honestly, humans somehow keep inventing these bizarre, brilliant wonders. As Aaron digs in, she accidentally flicks tea everywhere and it splashes onto her hand. Jelly blurts out, "Are you okay?" And Aaron waves it off. "It's nothing, I'll remake it." Jelly can't stop worrying about that burn. She slips her hand into Aaron's and begins working slow, careful moves to take the pain away. Aaron stares at her in shock, blurts out that the pain is finally slipping away, and then she's like, "Thank you. This has to be a miracle from Jelly's saint power." Jelly leans in and whispers that she's way too kind for her own good. Right then, Will knocks hard on the door, then barges right in. Jelly darts over to him and blurts out, "So how's your sister doing?" Will claims she's fully healed and is taking tiny steps back to walking, one careful try at a time. He credits it all to her saintly power. Jelly blurted it out. No, it wasn't some mystery. It was her slime power talking, and she shook her head hard, telling him not to stress, adding that if he couldn't get past it, then it was her fault. Will stares at Aaron and demands to know what happened. Then Aaron admits her hand got burned, and Lady Jelly swoops in, healing it with her power. She freezes, blinks in shock, and blurts, "Wait, was that really her power?" Will watches Jelly's hands in a flash, frowns hard, and wonders did he just imagine it. He tells her, "You haven't shown your real power yet." Aaron's eyebrows shoot up so fast they look like they're about to detonate. Jelly behind her starts freaking out, sweat beading at her temples, and Aaron blurts that it feels healed. Then Will just tilts his head, totally unimpressed, reminding her she only said it felt like it healed, not that it actually did. Jelly thinks she's right there so close she starts to gamble with the power, and then, in the blink of an eye, she nearly locks herself into the wrong idea. Even Will treats the saint's power like everyone already knows it, so when she acts clueless, it screams one thing she's hiding something, and the suspicion just gets heavier. Right then, Jelly decides she's going to go straight to Will, only for him to shoot her a raised eyebrow and ask, straight up, if she just used her power. Jelly gives his shoulder a gentle tap, then shakes her head like, "No way, you're way too perceptive." He nudged his glasses into place, a proud smirk tugging at his face. Yet it still felt weird that Aaron had no clue about the saint's power, especially since she's the one who serves her. Jelly plays it slick, claiming Aaron's still brand new, so of course she'd be clueless, and she jumps at the chance to spell it out simply while Will nods like, "Wow," feeling honored, and just a bit impressed as he agrees that he'll take the opportunity. Saints are the ones who keep this country standing, patching up wounds and sicknesses doctors can't touch, hunting down where infections start, and holding the barrier lines so monsters can't slip into towns. And during major wars, they're even pulled onto battlefield medical teams. Bottom line, the saints' power is pure protection for their people and their home. She finally gets it. This is exactly the kind of power she's been chasing. And now she knows she can copy something just like the saint's strength using her slime abilities. If she keeps acting like a saint, everyone will stop presenting her, and she'll live safer than ever before. But every time she leans on her slime powers, the danger spikes. She might accidentally expose who she really is, and she can't just use them freely in crowded places. She decides she's got to master the saint's power no matter what it costs. Treating Emma went smoothly, but that doesn't mean the walls won't crack because sooner or later, someone will come for her, and there's no way to know when or who. Will orders Aaron to storm over to the doctor's office, and she bolts the instant he says it. Jelly pauses, then admits it. She remembers him saying Emma would be saved if he finished the request, but does he actually dare to tell her who the client is? He jolts, blurts out that all he knows is this: there's a man in a black hole and he trusted him anyway, right? Then she presses him, asking why he ever believes someone like that. He admits he completely lost his composure the moment he realized Emma was getting weaker, day after day. Then the man stunned him by reviving a tiny bird that was already dead. Seeing that made him trust the guy with zero doubts. Yeah, maybe in Rat Prospect it started as some kind of childish magic stunt, but after that, his words hooked him hard. If he killed his sister, he'd actually save her. She lets out a soft sigh, realizing the last Jelly had way more enemies lurking than she ever guessed, and now she's wondering if there's anyone she can finally talk to about it. Suddenly, Will blurts, "That's right." It hits him like a memory, and he hands her a letter with a steady voice. "This one's for you." She can't stop thinking who in the world sent this to her. He leans in and tells her it's from Saint Celestria. She shoots the thought into her own head. Yeah, she remembers their child, and it hits hard. She tears open the letter, then blurts out right there that it's an invitation to a tea party. He stares in shock and blurts out that Lady Celestria is throwing a tea party. Sure, Jelly looks happy, but Celestria better remember how to wield the saint's power, because if she really is the same saint, she'll spill the truth the moment they click. Will turns to her and asks what she wants to do, and she shoots back, "I'm going, obviously." He's completely stunned, way beyond words. While she was barreling through the garage, she thinks she doesn't need to break in her own boots to get around being a noble comes with some seriously sweet perks. But then she flashes back to his stunned, wide-eyed face and can't stop wondering why he reacted like that. Then she shoots him a question. Why is he suddenly sticking by her side? He shoots back that it's for her safety, of course. He tells her he refuses to ignore his own faults, but with people hunting her, going alone to some far-off place feels like suicide. He'll protect her no matter what, yet she warns him that if it ever means sacrificing his life, then he has no right to follow her. Emma would tear into her in seconds if anything happened to him, because she's convinced her secrets could get exposed the longer she hangs around him. Then she starts chomping down on sandwiches and snaps that she never ever let him tag along just for the sandwiches. He shrugs. Of course. That last jelly went way too wild, so now she looks at saints like they're a complete disaster. So what he's saying is true. Saints really are just excellent humans, right? Can she really become friends with them because she's practically bursting to meet them? When they pull up to her mansion, Celestria is already standing outside, waiting like she's been expecting them, so Jelly just mouths a silent thank you. Sure, she went out of her way to greet them. Jelly steps forward, bursting with excitement, warmly welcoming her and saying they should totally have some fun today. And deep down, Jelly can't shake the feeling that this is going to be an amazing day. They lounge outside in a gorgeous garden, soaking up the calm like it's their own little paradise. And Celestria proudly says she made it herself, then throws open the door to Jelly with a warm welcome. Jelly can feel the sincerity in it. While the maid pours the tea, Jelly's eyes dart to it, then to the lunch, and she realizes this isn't some half-hearted gesture at all. It's a genuinely thoughtful welcome. She blurts, "What a sweet, perfect, baked good." Celestria squints at her reaction. As the maid trembles a little, she blurts out how much your kind words mean to her, then tells you today's treat is apple pie. Jelly's shocked reaction spills the truth she already knows about the previous Jelly, so Celestria steps in, snaps, "Don't hesitate," and pushes her to dig in. Jelly can't help noticing it while the maid looks like she's on edge around her. Celestria radiates pure, unstoppable confidence. It's like she's fighting to make one thing crystal clear. We're equals. Because being equals means they're not just allies, they're friends. Thrill sparks in her chest as she snatches up the apple pie in a flash. Her mouth watered before she even got a good look, just that sweet smell hit her like a drug, and she was already picturing how sinful and delicious this bite was going to be. Standing in the courtyard, she stares at that stunning fountain and can't stop smiling. This place is unreal, and being able to dine somewhere this beautiful makes her believe humans are truly incredible. Then she suddenly freezes because Celestria is glaring at her, eyes locked hard on her face. Jelly yanks herself back to reality, warning that if she doesn't get her act together, her real identity might get exposed. She forces a grin, then practically beams as she says, "This is insanely delicious." Celestria takes a sip of tea too, but her eyes stay locked forward, never drifting an inch. Right then, she blurts out Jelly's name and snaps, "Stop this right now," tearing into her for that awful act. Why won't she reveal her real identity? She snaps the question, and Jelly immediately panics, stammers and stutters on the spot. Wait, what is she even talking about? Celestria folds her arms, eyes narrowing, clearly not buying it. So is she wrong? Because the way this girl acts now is nothing like before. What is she planning, and what in the world is going on? Jelly lets out a breath of relief when Celestria starts clocking her habits, only to miss the fact that her real identity is still hidden. She tells herself, with a shaky breath, that it's the saint's training that's kept her disguise intact. Even though she's determined to get along with Celestria, trouble is already closing in, and it does not look good. Celestria leans in, eyes blazing with curiosity, and asks if it's true that Jelly cured an illness using the saint's power because she can't believe it for a second. Jelly blurts, "Wait, are you talking about Emma?" Celestria doesn't buy it. She snaps that making up a story that'll be exposed right away is totally pointless. Jelly gives Will a faint little smile, and Will clocks it. His precious butler's sister must have fixed her up somehow. Celestria whips around to the butler and demands, "Is it true?" He holds her gaze without flinching and answers, "Yes." Her fists clench, disbelief and fury crashing through her. At once she can't wrap her head around it. Jelly, who used to sneer at everything no matter how many times Celestria begged her to act like a saint, has actually reformed. Since the saints trained her, if that's really what happened, then what kind of training could possibly do something like this? Celestria tightens her grip and shoves the jelly even farther, staring at it like it might reveal the truth, wondering if anything truly special goes down during saint training. Jelly shoots back, calm and sure, that a gorgeous goddess teaches her everything, and yep, in her mind the slime is basically that goddess. Celestria flinches then snaps, refusing to hear it as Jelly blurts out a shocking revelation. The bite in her voice jolts even Jelly, and Jelly recoils with a sharp little flinch. Jelly hesitantly nods and admits it's true. This training digs up her past sins, reshapes her, and dares her to stand up and serve humans. Celestria narrows her eyes, rage trembling behind her teeth, as she snaps that she wants to know, does the goddess hand her those words straight from her own mouth? Jelly jerks back again, totally rattled, wondering if she just said the one wrong thing. Celestria blurts out that once someone gets a revelation, they're destined to lead all the saints no matter how brutal the trials are, because the goddess anoints them as a shining beacon for everyone. Panic flashes across Jelly's face. She knows she can't turn back now. Celestria sways on her seat, stunned as the revelation hits her like a punch. She shoots her a quick smile and slips away, saying she just needs a moment to step out. Then, her voice turns gentle as she says she needs to talk in private afterward, leaning in to ask, "Will that be okay?" Right before Jelly can even answer, he steps forward and declares he's going to roam the courtyard. As Celestria storms off, her thoughts spiral in total disbelief. Jelly just got hit with a mind-blowing revelation. No way. She worked her tail off every single day, and when she prayed, it fueled her even more. He handed out alms to the less fortunate and used the saint's power to heal the sick. Then the goddess actually chose to speak to Jelly of all people. She was bragging nonstop about that revelation, and now she's smugly looking down on everyone. But then it hits her. This might be a trap, set just to lure her in. Without that, Jelly would never even get the revelation she needs. She realizes she was this close to buying into it, and she just knows she'd be dying to laugh as she sees herself shrugging in embarrassment. But yeah, she's not buying it. She can't wait to see how long she can keep up the act of being reformed, but tough luck for her, because she'll pounce on even the tiniest flaw, and she refuses to stand by rogues who dare to impersonate God. Jelly's panicking like crazy. She just devoured all the food, so now she's stuck thinking, what am I even supposed to do? The maid shows up with a bouquet, grinning through a wobble, and whispers that she picked the absolute best just for her. Jelly beams at the maid, then blurts out a huge thank you for the gorgeous flowers. Celestria comes back at last, breathless with regret, apologizing for keeping everyone waiting for so long. But Jelly brushes it off and says it's fine, because she got the most beautiful flowers of all, while Celestria just thinks she's hiding it, and the real Jelly will spill out soon. Even if she swears she's reformed, if her personality hasn't changed, doesn't she still secretly get off on other people's misery? Celestria pounces on a rumor she heard. What if the slums are shrinking? She storms through the slums again, fury blazing in her eyes. Inside her head, she's freaking out about what those things even are, and it takes her a moment to put the pieces together. Is this where the weak humans get gathered? Just because they're human doesn't mean they're okay. Sadness washes over her face as she mumbles, "So that's the news." Celestria jerks back in pure disbelief when Jelly's face hits her, and suddenly she looks ready to pity the people trapped down in the slums. Something Celestria has never laid eyes on, like the last time she brought up anything close to this, Jelly just went, "Wait, is that so?" Then she'll snatch up everyone who's left, because once the lab rats are gone, she has no choice. But right now, the Jelly looks almost heartbroken, so she whispers, "What happens to the humans trapped in the slums?" Celestria tells them bluntly that most of the slum folks would just get tossed aside. Those words slammed into her like a memory. She remembered the past, when they kicked her out of her own habitat. Her face fell apart, and in that moment her shaky lip trembled, exposing a childlike fear she couldn't hide. Jelly sobs over the poor weaklings. While Celestria is thrown off, she snaps that it's just a rumor and tells her to calm down, insisting they don't need to go that far. Jelly sniffed hard, tears spilling down her face, and blurted out, "Are you sure, Celestria?" Celestria confirms it, but she can't shake the feeling that this whole situation is wildly strange. Even if it was all an act, Jelly would have never snapped like this before. She'd have laughed, cold and cruel. Trying to steer the convo somewhere else, Celestria blurts out that she's stunned. Jelly actually came to tea because she'd assumed Jelly couldn't stand her. Jelly thinks, that's why Will was acting so weird, and lets out a small smile, because it's been so long she can barely even picture the moment. Now she finally counts Celestria as a true equal friend. Celestria sips her tea with shaking nerves, and her eyes still burn with doubt. The maid strides forward 10 paces and asks, "Want more tea?" As the maid grabs the tray and starts serving it, a tiny caterpillar slithers over the flowers, inching toward its next big bite. Her guest bolts in panic, crashes into the flowers, and knocks the cup flying straight from her hands. The steaming kettle tips toward Celestria with terrifying speed. Jelly snaps into action and sprints right up, wrapping her arms around the flailing guest, taking the whole blast of scalding hot tea straight on her own skin. Celestria freezes dead in her tracks, shock slamming into her as worry claws at her heart, shouting as it spilled all over her. Then he rips into the maid, snarling at her to explain exactly what she did. Jelly just gives Celestria a gentle smile in her gestures, praying she won't snap. He calmly told them, "Don't freak out, it's no big deal," and said the whole reaction came from getting blindsided by that caterpillar. She plucks the leaf the caterpillar's clinging to and quips that humans can't help but flock to anything beautiful, especially flowers. Just wait. This little one will someday burst into a beautiful butterfly, then soar off and disappear into the sky. There's nothing wrong with letting a gritty slum huddle in the corner of a gorgeous town. Even the folks in the slums could someday whip up mouth-watering meals and even invent the kind of games that make your day. Right when those caterpillars finally burst into butterflies, she stands behind it all, angel statue on the fountain blazing in the sun, and in that single heartbeat, she looks like a full-on saint, radiant, commanding, and boldly proclaiming that humans can do anything. Celestria clenched her teeth, and a wild mix of awe and fury flashed across her face. She drags a chair closer and barks, "Sit down." Celestria thrusts her hands out wide, and her saintly power spills out through her fingertips. A soft, shimmering glow pours over Jelly's burnt arm, clinging to the charred flesh like a healing light. Jelly freezes, eyes bulging in terror, so, yeah, this is what the saint's power looks like. She stares, utterly stunned, as the burn vanishes in a blink skin knitting itself back smooth, like it never happened at all. Celestria murmurs a trembling apology. Jelly barely whispers as she shakes her head, telling her, "There's nothing to apologize for." Jelly shoots a hopeful question. "Will you be my friend for the long haul, Celestria?" Celestria's cheeks burn as she snaps back. "Fine, this depends on Jelly from now on." Then she smirks, promising she'll think it over as long as Jelly keeps acting like a total saint. Jelly fires glowing beams of hope, swearing that she'll make her move right then, and she'll keep that promise, saying the carriage is ready, and it's time to tear through the streets and get them home. Jelly flicks her hair with a bright grin, says it's time to head out, and thanks her for everything today. Celestria squints hard, then drops into the carriage and watches it roll. She bursts out anyway, cheeks blazing, insisting Jelly stop treating her like a kid. As the carriage rattles on, Jelly's mind drifts to that apple pie Celestria hadn't even snapped at her for polishing the whole thing, and Jelly can't help but think, with a quiet smile, that Celestria is seriously the sweetest girl. Jelly pushes her saint's power into a flower with wild experiments, and when she grabs it, the glow flares brighter in her hand. She's still terrible at using it, sure, but for now it's all she needs, because as long as nobody figures out she's a monster, she can keep slipping through. A sharp knock slices through the silence, and Will bursts in Jelly, lighting up as she grins and tells him he always shows up at the perfect time, then pushes him to look over the plan. He pauses for a second, then whips his eyes around at the chaotic table and papers strewn across the floor. He lets out a heavy sigh, blurts out sorry, and admits he never once noticed she couldn't stand paperwork. Jelly tightens her face into a frown, grimacing, because that's not the message she wanted to send him. She starts flashing these adorable little faces, blinking innocently like an angel, all to lure him in and make him lean closer. He steals quick glances at her and blurts out that everything he sees is just how wildly alive she's become. Now that she really thinks about it, he's got a point compared to before. This new body feels way easier to move. He tells her he's relieved she's still full of life, but then he says he's got a report he has to deliver. The moment he shows up with that food, her focus snaps straight to it. While she crunches cookies, he blurts out that a messenger from the church showed up earlier, begging her to come to the orphanage. Sure, it's a public duty, but then he leans in and asks what she'd rather do. Jelly chewed thoughtfully, then decided this was the perfect shot to dig into the saint's mouth still packed. She blurted out that she was going. Will tells her the orphanage is stuck in the worst part of the slums, then reminds her clear and simple she can always say no. Jelly clocks it instantly. This is the exact slum Celestria warned her about, and she grabs hold of the moment, insisting she has to see every last bit with her own eyes. Will Bose nods, agreeing he vows to stick with her all the way to the entrance. As the carriage rattles toward the slums, Will warns her that this world treats life way differently than back home, then tells her to stay sharp and be careful. Jelly steals a glance at the window, sadness pulling at her face, and whispers that a noble's carriage feels completely wrong for this place. Suddenly, Will yanks her back from the window, shouting that it's dangerous, that people are lurking out there, hunting for her. As the carriage grinds to a halt, he rushes over to lift her down, and suddenly she's standing in front of this towering, looming building. She pauses mid-step, eyes darting, and asks, "Is this really the orphanage?" Will blurts out an excuse and dashes out, and Jelly's stomach drops still. She forces herself to calm down. She can tap into the saint's power, even if it's just a little. A nun steps up, thanks Jelly for everything she's done, and tells her it's a huge honor two saints are visiting today. Jelly's eyes bulge with shock, and the nun nods, peeking across the yard where Celestria is laughing and playing with the kids. Then Jelly blurts her name, stunned beyond words. Celestria whips around just as shocked as she is. Jelly blurts out, "Why am I here?" and explains that a church messenger demanded she show up. Celestrian tightens her gaze, cuts her off mid-sentence, and says, "No, that's not what I meant." She points out that Jelly's always dodged public duties until now, and that realization totally scrambles her. Celestria tells Jelly to handle the rest, says she's just had a revelation, and then steps away like she already knows what's coming next. Celestria whips her arms out like a furious chicken, then snaps, demanding to know exactly what you think you're doing. Jelly blurts out an apology, admitting she's still not used to carrying everything by herself, and for now, she can only lean on Celestria. Jelly yanked Celestria's neckband from behind and yelled, "Wait!" Celestria snaps her gaze away, grumbling that Jelly's a total handful as her face flushes bright red. Then she vows she'll keep a close eye and study every move to learn how Jelly works. Jelly grins and ruffles her hair again to thank her, but Celestria instantly swats her hand away and snaps at her not to pat her like that. She crosses her arms and fires off a complaint, saying the church is seriously careless. She already told them she'd come alone, so why did they still send someone else? Then she mutters, "If I see that messenger again, I'll make sure they get a piece of my mind." Right then, a little kid tugged on Jelly's dress. Jelly snapped her gaze down and the child demanded, "Who are you?" Jelly crouched with a warm smile and introduced herself as Jelly, a friend of Celestria. Celestria swoops in and snaps the child's attention, saying Jelly is a saint just like her, but they're not friends. Jelly blinks, stunned. They're not. Celestria juts her chin high and proudly braggers about her long saintly career, but a little kid blurts out that she's way smaller, and Celestria recoils like she just got smacked. She clears her throat, straightens up, and blurts out that she's still in her growth spurt, and that before long she'll be as tall as Jelly. "No, wait," she says, "she'll be 10 times taller." Jelly flashes this wild thought of Celestria towering 10 times her height, because around here, every slime can't stop wondering how big they can get, how they can split, and how they can mimic, and Jelly even blurts that maybe Celestria is just stressed about being short. Celestria's face flushes crimson. In an instant, she snaps back defensively, firing off, "So you're saying that's supposed to be a bad thing?" Another kid blurts out, "You can't grow big unless you chow down on a ton of food." He grins and offers her his snack, then flicks a tiny piece into her palm like it's a secret. Celestria just stares at it, totally blown away, while Jelly watches with heartwarming eyes, convinced Celestria is the real deal, such a saint with kids. But then Jelly spots something chilling. These kids aren't actually enjoying themselves at all. They stare at her with cold, neutral faces. Some even look crushed, because not a single one of them smiles from the heart. And in her mind, she keeps flashing back to the warm, happy faces of the people around her, the same people around her. The kind that only shows up when someone's truly having the time of their life. So she calls out, asking them to spill the story about the most fun they've ever had. Celestria flinches, shoots forward, and hisses a tight whisper begging her not to ask that, because this is an orphanage, not the world she grew up in as a noble. These kids have been ripped of their parents by war, sickness, and endless misery, and now they're just scraping by day to day, surviving on pure grit, so there's basically no space left for fun. Jelly freezes, then the memory of her old life hits like a wave, replaying how she was cast out, left alone, and never allowed to forget. She's dead sure these kids are cut from the same cloth as the girl she used to be before she ever became human. One kid leans in and whispers, "So what does fun even mean?" Jelly drops into a crouch in front of them and whispers that they should stop talking and try it together instead. She blurts out of nowhere, that they're about to play tag right now. Soon, the courtyard erupts with pounding footsteps and unstoppable laughter. Jelly barrels after them, snatching one kid after another, and then boom, bright smiles explode across their faces as laughter ricochets through the whole area. A nun wipes a tear from the corner of her eye and whispers that the kids are somehow having way more fun than normal, thanks to the saints. Celestria hangs back with arms crossed, glaring, and snaps that Jelly is actually having a blast. After a while, the nun rolls out a spread of snacks, cheeks flushing as she blurts out that she's not even sure they'll hit their taste just right. Celestria flashes a smile and tells them, "Hand them over to the kids. There are way too many for us to keep." The kids swarm in, grinning as snacks get passed around. Jelly's eyes sparkle, and she lunges for one with pure excitement until Celestria yanks her back. Instead, she watches the kid take a bite, then leans in and demands, "So how does it taste?" The kid's grinning ear to ear, practically yelling that it's really, really good. Then right out of nowhere, the child's body goes limp. He crumples to the ground and faints. Jelly flinched hard, frozen in shock. She barrels over to the boy, and he clutches his stomach, sobbing, "It hurts." One by one, the other kids crumple and drop to the ground, writhing in pain, and the nun shakes as her voice stutters, "What on earth is happening?" Jelly snatches a biscuit in a flash and locks onto it, eyes locked like it just dared her. Without a second thought, she shoves it into her mouth and devours it. Then Celestria just stares at her in total shock. Jelly can't shake the thought if this is poison. It's the slow kind, the kind you don't notice until it's too late. And the longer this drags on, the more it feels like the whole thing is about to spiral into a disaster. Celestria blurts her name in pure shock, and the girl locks up, frozen. She'd totally forgotten human poison doesn't hit her the same way. So what do I do now? She panics. She pretends to be sick on the spot, swaying as she tells Celestria to rush in and save the children before it's too late. Inside, her mind races. She's one step away from being exposed as the monster she truly is. Celestria drops to her knees beside the sobbing child, and Jelly scoops another one up, murmuring to him that everything's going to be okay, that he'll be fine. She steadies her breath, locks in her focus, and unleashes the power she trained to master. A soft, radiant light blooms from her hands like magic. Across from her, Celestria labors on, and she keeps stealing quick glances at Jelly. The saint's power is the real deal. Celestria still can't swallow it all, but one truth hits like a punch. Jelly's words about change, about getting reformed, that part wasn't a lie. Soon, the kids start snapping back to themselves. The nun dips into a deep bow, her voice blazing with pure gratitude as she thanks them. Celestria drops her eyes, her face weighed down with guilt, and whispers that it's all her fault if only she hadn't given the kids sweets. Jelly gently pats her head and tells her, "Don't you blame yourself, it isn't your fault." Celestria snaps at her to stop treating her like a child, but Jelly waves it off, turns to the boy with a gentle voice, and asks if the pain is gone. He grins and says he's fine now. Then he can barely contain his excitement and yells at her to watch. He bolts to a tree and scrambles up fast, and stands tall on one of the branches, like it owns the sky. Then bam! A bird explodes out of the leaves, and it startles him out of his wits. He falls. Jelly lunges before she even realizes it. She rockets forward at breakneck speed, and Celestria can only freeze in pure shock. Even Jelly jumps back in shock. Stunned, she somehow pulled off that speed. She snatches him at the last second, right before he slams into the ground, but the momentum rips her off balance. She stumbles, then crashes hard to the ground. Celestria barrels over and slams her healing power into Jelly's injuries, mumbling through clenched teeth that it's pointless if she's the one who ends up getting hurt too. Celestria locks eyes on her, sharp as knives, then demands to know what that movement was, because seriously, that speed was straight up superhuman, wasn't it? Jelly feels sweat racing down to her temple. Oh no, what excuse is she going to pull out of her pocket this time? She slaps on a dazzling smile and declares, like it's fate, that the goddess must have handed her that power. She drops in a quick apology for the sudden shock. Celestria narrows her eyes, decides to hold it for now, and tells them they need to straighten something out first before anything else. She whips around to the nun and demands if she made those sweets, and the nun instantly panics, blurting that they were delivered by the church, sent specifically to feed the saints. Celestria leans in and asks if she remembers the messenger's face, and the nun panics, shaking her head, swearing she can't recall it clearly, while insisting she had nothing to do with the sweets at all. Jelly shoots back with a calm reassurance she's got no clue, and she isn't suspicious of her at all, and if the nun really poisoned them, the guilty culprit would have jumped out right away. Celestria's resolve crumbles into Jelly as she questions the messenger was the one who sent her to inspect the orphanage truly from the church. Jelly freezes dead in its tracks, and a calm horror realization sinks in. From the very beginning, they were already marked for the hunt. But Celestria snaps that it's way too soon to assume anything, and she questions Jelly gently, asking if she's done something that could have sparked someone's hatred. As Jelly mulls it over, her face drains of color, one shade at a time because the options are way too many. Celestria snaps at her to stay sharp, warning her like she's seen this kind of danger before. And since Celestria knows exactly what Jelly used to be like, she can't shake the feeling that no one else could be the target. So if someone's hunting a saint, it'd be her. Jelly gives a soft little smile, thanking her for the worry, and Celestria's cheeks instantly flare pink. She snaps her gaze aside and swears she's totally fine. But the truth is obvious: if Jelly gets hurt, it's her headache she can't afford. Jelly lets out a soft laugh and vows she'll be extra careful, so she doesn't end up giving anyone even more work. The two of them snap into a quick handshake, like they've just sealed the moment with pure intent. Jelly then declares she'll finally get rid of those poison sweets the right way. High above, perched on the rooftop, a cloaked man stares down silently, unmoving as the night breathes. A bird swoops down and lands, tapping his hand with its wings. He mutters, furious, that they failed again right when it mattered. After all that trouble to brew a poison that should have been impossible to detect, he can't help but wonder, does poison just not work on saints? His fist clenches hard, because time is almost gone. Next time, he vows he'll finally pull it off, no doubt. No excuses. Later, on the ride back, everything hit like a thunderclap. Will blurts, "So how'd the orphanage inspection go?" Jelly flashes a calm smile and calls it enlightening, even as she wisely decides to leave out the part where she barely dodged death. After that mastermind shoved Will into killing Jelly, this all feels like it's meant to crush Jelly in the end. She's sure they'll keep hunting her down, but she refuses to meet them face to face. The chief said, "Humans are fragile, but their brains and their unity make them unstoppable. When we stand together, no one can do a thing to us." Even among humans, the so-called heroes are still unreal, like the legends shine brightest when they're alone too, and the chief fighting one sounds so wild, it could have been ripped straight from a fairy tale. If the one hunting her is a hero, she's got nothing she can do. She may end up just like the chief, dead and gone. Even if she tracks down the culprit, she'll try to talk them down first before someone cuts her in half. While she reads, her restlessness keeps creeping up her eyes, snap around the room again and again, until she finally closes the book with one quiet, defeated sigh. Keeping her eyes on every shadow all day, because anyone could try to kill her, is absolutely mind-numbingly boring. A nearby vase suddenly rattles, she gasps, jolts hard, and tumbles to the floor in pure shock. A slime slowly wriggles back into the light and asks, with a sly little edge, if she's shocked. She can only nod, eyes locked in pure disbelief. Then a bunch of slimes scamper onto her hands and snap at her, yelling that she's getting way too careless. No matter how hard they stare at her every split, it still won't cut it. Jelly thinks she might have squeezed in more splits, but the lectures just keep piling higher. A sharp knock blasts through the room, and she jolts again. Then Aaron strides in, grinning and holding out sweets to go with the tea, and Jelly yanks the slimes into hiding fast, because one wrong glance and Aaron's going to spot them. Aaron spots how rattled she is and snaps, "Hey, are you okay? What's wrong?" Jelly whips her head side to side and insists it's nothing, then quickly flips the topic, "What sweets are we getting today?" Aaron swoops in and announces she's brought fig pound cake. Just moments ago, she was all tight and tense, and now her whole face lights up. She grabs her food and dives in, smiling so hard you can feel the excitement in the air. Aaron's eyes lock onto the book, and she blurts out whether it's all about filling the barrier device. She says they can live in peace in a monster-filled land only because the saints channel their overwhelming power straight into the barrier device. She tells her, with a full heart, that she's deeply grateful to her, and Jelly shoots back that she's only doing what any saint would, just carrying out her duty. She ruffles Aaron's hair and demands to know if she's hit the books hard again. Aaron beams and proudly swears she studies every single day, determined to be the one who helps when it matters. Jelly bites back into the food, then mulls over the barrier device because of course she's clueless about that too, and she can only guess it works like that saintly power, somehow healing wounds. But if there's some special way to do it, she's in serious trouble, so she'd rather just ask someone and get it over with. As she keeps chewing, she can't help but daydream about what would happen if she casually asked how the saints pour their power into the barrier. In her head, everything spirals suddenly. It's all drama, as the staff huddle and whisper, stunned that she knows absolutely nothing about a saint's duty. Then they creep toward her, yanking up kitchen knives, ladles, and anything they can grab, and they start blaming her like she's an imposter, screaming that a slime swapped the real saint and lunged at her. She shudders at the thought, snaps back into focus. Yeah, she's doing the barrier work. No excuses, no matter what. But who on earth could she turn to? Celestia hits my mind like a bolt of lightning. When trouble hits, isn't it smartest to run to a friend? She tilts her head up at Aaron, winces, apologizes for the sudden demand, and insists they go see Celestia. Aaron asks if she's been getting super close with Lady Celestia lately, and Jelly shrugs like, "We're friends, of course we are." Yeah. Aaron nods and says if that's true, she really hopes Lady Celestia isn't out doing public duty, because now she's dying to know who could possibly know where she's been. At the exact same time, both of them think of Will, and then they burst into giggles together. Aaron blurts out that she's going to go find out what's going on. Jelly blurts it out fast. Do it secretly, or he'll catch on that you're planning to leave. And the moment she hears her own thoughts, she realizes he's been weirdly protective lately. While she waits, she can't stop thinking, should she whip up something special for Celestia? If Celestia is going to train her for the job, then a little gift is the only move that makes sense. Soon enough, they're already rolling carriage wheels thudding down the road towards South Lake Hall, where the lake stretches out wide and gorgeous, and Erin hums to herself in bright, happy joy up front. Jelly sits there, totally rapt, soaking up the humans' laughter when they're happy like birds singing in the sky. She's never heard anyone sing this close before, and it feels like a warm, beautiful blanket wrapping around her. Erin says this spot is a hot summer hideout, then drops a shocking bomb she swears the barrier device is tucked away in a place she never would have guessed. And when she looks at Jelly, she shrugs like, "Come on, it's your turn for public duty, so yeah, you'd be the one there." Earlier, Aaron snapped, "Where is Lady Celestia?" At first, he looked totally lost, and Jelly shot back before he could even speak. "You probably have no clue, right?" Will shot back that sure, he couldn't be 100 certain, but now that he thought about it, Celestia was the one who might finally be up for the official job pumping her power into the barrier. If it was true, she had to be at South Lake, and he'd pressed, "Why do you even need to know?" Jelly blurted back that it was no reason, then practically sprinted through the answer. As the carriage keeps rolling, Jelly decides to stay glued to Celestia's side, hoping she can finally pick up a thing or two, while Aaron peers out the window and quietly says the fog is rolling in. She says if the sky had been clear, she would have seen the lake way better, but nonstop rain has been rolling through for ages, so there's no changing it. Aaron tells her that folks here swear monsters pop up whenever the fog thickens, and Jelly shoots her a shaky, nervous smile like, "That's terrifying," while deep down she can't stop worrying. What if Celestia isn't okay if those things really come? She leans in and asks Aaron if they can push it a little faster, and Aaron snaps back that with visibility, this awful speeding up anymore would be downright dangerous. Out of nowhere, the carriage lurches hard, shaking everyone like it's about to tear apart. The coachman blurts out an apology, blaming the horse's panic on the thick fog, and once they both realize they can't keep going like this, she clenches her jaw and decides she has to walk from here. She jumps down from the carriage, thrusts a slice of cake into Aaron's hands, and dares her to take a bite, telling her to guard it with her life so they can chow down together the second they come back. She tells Aaron to stay put inside because it's safer there. Then she wastes no time, pushes forward alone, and leaves the carriage behind. She figures she can move without restrictions, even if it means she might bump into monsters on the way. She snaps into a sprint, hammering down the path and telling herself, "It's straight, don't get lost." But the fog is so thick it dares a single wrong step to fling her into the lake, and she knows she won't make it, especially not in water she can't even see. Then she spots a lone figure up ahead, and for a split second, her heart swears it's Celestia. But the closer she gets, the truth hits hard it's a man, swallowed up in a black cloak. He tells her that running into her again in a place like this has to be one hell of a coincidence. She slams the brakes and freezes, unease crawling up her spine, and then she can't help but wonder who he really is. She leans in and asks if they've met before, and it's the only reason she can say because somehow She's already got a gut-punch bad feeling about him. He shoots back that they haven't, never once have they met face to face, then adds, straight through gritted teeth, that he's definitely not feeling nice to meet you right now. He leans in and tells her, I know you from the outside, because yeah, she's a public figure. As she listens, a memory snaps to life. Back when she still lived deep in the forest, humans surged in and attacked her again and again, and now the man standing before her has the exact same kind of presence. A faint tingling crawls over her skin, and the moment that presence gets close, unease slams into her. She's lived that nightmare so many times in the forest that it feels like it hunts her back. He hunts for a living, like it's his calling. She freezes when he tosses it off like nothing, saying his plan got smashed the moment she crawled back alive from that forest. The forest hits her like a punch. Her mind reels back to the spot where she was poisoned, and if he knows about it, then there's only one terrifying answer. He's the one who's been hunting her the whole time. She leans in and demands to know if it was him who twisted Will into poisoning her. He answers in a calm voice that yes, that was the case because he figured poison would do the job. After all, he'd heard she wasn't exactly great at healing. But what he saw at the orphanage shattered that idea, instantly made him realize just how naive he'd been. Her muscles lock up, and she demands to know, was he the one who poisoned the sweets too? He confirms it, and yeah, that special ingredient is total trash against her. For one heartbeat, she remembers the taste and almost drools, even with everything on the line. She blurts out, "You're not bad at all," and then before the moment can cool, she thanks him too. He mutters that she's got sarcasm down to a science, then she snaps, demanding to know why he's coming after her. Is it revenge? He sneers, like he's already tasted victory. Revenge? Nah, this isn't some childish game. He steps forward like he's about to start a fight. She instinctively stumbles back, and his eyes snap into a razor-sharp glare. Something in him just breaks. A brutal surge slams into her, and she stumbles back, stunned and speechless. In the next instant, he's right at her side, leaning in so close he can whisper in her ear. Then he snaps, asking if she's sick and whether a nightmare wrecked her sleep. Then he leans in and tells her, calm as a blade, to rest easy. He's not coming for her today. Her mind is racing. If she lets him slip right now, who knows when he'll strike again. But can she really stop him with the strength she has in this moment? She's trying to dodge a fight with a human at all costs, and he insists this isn't revenge. So the past Jelly had to know something, and now she's forcing herself to claw through Jelly's memories. Nothing, just blank space, and somehow that emptiness feels way too strange, right? Not one memory from her past stays sharp in her mind. He takes a few steps back and declares that everything's rolling exactly as planned, like it's the one thing that person has been craving to hear. He already nailed his goal, so he's clocking out and taking his leave for today. She lunges her hand out toward him, but he snaps at her. If she doesn't want to lose something precious, she better stop poking her nose where she has no business going. And just like that, he disappears into the fog. She lets out a shaky breath, like her chest can't hold it together. That hit her like a punch out of nowhere. Now that she's thinking about it, why did he come all the way out here just for this? He even swore he wasn't coming for her today, and then bragged that his mission was already done. So what on earth is he talking about? If it wasn't her, then who was it? The lake. The barrier Celestria. She freezes. She'd always figured the Jelly from before would have spawned a whole army of enemies, same as usual. But when she thinks it through, it hits her. The sweets at the orphanage couldn't possibly be meant only for her. Shouldn't that realization slam into her like lightning? He's not hunting her by herself. He's going after the saints. Oh no, Celestria is in real danger right now. She spins in a frenzy, but the fog has slammed in so hard that every inch ahead looks exactly the same. She can't even pin down which way she came from, so what on earth is she supposed to do now? Then out of nowhere, a faint glow flickers through the mist, right as the caterpillar bursts into a radiant butterfly, its wings shimmering with gentle, soft light. Her eyes pop wide, because she finally got to show Celestria what she'd been holding on to. Without a second thought, she breaks into a sprint after it. Her heart thunders wildly in her chest, like it's trying to break free. A butterfly flits ahead, then drops softly, landing right on some poor soul's forehead. Celestial crumpled to the ground, blood slipping from her temple as she slumped into unconsciousness. Jelly rockets forward and scoops her into her arms, yanking her close as she blurts out, shaking, "Are you okay? Please tell me you're okay." Celestria limps toward her with shaking hands, whispering for the goddess, and right before the world snatches her away, Jelly exhales like she can finally breathe. She's bleeding. Yeah, but she's still alive. She only fainted. Then boom, her face flips. Her eyes snap into a sharp glare, and her senses lock in like a predator, zeroing in on prey. She swears the mist is hiding glowing eyes watching her from every shadow. One by one, the wolves surge forward, circling her and Celestria in a wide, crushing ring, and their growls thunder low with pure hostility. So it's them, these monsters, who wrecked Celestria. She clamps her teeth on her thumb without a second thought. Right then, a bunch of slimes burst out, split like a swarm, and she commands them, protect Celestria and heal her. No more scratches. Not even one jelly heaves herself up to her feet, fury blazing as she glares at them and screams that they're undisciplined mutts, because how dare they lay a paw on her precious friend. Her finger whips out and pins them in place, shaking with pure rage. Her usual kindness is vanished. Her voice drops to a cold, dangerous edge as she snaps that this is it, time for punishment. Celestria drags herself upright, her whole body shaking, and blurts out in weakly desperation, "Why are monsters here of all places?" Her eyes snap to the barrier, and it's still up, still alive with power, humming like it hasn't missed a beat. One of the wolves explodes forward, lunging straight at her, only to slam hard into an invisible wall. It yelps as the force slams it back while she tells it, "You're not strong enough to crack a saint's barrier." But the wolf only growls, and her gaze slips straight to the lake. The water ripples out of nowhere, and a giant fish with brutal, jagged rows of teeth rockets up near the surface. She hits the surface and gasps hard, then panic slams in, because she can't even swim to get away. It's just one straight road back to the village, and she's sure she can't make her escape. For a split second, her legs start to tremble out of pure fear. Then she whacks her own cheek, hard enough to rattle her thoughts, and tells herself, "I'm a saint." Saints don't exist for comfort. They're here to guard the people's peace, so she can't just freeze in place, trembling, and wait to be killed. She raises her staff and slams it down on the nearest wolf the moment it springs toward her. The strike slashes across its face. It yelps hard, then snarls again, rage surging even higher. Before she even speaks, she dares them to charge her. Then she brings them down one after another, because either way, her life feels like it's already doomed. One more wolf explodes into the scene, right on his heels. She spots it instantly, then bam, something crashes into her. She gets hurled through the air and smashes straight into the barrier device. A brutal hit detonates at the back of her head as she crumples to the ground, and the world whirls out of focus. The wolves close in, circling her like a living nightmare. As the dark closes in, a desperate thought flickers through her weakening mind. Was she truly a worthy saint? She pushed through all that brutal training by herself, convinced down to her bones that she'd face every trial alone, all the way to the very end. Then Jelly's face slams into her thoughts like a flash of lightning. She can't help but wonder, would Jelly break down and cry for her? As her consciousness sputters, she spots a figure up ahead, radiating so hard her eyes sting from the light. In her daze, she whispers the word goddess, and just like that, everything snaps to black again. Jelly's fury snaps into focus. She blurts that it's time to punish him. A ravenous wolf lunges straight for her. She casually whips it across his face with a savage slap. The wolf staggers backward, completely stunned, staring at her like she just shattered his pride. Another one lunges in, and it gets the exact same beatdown. In a blink, she's gone. Then she snatches every wolf in seconds and slams them straight into the lake. A monstrous fish rockets out of the water, snapping its jaws wide. Her mouth drops open in pure horror, and the wolves freeze too. The survivors, who barely slipped away, crawl back ripped up, shredded, and still half devoured. She snaps out fast and furious that it's their fault first. She doesn't even pause. She snatches them by the tails and whips them into the water, and the fish rips into them with a savage, violent splash. She's sure the leg monster is his handiwork too, so she tightens her grip and plans to smash that fish for good in no time. That man is terrifying, but somehow these monsters aren't. Maybe it's because she finally gets how to use this body. For the first time, she feels it all clearly, and she doesn't feel like she's going to lose. Slimes swarm around her, roaring that she's healed and that the truth is waiting, but only if they sprint. She exhales a quiet thanks. Then she leans over Celestria and presses her fingers to her forehead. No more bleeding. Jelly exhales, finally calm, and gently hauls Celestria up onto her back. Celestria jerks weakly awake, murmuring that so much has happened and none of it adds up, but she insists they should head back first. Then her eyes slowly flutter open, like something inside her just fought its way back. The second she's fully awake, she shoots upright in pure panic, eyes bulging wide. She fires off one question after another. Why is she here? Where are the monsters? And what on earth happened to them? Jelly freezes, her thoughts scrambling like a fire alarm. What does she even say? A quick trip to watch a saint at work? No way, she can't say that. Before she can even process what's happening, she blurts, "A butterfly glowing." She follows it and stumbles upon her own body on the ground, while the monsters, spooked by that light, bolt off and tumble straight into the lake. Celestria huffs, totally not buying it, and demands why she should trust a story that sounds this ridiculous. Then Jelly just stares back with wide, sparkling eyes, blinks like an angel, and asks if those look like the eyes of a liar. Celestria huffs again, then snarls out a muttered curse under her breath. And honestly, she swears she's seen that same butterfly fly by like a little messenger from the goddess herself. Jelly realizes she didn't just want to show it. She wanted to give that butterfly as a real present and watch them discover it side by side, because that's what friends do, right? Right then, she spots someone slipping through the fog and her whole face lights up. "That has to be Aaron," she blurts. But when that shape closes in, it isn't Aaron at all. It's a raging will, burning with fury. She jolts back in pure fright. He clears his throat and says, "Lady Celestria looks drained. I'll ask about the details later." Then he demands to know where Celestria's carriage is. Celestria answers, every week, that it's just a little way from here yet when she finally showed up. The fog still hung in the air like it had never even thinned. Jelly's composure crumbles to mush, and Will blurts that they should escort her there. Jelly freaks out, nodding hard, just screaming, "Yes, yes, of course. Yeah, damn." Then he whips his gaze to Aaron, standing there trembling like she's terrified, and tells her to go on ahead and start the tea, because he'll handle the rest of this mess after Aaron snaps. "I understand," and moves fast. He says it so calmly she almost doesn't hear it, and then he adds that she can make some cake too. The second the words land, Jelly's face lights up like a match. Aaron says she's off to make the tea, and Jelly blurts out an excited little cheer, while Celestria mumbles under her breath that she's really changed. The kids swarm around the nun, buzzing with questions. Will it be ready soon? And she just beams, telling them to hang on a little longer. Then she yanks out a tray of hot, freshly baked cookies, and the whole room goes silent for a second. Kids gasp, and Jelly's eyes shine like fireworks. The director yells at them to dig in right now. As they reach for the treats, she grins and tells them, "Whenever Jelly comes to inspect, I even sneak in ingredients for the kids' snacks." She says she's really thankful for her, then Jelly just smiles, waves it off, and shrugs. It's nothing, no big deal at all. While she digs in, she can't help but think, the director's always got the best snacks if I just bring the ingredients. Here, she's free to chow down as much as she wants. No one's stopping her. For a second, her mind slips because that mysterious man unleashed pure chaos at the orphanage. He even tried to kill Celestria. Just the thought of it twists something inside her like a blade being turned. She refuses to forgive him because this isn't some silly, I just wanted Jelly situation. If it were, maybe it'd add up, but it doesn't. Celestria isn't the kind of person who makes enemies, so why is he hunting saints? Don't waste time dwelling on it now. She shoves the thought aside and promises herself she'll solve it later. Right nearby, the director leans in and reassures the kids, saying there's still plenty to go around, and everyone crowds in together for the snacks. She asks if it tastes good, and the kids light up, shouting that it's absolutely delicious. Jelly grins and jumps right in, stuffing snacks into her mouth while the kids laugh around her, and the fact she can chow down with them and then dart into a tag game feels straight up like paradise. Just then, she snaps her head up and spots Celestria closing in fast. She perks up, yells, "There you are." Celestria stares at the moment in stunned silence. Admitting she never dreamed the kids would bond with Jelly this hard yet lately, nothing about this place stops surprising her. Jelly flashes a grin and invites her to jump in with them, and Celestria says she'd love to, but the church has just sent an urgent call for every saint. Jelly pats her head and laments. That's just unfortunate. But Celestria snatches her up and yanks her forward, muttering that she's coming too because she's a saint, just like her. As they stride along, she blurts, "What in the world could that urgent call be about?" Celestria snaps back that it's all about the monsters creeping up near the lake barrier, and once they get there, she'll spill every detail. When they finally reach the church, Jelly slams the brakes, staring up at it in shock. It's massive, towering over her like a whole mountain. A girl waits by the entrance, smiling them in like she owns the place. Jelly clocks her instantly, curious if she's another saint, and the girl just grins harder, already determined to leave a great first impression. But the girl just looks away, and Jelly freezes like ice. Does it mean they're still on bad terms, like in that earlier Jelly? Inside, every saint stands shoulder to shoulder as the high priest steps forward and starts thanking them for showing up. Though he admits some might already know, he's still going to spell out why they were hauled in so urgently. He blares the news several monsters shattered the barrier in the Fog Sea Lake region, and then Lady Celestria gets attacked. The room ripples with murmurs. But he shoots his hand up, shuts the whole room down, and then he turns to Celestria asking if she's okay. She answers that she is. But if Jelly hadn't shown up, she wouldn't be standing there at this very moment. The other saint stares at the Jelly in pure shock, then squints hard like she's instantly calling it a lie. Jelly yanks her bag open and starts devouring cookies, like the whole world isn't about to explode. The girl stares at her, stunned like she can't process what she's seeing, because in her gut she's convinced Celestria has to be wrong, and there's no way Jelly could have saved anyone. The high priestess presses on, saying they hit the lake the moment the report came in and found 0 monsters, 0 weirdness, so the girl can't shake the feeling that something out of their control is pulling the strings. The high priest nods, and no matter which way it goes, this is deadly serious, so they have to move fast. Jelly quietly realizes this: if someone's hunting saints, then that girl is probably next, and she can't stop wondering what kind of bond she had with the previous Jelly. No matter how fiercely she tries, her mind keeps blanking out everything, like the memories won't ever come back. Jelly lunges ahead in a flash and blasts out, full volume, that this is no joke, it's serious. The high priest snapped into shock at her sudden outburst, but then she glares down at the cookies she smashed by accident, and tears start falling fast right on cue. The high priest clears his throat and warns that it might not be smart for Jelly to go solo, pushing for the other girl to tag along with her. The girl creases her brow and mutters under her breath, "Why me?" He shoots back, "Did you say something?" She shuts it down and stops. She flashes a polite smile in a flash and cuts in, "It's not." She shrugs it off as nothing, then reveals she's working non-stop to stop crop epidemics from ravaging the farmlands. The high priest tells her only saints can pour holy power into that barrier, and she nods back, saying she gets it. But His Majesty is worried sick about the crops. She shoots out a quick apology for the hassle, then asks the last two if they can take over and handle the barrier. The high priest snaps that Celestria already burned through her power in that earlier chaos. She needs to rest, and fast. The girl mutters a curse under her breath, clearly pissed off, then snaps on a bright smile in an instant. She says if neither Lady Celestria nor she can go, then Lady Jelly has to step up because there's no one else left to do it. She locks eyes with Jelly and smirks like she already knows everything. Jelly freezes mid-blink, still gripping the shattered cookies, but every ounce of her attention snaps right to her. Jenny tells herself, Celestria will finally rest, and Ange the Saint will take on another mission for the country, because that means both of them stay way safer than if they march straight to the barrier. That mysterious guy needs to tail her, because if she slips into this barrier alone, she's going to catch him next time he shows up. Jelly slowly lifts her hand and pleads with the high priest to let her step into the role. The high priest stares at her like he's seen a ghost, then asks if she's really going to go alone. Jelly just nods and tells him, yes. The other two are tied up with their own duties right now, so she's grabbing the problem and handling it herself. The high priest snaps quiet for a beat, staring her down like this could be a perfect advantage for him, but then the rumors about this saint crash back into his head because he's heard what she used to do, the way she'd save her cruel experiments on the weak and the sick, forcing pain on anyone who couldn't fight back. Ever since then, she's shut down every single request, every time, so, yeah, it's always felt off, which makes this sudden change even more suspicious. So, why now? When he locks eyes with her, something in him jolts like a warning he can't ignore. His eyes carry the stare of a true, full-fledged hunter. One bad move from him, and the whole country could burn. He clears his throat and flat out insists she'd be safer if she goes with someone else. Jelly fires back, calm as ever, saying she'll be totally fine flying solo. Just as he's about to answer, Celestria strides in and asks to speak, and she declares that, like Jelly herself said, Jelly can investigate the barrier all on her own. The high priest stared at her, stunned, and when he spoke, he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He said he thought she'd be way more careful, then demanded why she would dare to say something like that. Celestria freezes for a split second, then blurts out that crazy as it sounds, Jelly just had a revelation. The whole room freezes in stunned silence. The high priest gasps in total disbelief, blurting, "How in the world could that happen?" Celestria says that ever since that moment, Jelly's saint act flipped completely, and Jelly even admits she nearly fell off her feet when she saw it with her own eyes. To the side, she clenched her jaw, rage blazing. The high priest lets out a slow breath and says, "If this is really true, we might be staring at a national celebration." Then he leans in and demands to know what kind of revelation she had. Jelly swears she's doing this to make up for what she's done, and to serve the people with real, honest sincerity. Jelly's convinced this explanation is spot on, like a key that finally lets her step into a calm, comfortable human life and breathe in peace. The high priest scoffs Jelly is rumored to be nowhere near a saint, and he can't wrap his head around her getting a revelation at all, but the goddess chose Jelly as a guide for every saint, so yeah, she's got exactly what it takes to become one. He finally snaps and declares he'll ditch Jolly and go check the barrier alone. Suddenly, Ange steps in, then stops, thinks for a second, and declares that now she finally gets it. This is the kind of impossible feat that no single person could ever pull off on their own, so she figured, I'll step in and give them a hand. She's like, why is Jenny so willing to do her job? This should have been her, dragged into it, gritting her teeth, taking the assignment nobody else wanted. She even got a revelation straight from the goddess, like, who else could top that? Do things like that, and you don't just stand out, you blaze. The high priest leans in and demands, weren't you busy with the crops? She opens her mouth, but nothing comes out, so she finally concedes. You're right. He whirls back to the Jelly and warns that the monsters could strike again, so he orders guards to stand watch. Jelly jolts as a terrifying vision slams into her mind, guards standing there, staring while she casually launches monsters into the sky, and then they all start whispering like they've spotted something they can't ignore. No way any saint could take down monsters like that until they finally realize the truth. She's not a saint at all. She's a slime. Jelly stiffens as her face drains of color, the fear hitting her hard before anyone even opens their mouth. She blurts out, I don't need guards. I've got this. Then she straight up adds, I'll be my own guard. Then, almost yelling, she snaps that she's heading straight for the barrier, and without a second to waste, she bolts. Celestria sprints after her at full speed. By the time she finally catches up, they're already strolling through the garden, and Celestria tells her straight up pumping the barrier full of magic power takes a brutal amount of effort, so why not take it easy and team up with Ange? Jelly flashes a warm smile and tells her she's honestly grateful for the care, then straight up says she's got it from here. She reassures her, saying she'll pull it off without even breaking a sweat. Right then, someone yells her name loud enough to freeze the moment. Ange barrels toward them and blurts out what they're doing. Like, seriously, is she really about to walk straight into that barrier alone? Jelly asks if she's not got anything better to do. Ange shoots back, yeah, that's me. And if Jelly pushes the matter, she's ready to step in and help. For a split second, Jelly's heart softens. She realizes Angie is being genuinely kind by offering help even though she's swamped. So she smiles, thanks her with a gentle voice, and vows to go on her own. Ange spots it and blurts out, if you do that, you'll be the only one left standing, and that's going to get you killed. Jelly freezes for a split second. She already knows Aang is right. If she draws too much attention, her real identity could get uncovered, but the mysterious man won't lift a finger unless she slips in alone. She smiles and tells them to do their part, each one doing what only they can. Anja's face hardens. Jelly's words sound like she's basically telling her, I don't need you, and it burns. She grits her teeth and realizes, with chilling certainty, that Jelly has been despicable from the very start. Meanwhile, Jelly is thinking the exact opposite. She's sure she finally nailed it and made the perfect impression this time. Celestria still looks worried, but Jelly snaps back with confidence, telling her there's nothing to fear. So to cut the tension, Jelly grins and tells them, when I'm back, we're eating cookies together. Deal. And with that, they turn and stride off while Ange stays frozen in place, her anger simmering. She can't shake the thought that Celestria spoke without meaning to, like when she said Jelly had a revelation. Because here's the truth, nothing's really changed. Jelly is still the kind of person who can wound others, then laugh like it's a joke. A vicious liar in heels, one bad girl who's got it coming, because she's the kind of person who deserves to be punished. Then Jelly's face drains of color the moment it hits her hard, and she realizes she has zero clue how to pump magic power into the barrier. Later, she pushes deeper into the mountains, chasing answers. She knows it definitely wasn't easy to win Will and Aaron over, but somehow she still slips away and sets off on her own. After wandering for a bit, she finally drops down to rest and goes for her second meal, because noon is still a few hours away. When she cracks open the box, she can't help but panic again because she still doesn't really know how to pour magic power into the barriers she'd even asked Ange before she left. And Ange had insisted right off the bat that she already knew how. But after a beat, Ange leaned in and said, if Jelly doesn't mind, I'll start from the very beginning and tell you everything. She ordered her to dig into the griffer barrier first, then walked her through every step, one by one. Jelly lets out a faint smile, realizing she never once knew Ange could be that kind. If this keeps going, she's one step away from finally living a calm, normal human life. She chews in peaceful silence, tossing little bites to the squirrels and pigeons that swarm in like they've been waiting for her. After some time, she finally decides it's time to move again. She's aiming to hit the barrier by noon, so she grits her teeth, stays patient, and saves the rest of the food for after the investigation. She snaps the box shut while squirrels and birds keep pecking at it, yelling "food thieves," and telling them to stop because they've already devoured more than half the sandwiches. As she stands up to head out, a weird unease claws at her chest. She's begging for nothing to go wrong, but she can't shake the gut feeling that he's somewhere nearby, watching her. With the other saints in town, he could strike after her any time, and if he's reckless enough, he might unleash monsters to attack her the same way he did to Celestria. She tightens her grip on the bag and casually swings it in her hand, already promising herself that if any monsters pop up, she'll take them down. But the strap suddenly slips right out of her fingers. The bag rockets through the air and smacks down right into the lap of someone posted between the rocks. Startled, she snaps into a defensive stance, convinced it's a monster, and then she spots him. There he is, she thinks. He showed up way earlier than she expected. But it's a guy, he snarls like, "What the hell did you put in there to make it hit this hard?" Before she can even blink, he explodes with a shout, telling someone to catch her the very next second. A bunch of men come charging in with weapons bared, closing in fast and trapping her as she thrashes, trying to figure out her next move because sure, they don't look that hard to beat, But the moment she thinks about fighting back, she refuses to hurt any humans. Even before she fully adjusted to this body, she accidentally launched her will flying now. If she fights for real, this could spiral into total chaos. But what if those guys are the mysterious man's crew that could spell disaster? Right as she snaps back to reality, panic hits. She's pinned down, ropes cinched tight around her whole body, like she forgot how to guard herself. One of the men stares and tells her she matches the rumors perfectly. She blinks, realization hits hard that she was totally lost in it. He slides in close and hisses a warning. If she dares to make a sound, things are about to get terrifying for her. Now that she's thinking about it, these guys don't look like the mysterious man's people at all. They're a total mess, and they're way too loud. They're basically kids, running around pretending they're knights. That thought hits her like lightning, and she erupts into wild laughter. Then every man freezes, staring at her like she's lost her mind. The leader snaps orders in their faces, telling everyone to rush and haul the young lady away before anything gets worse. Jelly decides to watch how it all unfolds, and the man leans over her, growling that she shouldn't resist because once they're done, they'll let her go. She leans in and asks, "Will you be finished by noon?" He says it all comes down to her luck, and that snaps the tension down just a notch. If they were tied to that mysterious man, they wouldn't be talking luck like it's fate, and they don't look the type to go slaughter a saint with their own hands. So she figures they're probably not connected to him, and she asks, "Then who are you?" The man breaks into a proud grin and boldly announces, "We're brigands." Not some run-of-the-mill brigands. These super bad ones were blinded by straight-up greed. They insist she has to be some noble lady. They're going to demand a ransom, and for someone like her, it won't cost a fortune. Then, once the money hits, she's finally getting out free. She shoots him a weird look, then plays it innocent. "Do you want money? Like seriously, why not work hard and earn it instead of pulling this stunt?" The man starts shaking with pure rage and spits that this is exactly why he can't stand nobles. They get it wrong every time Jelly freezes, totally lost, and blares, "Wait, why are they flipping out?" They seize her and slam her into a wooden house, then decide to abandon her there. The second someone sets her down, her head thuds into the wooden floor. He blurts out an instant apology and immediately asks if she's okay. She says she's totally fine, then he exhales in pure relief and awkwardly blurts out that if she pushes herself too far, she might end up smacking her head again, so he was just looking out for her, warning her before it happened. Jelly blinks. Wait, are those really the brigands? The creatures she spotted in the forest earlier were terrifying, but these ones made them look tame. The leader snaps, telling the others he's got something huge to say, and orders them all to head straight to the back room. In a tiny, trembling voice, Jelly asks, "Are you really going to leave me all by myself?" The second they vanish, she rises like nothing happened. Then she tightens her arms just a little, and the ropes snap clean under the force. She can't stop feeling bad for the bandits. Still, she has to sprint. She can't waste another second if she wants to reach the barrier. Right when she's about to step outside, the back room explodes open, and they come barreling out. Then the leader roars at full volume, "Monsters!" The wolves slam into the brigands and pin them to the ground, while their leader hacks wildly, desperate to fend off the fury. He let out a fierce shout, telling the monsters to charge at him instead. The kid who warned Jelly not to squirm is crumpled and badly hurt, so the leader snatches him up and hauls him into a nearby lab, frantically checking if he's still okay yet. The boy only shakes his head weakly, begging that everyone else be left behind and that the leader run. But the leader grits his teeth because he can't ditch the young girl either. One of the men blurts out that when they finally got out of that mountain hut, she'd already slipped away. The leader lets out a breath of relief, like the weight finally slips off his chest. He hoists the injured boy in his arms and grumbles that fate just screwed them. One more guy blurts out, "So what do we do next?" And the leader just shrugs like he's got nothing, so they've got to try anyway, even if it smells like a miserable end. Suddenly, the wolves started growling deep in their throats, fur spiking up and sharp eyes locked on everything around them. The men spotted something off, and panic spread like wildfire through the group. Then their leader demanded, What's happening right now? Then Jelly bursts into the clearing, arms crossed and huffing like she's furious. That was a total detour, and trust me, you'll all pay for this. The men stare at her in stunned disbelief, not even able to process why she's back then. Their leader snaps into action, urging her to run, but she won't budge, her face shouting pure disbelief. They warned her not to run, and now they're screaming for her to flee. But she's locked in because she's going to make every single one of them regret underestimating her. The leader tells her, "If you make it out alive, you can do whatever you want right now. You've got to slip away fast." A wolf bursts forward to attack her, and the men go rigid, breath caught in their throats as they wait for the next move. With a lazy snap of her back, Jelly lashes out and smashes the wolf straight into a tree trunk, hard. They can barely wrap their heads around what they're seeing. She suddenly realizes she pulled that stunt right in front of humans, and now panic hits. What if they find out she's a slime? The last of them cringed, monsters scattered and fled. The men are trembling as one of them blurts out that even the three of them had no chance against that monster, so when their leader stammers in disbelief and asks, "Who is this young girl?" I can feel the fear hit them all at once. The leader's eyes go wide as Jelly strides up, and she blurts out that she needs to talk to him. There are a few things she has to say. Every man goes still at once, trembling like leaves in a full-on storm. Then one mutters, "There's no way out." And the leader blurts, stuttering, that they'll tell her everything, so will she actually let them walk free? Jelly exhales in her head, thank God they didn't figure it out, then tells them it all comes down to what they say. Before they even get a word out, she blasts her healing powers and turns the tide. And the glowing light blazing from her hands hits them like a thunderclap. Then their wounds knit back together, right in front of their eyes. The leader can't even keep his voice steady, stammering in pure panic. What kind of power is this? Jelly, puffed up with pride, declares that it's the saint's power. They all snap still, mouths wide open, eyes locked on her hair and her jaw dropping look. Then she grins and drops her name like a challenge, Jelly Aspic. The moment they spot her, fear rips through them again because they've heard every terrifying story about her. The leader snaps back to focus, muttering that this has to be the goddess's guidance. He leans in and makes it crystal clear. These aren't brigands. They're the village vigilantes guarding the mountain's foot. Jelly's mind clicks back into place. Turns out they're not brigands after all, just like she guessed. He breaks the news an epidemic has ripped through the crops this year. The harvest is already beyond saving, and without a miracle before winter hits, people will starve. They begged the ruler for help, but she just brushed them off and ignored them. When they heard a noble was charging up the mountain path alone, they should have walked away, but greed dragged them into a kidnapping plot for cash. Jelly shakes her head and blames the ruler for brushing them off. What a stupid move, and everybody knows it. The leader stops dead in their tracks, frozen, like the world just held its breath. Then he blurts out that the ruler is the deputy head of the Aspic family, and Jelly's jaw just drops open in this totally comical, almost cartoon-style shock. Oh no, this is going to land on her too. If she doesn't act right now, those villagers are going to take her life. She blurts out, "Of course I know," like she's been waiting for this moment. And that's what she really meant. She's being so foolish. It's painful to watch. She yanks one apple from her bag, then shoves the enormous bag of the rest into their hands and tells them to grab it if the villagers need food right now. This is it. The leader stares at the bag in total shock, like his brain can't even catch up. He realizes this is more than enough to keep the starving villagers alive, then straight up asks her, "Did you bring all of this knowing from the start what you were doing?" Jelly tells them to help themselves, because even this food was theirs to begin with, and she swears she'll crush every problem herself. Films, yeah, that's a saint's duty. Birds whip through the sky above her, squirrels scurry across her body, and the sunlight lands perfectly like it planned it. She looks straight out of a painting, and everyone just stares in pure awe. All right, Jelly starts fretting about whether to ask Ange about that crop disease, because if the village pulls through and thrives, they'll reward her with even more tasty food. She clutches the bag with a death grip, even as the leader lunges in to rip it from her hands. They both stumble through an awkward laugh at the tug of war, and finally, he gives up. then asks if she wants to grab food together. They all huddle up, settle in, and chomp apples together. Seriously, there's nothing like eating together with everyone. It's pure fun. Once the apples are gone, Jelly blurts that it's time for her to go, and the leader bows deeply, thanking her from the bottom of his heart for the food. Jelly grins, convinced that eating together with everyone is the best thing ever until the moment she's about to leave, when the leader suddenly cuts in and demands why she was on the mountain trail in the first place. She stares at him, baffled, and then she snaps upright, eyes wide, screaming in sheer horror like it hits her all at once she completely forgot. Moments later, she bolts away, barrels into the barrier device area, and almost forgets the real reason she came. She has to investigate that barrier. Thankfully, the vigilantes threw her a shortcut. No joke. It would have been quicker if... They came with her, but if she keeps using her powers around humans, suspicion will creep in, and her secret won't stay safe for long. If that mysterious man is playing it safe, then this whole trip could be a total bust. She tightens her frown. Next time, she's catching him for real. No excuses. When she whips her head around, the silence hits her like a punch. No monsters, no lurking mysterious man ready to ambush her. Then she spots a massive glowing structure looming ahead, so that's the barrier device. She steps up and presses her fingers to it with total care at first. Everything looks perfectly fine. Then snap, a sharp crack erupts from deep inside the device, and she recoils in panic as the barrier's magic power dwindles fast. She's got to refill it, but if she pours her power into it, she'll basically strip herself of protection. She swears there's still plenty of magic left in her, but if she drops her guard for even a second, that mysterious man will strike, so she snaps out a warning, calling, "Is anyone there?" And then nothing, just dead silence. She snaps to attention, calls her slimes to her side, and orders them to comb the area inch by inch, hunting for anyone lurking nearby. This would let them strike her way easier than trying to hit Celestria or Ange head-on. So where is he? Why is this place still dead quiet? No monsters, no sign, nothing at all. Did she miss something? Because the monsters were supposed to show up right here. Then she pauses. Those monsters earlier won't let her go. Had they been sent to hunt her when she escaped that mountain hut alone? And maybe the mysterious man just assumed she was still trapped, like he'd seen those men before. Maybe he jumped the gun and accidentally unleashed those monsters on the hut. So he botched it again while she didn't even notice. Her eyes narrow, and seriously, isn't he a little too careless for someone this unpredictable? She lets out a heavy sigh, because she's already sent the monsters fleeing. Next time, she won't let them slip away, no escape at all. Back she goes. She scours the ground for nuts and snatches them up with pure joy. She hasn't touched them for ages. Before she knows it, she's back near the mountain hut right down by the mountain's base. The leader snaps out a command toward her. She snaps around and demands to know if he still hasn't made it back to the village, and he tells her, "I sent the others back first with the food." Then he adds, voice low and sincere, "And the truth I finally realized, I never thanked you properly." He drops into a deep bow, gratitude blazing as he thanks her for helping him, and she beams right back, telling him she walked away with a priceless experience today. He admits he'll never play brigand again, and under his breath he vows he'll never let those brats down. She tilts her head and asks what's wrong. Then he shoots back, "Nothing," as if it might fix everything, praying the food somehow makes it to every kid in the village. Jelly snaps to it, every last nut's gone, yet just one lone piece is still cradled in her hand. Right then, a pigeon swoops down in front of her, clutching a whole bundle of red grapes. A squirrel slid right up beside her, like it was bowing in gratitude for the sandwiches she'd handed out earlier. She freezes for a second, then finally takes a slow, cautious bite of the grape. It doesn't look poisonous at all. Her eyes snap wide, and she thinks, "That's delicious." Soon, more pigeons and squirrels swoop in, and they bring even more grapes with them. The leader gapes at the scene, stunned to the core, and blurts, "What the heck is going on here?" Jelly solemnly says, "This has to be the goddess's guidance, too." She says the kids in the village would be thrilled to get them. Secretly, she also wants to sneak some home for Aaron and Will. Then the leader turns to her and demands to know what she's planning next. She tells him she has to cut through the forest after coming down the mountain, and he jumps in. If you're headed that way, she can slip past their village because the forest path is nearer, and he's begging her to deliver the grapes to the kids himself. It's just a tiny village with no real special thing about it, so she shrugs and says she doesn't care that there's nothing remarkable. Then she repeats the word specialty, and boom, her eyes light up like a spark. Wait, what if the village is saved by planting these red grapes and turning them into our specialty? If those grapes finally start rolling into town, the whole place lights up with joy. If they bring in a big haul, she'll whip up sweet treats for herself, and she'll make sure to send some to those men too, so everyone gets remembered. When she's back, she tells him to gather folks who can grow crops, and he shrugs like it's no big deal, then shoots back, "Why do you want that?" She leans in and tells him she just knows this fruit could save the village. She's just got no clue how to grow it right yet. He insists the villagers will love it for sure. Maybe they'll stumble onto an answer he's up in his head, wondering if anyone back in their town knows how to grow those rare red grapefruits. Jelly flashes a confident smile and tells him, "Don't stress, this will work, guaranteed," because when it comes to crops, she's got a super reliable friend on her side. When they finally hit the village, the guys who came back earlier are still loitering by the entrance, and the second they spot their leader strutting in with the jelly, every one of them goes still. He actually did it. He brought her back. The whispers explode the moment it lands. The kids start buzzing with excitement too. But the village chief shuts it down. His grin fades, and color drains from the elderly man's face as recognition hits him like a punch. Jelly A. Peaky, the infamous villainess. If this ruler's been ignoring her little village for years, then why does someone like her suddenly show up here of all people? Why her? Jelly clocks his reaction and starts wondering if he's the same guy from the previous batch, while he's sitting there freaking out, terrified that one wrong word will make her start testing on him. He's got a mini heart attack brewing in his chest. The leader lunges right in the moment he spots the chief's deathly pale face, then reassures him, "Don't panic. She's not nearly as bad as those rumors say." The chief drops into a deep bow, choking back his earlier hesitation, then introduces himself as the village chief. He even thanks her with all his heart for saving the villagers from those monsters. The leader clears his throat in the most awkward way, then admits the whole mess started with him and his people, plus Lady Jelly even went and shared her food with them. The chief snaps his eyes shut in shock. He'd been sure the food was coming from the other saint. Then he blurts out that he heard she'd been sniffing around, investigating the crop disease. Jelly Knots blurts that he's talking about Ange, and the leader jumps in offering to escort her straight to the fields, claiming the crop experts will be there too. Right then, a bunch of kids rush up to her, blurting out, "Are you leaving already?" She smiles softly and tells them her friend is out in the fields. The kids burst into shocked gasps and blurt, "Can we come with you?" And she smiles like it's obvious. "Of course you can." The kids squeal with glee and pile into each other in a tight, excited hug. She watches in silence, soaking up how they toss their joy around like it's no big deal, and she can't help thinking, so this is what happiness looks like in humans. Meanwhile, out in the fields, Angie crouches over the diseased crops, studying every nasty detail, then snaps orders to the villagers cut off the infected plants right now before the sickness spreads. She fears it's already too late, especially if it's coming from a royal decree. Why should she be forced to manage Jelly's territory too? Sure, she might pull her weight in this little village, but she can't stand being swallowed up like she never matters at all. She has to shine even brighter because it's her destiny to become the rising star who takes the lead and saves everyone. She claimed she'd finally had a revelation and said that the endless flowery nonsense needed to shut up. But then zing, and she yelps as someone clamps onto her from behind, crushing her in a tight hug. She spins around, all startled fear, and her eyes lock on Jelly, and she just freezes. Jelly was supposed to be scrambling somewhere up on that mountain by now, so why is she standing right here? Jelly shrugs and explains she met some folks on the climb up the mountain. They even invited her to the village, so the leader steps forward, bows politely, and greets Ange like, "It's a real pleasure to meet you." He stares at her face for a beat, brow furrowing like he's hunting for a memory. Then his eyes suddenly light up. He clocks it. She's the one who said some noble could be rolling through Griffer all by himself. Ange feigns total cluelessness, acting like she can't possibly remember saying any of that. But then the leader lunges in, snatches her hand, and blurts out thanks because he swears she saved the whole village. Ange gapes at him, totally stunned. Then his emotions crash through and he starts to sob, swearing that if he'd never met Lady Jelly, their village would have been wiped out by hunger and hopelessness. Ange clenched her teeth, then snapped on a calm smile just as fast, insisting she'd done nothing at all, and that if things turned out right, it was all the goddess steering the way. Jelly stood off to the side, staring, wondering if Ange had really told her that earlier, just to clue her in on what was going on in the village. She gives a soft smile, her cheeks flushing pink, convinced that friends are truly wonderful, yet for Ange, that same smile doesn't look anything like it. It's that smug, I knew it all along, grin like Jelly had the whole plan locked in from the very start. She decides she's got to wait because Jelly won't be smiling for long. Then Ange stays cool and calmly declares, I'm done investigating the crop disease, I'm heading back now. The kids nearby snap into fear. One boy blurts out, voice shaky, asking if they're really going to starve, and a little girl quietly worries that the crops are ruined for good. And pauses. She drops into a crouch and softly ruffles the boy's hair. Then a fierce thought hits her like a drumbeat. She can't stay here. Her duty is bigger than this moment. She has to stand out more and save even more people. Jelly blurts out, reassuring the kids not to panic, then swears they can dump every worry on her because she'll handle the engine. Because they're friends, those words hit like a slap. Ange freezes, and in a flash of bitterness, she snarls at the thought of that wicked, grinning girl acting like she gets to call the shots for her. One of the kids holds out grapes, and she grabs one and bites down. Right away, her face flickers with uncertainty. She can't help wondering if this weird variety is something only this region has. This soil tastes like a rare find, like it could grow something incredible, turn into liquor, or even power medicine. The leader opens her mouth to speak, but she snaps at him to shut up and digs in to check it herself like it's hiding some crazy, delicious secret. And then she decides it's got to go back to the lab right now so they can study it properly. Then the leader drops the truth that fruit is what Lady Jelly was given by a goddess. Ange snaps her eyes back to the grapes. There's no way that can be real. The leader leans in and says they're trying to turn it into the village's own local specialty. Then Ange cuts in, ready to argue. Yeah, but that won't be easy. But her words die in her throat the moment she spots everyone staring at her. Their eyes shine with hope. They're all betting on her. Then the thought slams into her mind. Maybe she's the real one they can trust. Maybe she's the only person who can actually pull them out of this. She clears her throat, turns deadly serious, and demands, Tell me it's true. Can you swear it in the name of a saint? Jelly nods right away, convinced she can quietly carry the secret after all. Squirrels and birds were the ones who gathered her fruit. Then Ange bows her head and, swearing in a saint's name, declares she'll make that fruit thrive, promising she'll throw every weapon she has at any crop disease. The villagers burst into grateful cheers, thanking her with pure relief and unstoppable excitement. Jelly grins and thanks her, beaming that even a fruit she's never seen can still sprout, if everyone works as one. Then she thinks again, humans really are something else. Then Jelly blurts out she's got something else priceless and quickly asks if Ange would take it. She drops the last nut into Ange's hand, and for a split second Ange's guard slips. She's genuinely touched, shocked that Jelly is actually doing something unexpectedly thoughtful. But the doubt snaps back in almost instantly. That smile again, and this time it's screaming that something big is about to happen. She convinces herself that Jelly's hiding something and vows that one day she'll strike back and get her revenge. Meanwhile, Jelly just grins and thinks, I actually pulled it off. I managed to get along with Ange. As she pushes deeper into the forest, a wave of nostalgia hits her hard, like the moment she became human was somehow ages ago. That familiar, gentle scent leaves and earth hits the air just like she remembers, and it's wild, because the very forest she used to roam as a slime now has a barrier wrapped around it. Soon, she barrels into a massive tree wrapped in a faint barrier, and when she tilts her head, it hits her. She's walked past this exact spot a dozen times, yet she never saw it. She stretches her hand out, taps the barrier gently, and whispers that there's still plenty of magical power left. Then the barrier holds strong, like nothing's wrong at all. She glances down at herself for a split second, and the realization hits hard. She's gotten way too used to being worn down. She's done being a slime, no more crawling around like crazy just to scrape up food. That thought snaps her upright with a jolt, and she can't hide her grin. She's genuinely, truly over the moon about being human. All right, up next, this mystery man is closing in, and she can feel his presence somewhere just ahead. As she pushes deeper into the forest, she spots a tiny old building hiding between the trees. It's scuffed and beaten up, yet somehow gorgeous. She can't help wondering if this is the training spot Jelly once teased. She shoves the door open, SCREECH, then freezes, staring at the whole shaky structure like it might drop on her any second, and blurts out, "Please tell me this isn't about to collapse." Inside, she spots a towering statue of a gorgeous goddess, and she can't help but stare up. Feels like this is exactly the Celestia Ange, and everyone keeps raving about. A sudden whisper cuts the air and calls her name out of nowhere. She whips around fast, calling out like someone's supposed to be there, but the space is empty, and the only thing that answers her is the wind sliding past from behind. As she whirls around, the branches suddenly whip forward and lunge at her. She panics for a heartbeat, then suddenly goes rigid, like she can't move. It's the mystery man. He steps forward with a sly little smirk, greets her like he owns the moment, and tells her she won't slip away this time. He vows that once and for all, he'll bury her for good. She fires back instantly, saying the exact same thing goes for him too. If he's dead set on killing someone, then go for her. Don't crawl after her precious friends. He lifts his hand with a smug grin, then teases, "Let's see how long that confidence actually holds." Then he shouts, and a wall of thick vines erupts from the ground, twisting upward like they're reaching for the sky. They stare back so long and so creepy that she just locks up, mouth hanging open. What kind of monster is that? Still, she ends up grinning like fighting a monster is no big deal at all. He insists that regular poison won't touch her, but this creature's venom is so brutal it can knock even a dragon straight into a faint. She gasps in disbelief at this poison that can take down a dragon, then immediately doubts it'll even work on a slime. Vines suddenly tear through the air and come charging for her. He yanked her close, crushed her to the ground, and cinched her arms and legs tight so she couldn't move. The mystery man just watches like he's bored, then says it took real effort, but it still hit less hard than he'd hoped. And when she finally stops fighting, he mutters, "That's one down," and he steps in closer to inspect it right when he's finally within reach. She snaps her hand onto him without warning. Her face goes totally blank as she whispers so weak it's like even a dragon would sneer, "Who in the world decided this?" He panics, claws at the air, and screams for the vines to rescue him. They turn on her again, attacking her with everything they've got. But all he can do is freeze in horror because now he's asking himself, how on earth is he supposed to kill her? Breathless, he finally blurts out, "I get it now." He swore the chosen one was Pious Celestia. Then it hit him like a punch to the gut. It was her all along, and the goddess had picked her. She's been acting out on purpose, throwing everyone off the trail so nobody ever suspects her. She just flashes a quick yes, letting him cling to the idea. Now he's saying he doesn't need to chase the other saints anymore because she's the one he's really hunting. She flashes a quiet little smile like she already knows the ending good. Now she can zero in on him for real, and she promises him, straight to his face, that he'll never escape her. Something in her expression feels wrong, like ice on your spine, so he stumbles a step back on instinct, and he blurts out, "I knew it." From the very beginning, she was the real threat. No matter what it cost him, he had to drag her down here and stop her. The vines obey his every command, shooting bigger than before and blasting upward like they're alive while her jaw drops in shock. What just happened? Why did it turn this brutal so fast? She thinks it has to be that core buried inside the vines, so yeah, she'll rip it out of him in a blink. Then she catches a sweet scent on the wind. She snaps her eyes open, confused. What is that smell? Her vision blurs as his smile twists into something dark and satisfied. And he lays it out. Those venom vine pollens are a deadly hallucinogen, and they'll soon wipe out her senses until she's knocked out cold, never waking again and dying right there. She blinks hard and whispers, "Meat," and he instantly goes rigid. To her dazed eyes, he suddenly looks like a fancy salad stacked with top-shelf meat. He stares at her like she's gone insane, shouting why she's not dead yet. Then she sways, dazed, reaches out and yanks him closer. In a soft, dreamy voice, she says it's okay because she's going to eat him in one bite. His blood turns to ice. He scrambles for an explanation, muttering that it's probably just the hallucinogens messing with his head. He barks an urgent order, forcing the venom vines to grab her and restrain her again. They slam forward and clamp her down tight, binding her in place. But to her, it feels totally different, like Ange and Celestia are gripping her tight. Celestia tells her, softly but firmly, that she shouldn't be eating in a place like this. Then Ange flashes a sweet smile and asks if she's been pushing herself a little too hard lately, like maybe she needs to get some sleep. She nods like she's been trained. Yes, maybe a tiny nap, and then her eyelids flutter shut. The mystery man leans in, watching every move. Now tell me, did it actually work? He creeps in on tiptoes, checks her breathing with shaking hands. Good news. She's not dead, she's just crashed out and sleeping. So yeah, she really is the same chosen one, the goddess picked, and he never once expected to get shoved this deep into everything. But it doesn't matter. He grabs a sword, thrusts the blade forward, and commits. Blade drives straight into her heart, and her eyes snap wide with pure shock. He bursts into laughter and declares, "I finally did it, and you just know that person is going to be absolutely thrilled." In her dream, Jelly screams out Celestia's name like her life depends on it. Ange calls out and nobody answers. She acts like she's missing something huge, and the scary part, she's too wiped out to even remember it, so she shrugs it off and decides to sleep a little longer. In the deep forest, the mystery man leans over her still body and declares she's the goddess's finest chosen one. But since he's done with that hollow shell, he leaves the rest to the venom vines. He whips around and strides back into the forest. Rain suddenly explodes from the sky, pouring down like the world's about to get drenched. A butterfly, fluttering weakly through the air, suddenly drifts downward. It eases into her chest, like it's finding the exact spot it came for. Suddenly, a blinding surge of light erupts from her heart. The vines yank back hard, then shatter and turn to dust, crushed by the sheer force. The light surges brighter and brighter. It burned so brightly that the far-off church got soaked in its radiant light. Someone keeps yelling her name, like they can't stop. Jelly jolts awake with a gasp. Celestria's right there, arms crossed and glaring, demanding to know what she thinks she's doing and how long everyone has to wait for her. She snatches Jelly's hand and drags her along like a celebration is already happening, telling her they stocked up on food to reward all that hard work, then even whips out special chocolate chip cookies. Her eyes light up the moment she sees that table piled high with food. Her staff greets her at the front, ushering her back with a warm, welcoming presence. Celestria snaps that she can't believe she tried to do the saint's work all on her own, and Ange, right at her side, fires back that she's way more driven than anyone expected. As Jelly happily crunches her food, Celestria tells her, "Don't wander off again, okay?" and asks if she gets it. Ange chimes in softly, promising, "You can stay here in peace. And even if word spreads that she's a slime, it'll all be okay." Jelly grins so wide it almost hurts and blurts, "Yes, she's ready to stay with them forever. If they find out she's a slime, it doesn't even matter, because this place feels like paradise, and she's never, ever walking out no matter what." Then bam, a butterfly-shaped cookie tumbles off the table, and she darts after it without hesitation. The second she snags it, she shoves it into her mouth, and the next second she snaps awake, twisted in the most awkward, impossible position. She jolts awake, blinks hard, and whips her eyes around, then it hits her. This wasn't real. It was just a dream. It's like she can sense something huge is missing, but she just shrugs it away. She even had a blast with everyone in the dream, so she decides it's no big deal. Then bam, cookies. A little drool slips out, and then boom, Her mind snaps back to the memory like a flash of lightning. She snaps upright with a startled scream, and all she can think about is the promise she made to Celestria once they finish poking the barrier. They're eating cookies together. She can't afford to lose even a second. She has to rush back, and as she scrambles to her feet, one wild thought hits what happened to that mystery man because he wouldn't let up, chasing her again and again seriously. Humans are impossible to figure out. Meanwhile, out in the distance, the mystery man strides into a shadowy underground chamber. He yanks off his cloak and finally shows his face. He drops to one knee before a crew of men swallowed by darkness, introduces himself as Burger, and declares, "I'm back." In the blackness, a shadowy figure snaps coldly. "Why are you back?" Burger stammers back, totally confused. "What do you mean?" Then he forces the words out. He's come to report the killing of Saint Jelly. Out of nowhere, the man bursts into laughter, and the shadows around him start whispering. Then they crack up right along with him. They tell him straight up that the woman is still alive, and Burger's mouth drops open in pure, stunned disbelief. The shadowed man's face turns pitch black as he growls, asking why he can't handle just one young girl, then slams him as useless because he still can't even repay the favor that was done for him. Burger is completely locked in place, trembling. No way, right? He's sure he drove straight through her heart because nobody alive should survive something like that. He drops his head and blurts out an apology. The man leans in and warns him, "Fail again," and he already knows how it's all going to end for him. Burger vows that next time, no matter what, he'll finally pull it off and win. Elsewhere, someone calls out, asking where Jelly is, and the guard answers with a grim update she still hasn't come back. He says he'll personally rush to the mansion to make sure she's okay. In the market, people leaned in close and whispered secrets to each other. Rumor hit the streets that Saint Jelly got a revelation straight from the goddess, and now people swear she's not even the same person she used to be. A young girl hangs on every juicy rumor, eyes widening like she's just heard the shock of her life. Back at the mansion, Jelly drops into a deep sleep, dreaming about food. Aaron gives her door a soft knock and calls out that breakfast will be coming soon. When Aaron steps inside, Jelly's rising like she's just woken up from a bad dream, and Aaron blurts out an apology for wrecking her rest. Jelly wipes her tears, tells herself she's fine, and points out she's the one who begged to be woken up properly at mealtime. That morning, Aaron leans in and asks what she wants for breakfast. Jelly lets out a soft sigh, then blurts that she's dying to eat the meal she saw in her dream. In the kitchen, Markov sharpened every skill he had, determined to wow the lady with something completely new. He hands her a burger and beams like a proud chef, gloating that it's his secret special and absolute triple steak burger. Layers of meat stack with crisp lettuce and soft buns, and he swears it's a masterpiece that lets her savor every bite in one shot, while Jelly's mouth basically waters, staring at how insanely luxurious that dish looks. She can't believe it. Humans really are incredible for dreaming up something this bold. The maids lean in and watch her chomp away happily, and one of them grins like, "We've gotten used to seeing her like this now." Another claims it's not that awful, and she even laughs and admits she's totally into the current Lady Jelly. While Jelly keeps chewing, she can't stop herself from thinking, "This meat tastes absolutely incredible." She's clicked with the mansion's humans better than she ever dreamed possible. She can't get that mystery man out of her head, and the more she thinks about it, the closer he feels, like he's already there. He marched in with those monsters right beside him, so how the hell did he pull that off? He trained them to hunt people like showing a new trick by baiting them with food, and somehow they understood human words perfectly. Lured the monsters in with food, now he's proving he's the one natural enemy she can't escape. As long as he doesn't realize she's a slime, everything should be fine, so she'll stay silent for now. Then Aaron leans in and asks if she wants a cup of tea. Jelly's eyes snap straight to the cookies. Cookies and tea team up like the ultimate duo. This is the kind of human life that feels too perfect to lose, so she refuses to let it slip away. Here, she can finally relax, no fear of getting attacked, and anytime her cravings hit, she can gorge on all her favorite sweets. Right when she reaches for another cookie, Will bursts in and announces that a messenger from the church has just arrived. Jelly freezes in confusion. She's already sent the report on the barrier investigation, so why is this happening? For one wild second, she even wonders if it could be something good. She might even be plotting an invitation to a tea party, saving up those cookies, like they're the perfect gift. Then Will says he brought the man inside, and a cold shiver hits her like a wave. She slowly turns toward the stranger, dark eyes locked on him, and unease crawls up her spine. Who is he? Something about him makes her feel restless. He drops to his knees in front of her and boldly introduces himself. He said it was a pleasure to meet her, then introduced himself. I'm Leon, the hero. Everyone in the room freezes in one jolt, and Will blurts out, Do you mean Leon the dragon-slaying hero? Leon shoots back calmly that he didn't really slay a dragon, and that the hero title sits way too heavy on his shoulders. He insists she should just think of him as nothing more than a guard. Jelly's body turns rock stiff, and inside she's screaming like it's the end. Because yeah, this is really bad. Her natural enemy is here, and her thoughts spiral out of control. Did he finally figure out she's a slime? Leon then blurts out he got a direct order from the church, and her heart drops through the floor. In a panic, she's sure he came to kill her on the church's orders, so she shoves cookie after cookie into her mouth, one after another because she's convinced she has to finish every last one before he can end her. But Leon keeps talking, insisting his mission is simple. Stay glued to Jelly's side at all times and shield her no matter what. The staff instantly exhale in relief, faces brightening like the tension finally snapped, because the thought of a hero acting as her personal guard sounds unreal to them, and it only proves even more just how important she truly is. Leon calmly tells her, I'll protect you even if it means I have to die for it. Jelly snaps back and refuses instantly. The whole room freezes. Every sound dies. Inside, she's shaking with horror. Stick with her no matter what. No way she has to refuse and somehow make him walk out. Aaron and Will quickly step forward, and Aaron pleads soft but desperate for her to reconsider, while Will blurts out that a hero at her side for her personal safety would feel unbelievably reassuring. Jelly freezes for a split second, then looks at their bright, hopeful faces and realizes she can't crush that dream, so she finally makes herself say yes, and deep down, she knows one thing for sure. The second he realizes she's a monster, he's going for the kill, and she's so sure she'd never stand a chance against someone like him. Leon thanks her for letting him stay, his voice calm, but she shoots back with a strained tone, sweat already pouring down. Oh no, this is spiraling way past control, and she thought home would finally be her safe haven, but it wasn't. So how in the world did it spiral into this? Deep in the forest, a slimy little slime hisses to the others that humans can hunt down dragons. It says it's basically a miracle he's still alive like this. He blurts this out and slams the warning down hard. If they want to keep living, they'd better never come within reach of heroes. At the dinner table, Jelly sits in front of a mountain of mouth-watering food, yet her smile never shows. She looks like the meal might lunge at her any second. Then she shoots a worried glance at the hero across the table, and he immediately shot his eyes away. The village chief's got the most dangerous human in town. She can't even sink into her favorite meal. Someone's always bringing it up, and she's never allowed to relax. She has to look normal, then fake it, bright smile, excited act. No one must notice. She leans in, grabs a fork to take a bite, then snatches a flower instead. Her mouth drops wide open. One hand grips the flower, the other clamps down on a knife. She decides the only move left is to shove it down and eat it. She slams the petal down, straightens up to the chief, and explains that she finally gets what a noble salad is: pleasant crunch and perfectly done. She thinks, perfect, this disguise is gonna work. The chief lunges forward, jaw hanging wide, and tells her it was only a novel salad, meant to spare her from getting embarrassed. Jelly stares at him like she's waiting for an answer, then nods. Aaron asks if she's okay, and Jelly just smiles back, saying she's totally fine. She trips and sends the food crashing to the floor by accident, but Leon snags it the second it comes at him, and he shoots her a worried look and asks if she's hurt. She shakes her head fast. Gasped, stunned by how fast he was moving. Even the maids stumble in the chaos. Nearly sent her plates flying. But Leon stays icy calm, telling them, "Don't worry, I'll carry all of this. Aaron squints at Leon's look, then admits it behind that face. Leon's a full-on gentleman. Jelly can't take it anymore. She knows this can't keep going like this. Leon blurts out an apology for ditching his post, but Jelly grins and tells him, "You can leave whenever you want." She murmurs the word under her breath, praying that he'll finally get moving already. He swears he'll never stray so far that he can't still reach her and protect her. He swears he can sniff out even the tiniest monster presence like it's right there in the air. He's inside that mansion, and in just 3 seconds, he'll reach her no matter what gets in the way. Jelly shivers. She leans in and asks, "Can you feel anything now?" He answers that there's nothing for now, and relief hits her hard because she knows he can't track her presence perfectly. Out of nowhere, he stops cold and blurts that a monster is lurking inside the mansion. Jelly panics, instantly terrified that he's just stumbled onto her secret. He yanks his sword free, and she snaps her shield up tight, bracing for the strike. Leon lunges in a blur, cuts down a tiny creature in a flash, and stomped it under his feet until it was crushed. He calls it a gauged bug, and right then he spills the truth. This thing is a scouting monster. He tells her, plain and clear, that someone's hunting her, and from this moment on, he's not letting his eyes off her. She flashes a smile and tells him to take it easy inside, then she suddenly screams for her life, and somebody, anyone, stop this human. Burger leans on the tree, eyes locked on everything as the gadget bug feeds him every moment. He can't believe it. How is she still breathing? There's no way someone stabbed through the heart could live. Who is she really? For a heartbeat, he freezes in place, eyes snapping wide with shock. Could she really be the goddess reincarnated, walking right into our world? Maybe that's why Leon, the hero, is her guard. How could he ever stand a chance against both the goddess and the hero? No way. It's basically impossible. He hammers his fist into the tree, pure frustration exploding out of him. How is he even supposed to fight those monsters when it's way past what he can handle? He has to run back right now and push the gentleman to scrap the whole plan. But right when it matters most, he cuts off the memory of that cold warning. No, if he backs off now, he'll break his promise and gut him with disappointment, so he throws caution to the wind, risks his life, and prepares. While she works, he hangs right there watching every move. She shoots him a quick look and tells him to grab a little break, and he flashes a grateful nod at her thoughtfulness. But he refuses to rest, and a rebel has already unleashed monsters in her direction. With a hero looming behind her and a mountain of papers blocking her in front, there's nowhere left for her to run. Sure, she carried the old Jelly's memories, but progress crawled, inch by inch. She can't let herself slack off if the territory slips into chaos. It's all over. And the worst part is the timing. Right when everyone thinks she's finally acting like a saint, she snaps into misrule. And the villagers pile in, chasing her down with sticks and weapons. She can't survive the open air. Suddenly, Aaron rockets into the room, his voice sharp with urgency. He blares out that they've got a situation. She blurts out, "What's happening?" And he shoots back, "I'm sorry for barging in without knocking, but you've got to believe me. It's an emergency." She can't stop worrying. What if the papers are missing the truth, and they've realized she's a monster, and now she's scrambling, begging herself, "What do I do?" Aaron tells everyone, Master's been gone so long that this is the first time she'll finally meet her father. Her legs quake and tremble, and that's when it hits Jelly's father is the one man in the world who knows her best, and it shows. Panic claws at her as she imagines yet another outcome, because if he spots her right now, she's getting exposed on the spot. Aaron grabs her hand, urging her to go meet him right now. Jelly flashes a tiny smile and says, "Let's play hide and seek first." Aaron yanks her along anyway, then vows, "After this, I'll make sure you're all in promise." The carriage thunders up, and every staff member snaps into line, bowing their heads in one loud, trembling moment. Jelly stiffens up, panicking over what to do next because once they find out, it's game over. The carriage door swings open, yet nobody steps out. Jelly and the hero hunch forward, then lean in to peek inside. Her father is shaking violently inside the carriage. Then bam, he rockets into the bushes like something's chasing him. Jelly thinks he's the weird one, but why is he hiding like that? The hero stiffens and blurts out, "Is it a monster?" Jie. She orders him to wait, but she doesn't believe that's the right move. From the bushes, her father barks that question. Tell me, is Jelly still cursed by a devil or some monster? Jelly panics, then the sweat starts pouring as panic hits hard. She snaps that it's not true, and then he bursts out of the bushes, clutching a pile of bizarre objects. Tears spilling down her face, she rushes to greet him like it's been forever. He yanks out a rosary, swings it right in front of her face, then slams it to her forehead. Jelly blurts, "What in the world are you even doing?" He tells them the rosary only wakes up for someone who's genuinely been hit with a revelation from the goddess. Out of nowhere, he clamps onto her in a bone-crushing hug, squeezing so hard she feels like he's about to choke her. Her father blurts that he's finally, truly relieved she's back to normal right as she gasps for air. Right there, he snaps his grip loose in a rush, blurting out an apology as joy floods him, because he's convinced the devil that haunted her is finally gone. She locks eyes with him, totally baffled, and blurts out, "What do you mean by a devil?" He freezes in shock, then blurts out, asking if she really doesn't remember. She's telling him it wasn't just an episode. Something back then had taken over her body, and now she's sure of it. A monster is wearing her from the inside. He softly pats her head, tells her to drop it, and swears she could never do something that horrible on her own. She's left wondering if he's talking about the moves that the last Jelly made. He'd totally assume a devil was behind it, so what in the world did she do to scare him this badly? She can't let it go, so she storms up to her father and demands to know what she ever did wrong. He goes deadly serious and tells her, "If you really want the truth, I'll finally tell you what happened that day." His wife, Sephine, was born frail, and she died not long after bringing him into the world. He swore he wouldn't raise her as his wife. No, he vowed to mold her into an elegant lady, because she's their precious little treasure. Then boom, a savage argument erupted with a neighboring nation, and the Aspic family's territory got dragged into the chaos too. Then the years kept piling up more days where he dumped her on a wet nurse and vanished for stretches, until the moments they got together shrank to just a few times a year. She blossomed into something far more beautiful and far more wise without him. By the time she hit 7, even her tutor threw up his hands, because there was just nothing left to teach her. And on the day she turned 10, he ordered the servants to stop holding her back and to grant every wish they possibly could. Jelly's eyes welled up as she told him she felt unbelievably lucky to have him. He tells her one day he decided to slip back home without a word, praying he'd catch her off guard, yet the sight that met him still haunts him to this very day. She stood there, clutching a stick. Blood streaked down her cheek while a maid crumpled on the ground, trembling from the wounds. Still, she beamed like everything was fine, and casually said he'd come back early. He blurted it out, voice shaking, asking what she was up to. She spoke in a calm voice, saying it was just punishment. Then his hands started to tremble. "No," he snapped. "That isn't punishment. That's torture." He leaned in and demanded to know if that maid was a spy for a nearby nation, or if she was exploiting the fact he was gone. But she snapped, "No way," and shut it down instantly. She told him the maid had brought her lukewarm tea. He froze solid, totally lost. He demanded to know what that even had to do with anything, and she shrugged, saying she'd force the maid to get the temperature right this time by teaching her with her own body. Then she snatched the scalding tea, flung it right onto the trembling maid, and grinned. She looked her father in the eye and said she loved that seething, hellfire heat. Shocked out of his mind, he demanded, "Do you really think you can pull something like this?" And she grinned, then said she could get away with anything she did to anyone. She wasn't just special, she was the chosen one, and when he finally asked who she was, his whole body shook with fear. With that eerie smile still glued to her face, she leaned in and told him, "I'm your treasure." But he couldn't swallow that reality. He snapped, "You're a devil," and swore that she'd crawled inside his jelly and taken it over. She tilted her head and snapped that it was downright cruel if he truly believed that. Then why wasn't he willing to go and test his theory on her? He sprinted, and in that split second, all he could think about was one thing, how to save his daughter. As he finishes, Jelly goes stone still, and her color drains fast like something terrifying just landed. The more she hears, the more horror claws at her. Then she realizes the first jelly wasn't just scary, it was the warm-up. And that sparks a nasty question in my head. Why would someone like that get picked to be a saint? Did the goddess just get careless? Her father tells her that ever since that day, he's been roaming the whole continent, hunting for a way to finally drive the devil out. And just as he finally hears she's been handed a revelation by a goddess, he bolts back home without wasting a second. She swallows hard and whispers it again. A revelation, like it might actually be true, like she might have heard something like that. But then his eyes melt into pure affection, and he tells her straight up that she's the jelly he's always treasured. She starts to panic a little, thinking he's way too trusting. The second he finds out she's actually a monster, she's pretty sure she's finished. Then her mind flashes to him sprinting through the mansion with a knife, and she clamps down hard on the panic before it spills out. He leans in, sweetly invites her for tea, and presses her to spill more details about her revelation. Erin blurts out that she'll start brewing the tea right away. Then he breaks away to handle the arrangements. Jelly blurts after the staff that she's not ready to sit for tea yet, but her father snatches her by the arm and demands what's bothering her, like, is this some kind of teenage rebellion? She lets out a nervous laugh and insists she still has work to finish. He tells her to hand the work to him after all this time apart. She can finally lean on him like she always wanted to. She snaps to the truth there's nowhere to run, and realizes he's just as much of a menace as the hero, only his trouble hits in a totally different way. But honestly, it's not all that bad. Before she even realizes it, a grin sneaks across her face. Her father's eyes instantly turn glassy with tears, and he blurts out, "Wait, did you really just smile for me?" Father tears into the paperwork, signing everything at lightning speed, saying he's going to handle everything immediately, no questions asked. She stares at him, half in shock, and then it hits her. This is what fatherhood really looks like, and wow, humans are incredible by the time. When he finally finishes, he exhales a long, shaking breath like the whole world's weight just slipped off his shoulders. Then his face flickers into worry, and right after coming back, he quietly tells Jelly, "I'm sorry to bring this up so soon." Before he admits he has to scan the territory for a while, he tells her, "Don't worry this time, I'm riding across the whole land, not stuck in one place like before. We'll see each other again soon," right before the rest cuts off. For a second, she fears he'll just keep pushing farther and farther, disappearing into the distance. She bows her head and hides her face in her hands, and inside she's glowing with quiet relief and happiness until the truth hits her. She's not alone. But to her father, it looks like she's fighting tears with every ounce of strength, so guilt hits him hard. His face crumples, and he murmurs an apology before turning away. He's finally learning how to leave, and right then everyone crowds in just to watch him get sent off. The staff bow, and Aaron's eyes go glassy. He looks like he's about to break, so tell me, will a judge? He tips his glasses into place and says, "Honestly, Life Lord Gummin is one of the most caring people I've ever met, right behind Lady Jelly herself, Jelly." She lifts her head, flashes her father a radiant smile, and tells him to cruise around the territory and ease up, no overworking himself. And then the moment. The instant he hears it, he suddenly bursts into tears, reaches for her, trembling with the urge to drag her into one more crushing hug. Then this. This time, she snatches his hand first and whirls him around with the staff in a quick, playful twirl. The staff gaze at him with tender, smiling warmth, and in that instant the whole moment feels soft, safe, and kind. She lights up, beams at him, and tells him to take care. Then he just stares, like his words get stuck. He softly brushes her hair and vows he'll take care of her no matter what. The second he's out of sight, she bursts out let out a huge sigh of relief. Then she sneaks a glance at Leon because the hero is all that's left. And he stands there, locked stiff as a statue, his face totally blank. Then she squints, and the question hits, what's he thinking? That evening, right at dinner, the fish on her plate completely hooks her attention. That golden surface shines under melted butter, and the smell hits in warm, rich waves. She just freezes, eyes locked on it, practically drooling, like she can already taste how insanely delicious it is. And the second she bites, her eyes flare with delight, One smooth bite hits. That buttery goodness melts on her tongue, and before she even thinks about it, her hands and feet start wiggling like she's having the time of her life. Her father's sudden comeback had her stomach in knots, but she still pulled off the perfect lie crisis over and then. Then she senses him again right behind her, and pain shoots through her shoulder. Her shoulders stiffen in a heartbeat because now he's the problem. If she wants her safe, comfortable peace back, she has to get rid of him fast, taking her. After seeing him butcher those monsters, she refuses splitting out alone, just isn't on the table. She has zero plans to end up like that village chief Never Still. Why is he standing guard over her in the first place? Then she turned and everything changed. He whips around, looks him dead in the eyes, and demands an answer. He finally spills why the church told him to protect her, and his answer is dead simple: the church. The church got word that she'd been attacked by thieves deep inside Eldora's great forest. Her eye twitched. Then it hit her, that priest. If she'd known this was coming, she never would have spoken so honestly still. Still, somehow, it feels like sweet music landing in her ears. She'd planned to stay silent, but then it hit her. She had a way better idea, and if she can catch the mysterious man who's been causing all this chaos, Leon won't have to stay glued to her anymore, because that's her only ticket to freedom. But here's the catch: Leon isn't traveling solo. The problem is, she's got zero clues, just him hinting at a goddess like if it can actually be traced. Rage in her chest because the goddess is the whole point, and she can ask Celestria then. Out of nowhere, she suddenly, she blurts out to Will that she still hasn't kept her promise to eat cookies with Celestria, and she wants to sprint to her estate. He'll fire back right away. I'll get everything ready, but she shakes her head this time. She decides she'll bake the cookies herself and bring them along, and Will's face lights up as he agrees without hesitation. Then Leon calmly tells her, "I'll come with you," and she whips her gaze to him, a small frown tugging at her face. Of course he will, and it's like he's glued to your heels no matter what you do. You can't shake him off. If she can't run, then maybe she can coexist, and if she wants to keep her peaceful human life safe, getting along with him might be the smart move because he wants to be the hero, but he's still human because she's done living in fear, and she's about to stop it. She's about to watch him learn fast. She slides up right beside him, acting like it's no big deal, just casually. He casually asks if he likes chocolate chip cookies, and then he looks so close to saying something like he's about to freeze. Stunned by the question for a split second, he finally shrugs and admits it, yeah. He's got a serious sweet tooth, so then she declares she'll bake extra, then whips Aaron over like, "Help me!" As they get ready, she sneaks another look at him, and panic hits her because she has no clue what to do next. For someone so stone cold, he still has these weirdly human cravings, and then he leans in and demands, "So how long have you been fighting for real?" And the guy answers without hesitation. He got pulled into a mercenary life at 13. No second thoughts. She flashes a polite smile. Meanwhile, her insides are in full panic mode. 13. Isn't she still a kid? Don't parents protect their children at that age? I bet he's been battling ever since. No wonder he's this strong. When they finally reach Celestria's mansion, she is all kinds. They stride straight toward them, and the tension practically crackles in the air. Jelly's exposed, and everybody knows it. She blurts out that she missed him. Celestria squints at her, just a little, then Jelly blurts out, is something wrong?" Celestria blurts that she heard you got attacked, then leans in and demands, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Jelly grins, shakes her head, and shuts it down. No, select. Celestria lets out a huge breath of relief, like the pressure finally slips off her shoulders. Jelly asks Celeste if she had been worried about her, like, was she? Celestria's cheeks flush instantly, and she snaps that she's not giving the wrong impression because she sent her to check the barrier alone, and her conscience wouldn't let her close her eyes if she got hurt because of it. She'd be wide awake. Jelly. He reaches out, pats her head, and tells her how much he genuinely appreciates her. As always, Celestria snaps at her, "Don't touch my head," then huffs, turns away fast, and crosses her arms like she's had it. Then her eyes snap to Leo, and she blurts out, that he's her guard now right there, the church behind him. The church can be downright bold. She even admits she's a little jealous of her jellies. Belly grins at him and motions him in like, if you like him that much, then take him. I'm not stopping you. So, Celestria glances away and mutters that it's sweet of her, but then she shoots it down. She's got a guard too, even if she's absolutely not a good person. She doesn't feel protected for even a second. Then Leo, like he's answering some unseen signal, suddenly lunges onto one of the tables and just plants himself there. Jelly shoots him a frown, completely thrown off and not sure what he's playing at. Over tea, Celestria leans in and asks if Jelly wants her to teach her the goddess revelation. Jelly freezes, panic whispering that she messed up earlier. Then she forces a shaky smile and blurts that she already told her about it. So come on, let's go. Celestria snaps back that the secret she hinted at back then wasn't something the church ever taught her, so of course she wouldn't know. And then when she was little, she raced over to her mother's house. At night, her mother stood there, right in the dark, watching. By the door, her mother stood there right in front of her. Її мама потягнула її до ліжка, притиснулася ближче і обняла. He told her she'd get the same old book to read just like always her mother. Said a saint is someone who kicks the darkness out and floods the world with light. When this saint unleashes miracles, God himself smiles on her, and even the monsters tremble like they're witnessing the impossible. Once the wounds heal, people drop to their knees and pray. When the famine finally breaks, minstrels rush to their instruments and pour the joy into songs. Jelly's eyes went wide, and he blurted out that it was a book about saints again, like he couldn't believe it. Celestrian nods and tells you, when I was little, it used to glow red, yeah, red all the way. The chosen saint is written down in a book, and once he gets a revelation, tribulations slam right into his life. Jelly can't stop wondering if this book is different from the normal ones, and she's freaking out because none of the books at home ever hinted at anything like this. She leans in and asks, can I look at it? Celestria shrugs and tells him she's long gone for good, like a whole lot. After her parents died, she went looking for answers, and then it vanished somewhere along the road. The moment those words leave his mouth, everything dims then. Then she snaps, so why'd you drag this to me? If she can hear the goddess's voice, why not go straight to the goddess herself, Jellyfee? He flinched hard and blurted out, the god is watching. The second she lets those words slip out, everything explodes into motion like something massive is already in motion. Then it hits her. Maybe she never got a real revelation at all, since she never even heard the goddess's voice, but that day, she still heard it, something out there calling her name, pulling her toward it. It's like that voice is haunting her memories. She swears she's heard it before, but when? Celestria murmurs that it feels weird, like suddenly, she can't stop thinking about it. I never figured Jelly would get a revelation at all. Then he jolted hard, like something just clicked. A heavy silence crashes between them, and she takes note of it. She spots Celestria's sudden slump and can't help but stare. What just happened to her? Why's she looking so crushed all of a sudden? Jelly right. She shoots up from her chair and strides right toward her. Then she tucks her close to her chest, wraps her arms around her, and whispers, listen just to me. She tries to cheer him up, then Celestria snaps rigid with shock, like she never saw it coming, but after a beat, she pulls her in for a slow hug right back into her arms, and then, quietly, her tears start streaming as she calls out for her mother. She can't even finish the thought. She just breaks. She tells Jelly, keep serving people with a pure, righteous heart. One day, your goodness will come back to you for sure. Jelly has worked her butt off believing those words, and then Jelly pulled. Celestria tugs you in for a warm hug, whispers that she already knows, and after a little while, she'll finally be able to breathe again. After a little time, Celestria leans in and quietly admits she thinks she has to train way more. She gazes up at the sky, swipes the tears from her face, and then whips around. He's turning to Jelly, and he still manages to thank her. Her Jelly-fee. She lets out a breath of relief, because she feared she'd screwed up again. Then she smiles and says, it was my pleasure. Celestria then leans in and tells Jelly, Don't you dare tell a soul, I cried, not even my maids or butlers. Jelly gently pats her on the head and whispers that he'll never spill a word. This secret stays locked between them, Celestria. History snaps out a quick warning to stop petting her head, because Jelly isn't a kid anymore. Jelly isn't a child anymore. Jelly can't stop thinking that humans are seriously the most complicated creatures out there. Right then, Celestria snapped her fingers and blurted that she suddenly remembered a place that's the book she used to have read to her, the Jelly one. He can't help but wonder what book she's talking about and what kind of place she means. Celestria leans in and tells them everything that went down, plus how the book got sold. Then she suggests they might sniff out a clue by checking a used bookstore. Leon admits he's still hesitant to let something this obvious slip past her guard, but Jelly cuts in and tells him he's overthinking everything. She tells them to lay low and blend in. If they wear what the townspeople wear, nobody will notice them. Jelly realizes she only switched the fabric she was wearing, and boom, her whole mood flips too, and she starts to think. She can't help but grin and think, humans are obsessed with some amazing things. And it's not just food, though she's definitely finding plenty of that too. She finds fun in everything, snatches a few cookies, and starts thinking that But next time, she's definitely going to invite Ange, and then she locks eyes with Leon, confused as hell, and asks him why he won't change. Then she tells him. He tells him, you can change too, but he just says, he insists, I can't, and then explains that he can't shield her without his sword, while at the same time, meanwhile, she laughs to herself, saying this is the very last thing she needs, Celestial. Celestria shoots a glance out the window and blurts that it looks like they've finally arrived the moment they step out of the carriage, both of them snap their heads around, stunned by the huge wall of books stacked everywhere. Jelly snapped, Leon, are you okay? And Leon just said, he tells them he'll stand guard there, and then he backs it up with a quick explanation. He admits he can't read text for the life of him, so he won't be much help, and then he says he'll rocket to her side the second she needs anything. He grins at him and tells him to breathe easy. Everything's all right, because nobody's perfect. Then she breaks down in sudden sobs, admitting straight from the bottom of her heart that she gets exactly what it feels like to want to quit something you just can't seem to master, and he thanks her. She thanks her as she turns to go, and in her mind the words keep spinning. She finally tells herself she's free at last, and the excitement practically bursts out of her, so Celestria asks, what's wrong? Jelly shrugs it off, swears it's just a lucky charm, and can't stop hoping they'll catch sight of that treasure again. Celestria insists they track it down even faster, but Jelly shakes her head, slow down. Take your time, there's no need to rush. As they kick off the search, that Jelly thing. She can't stop thinking about it. Saints are blessed by the goddess, armed with the power to hold the barrier up and heal people, and in every generation only about 3 are chosen to meet the rules, while the relic picks the saints by reacting to them. Revelations are the goddess's words, and the saints who receive them are basically the Canary Kingdom's prosperity, so when Celestria suddenly fixates on one book, the whole moment turns from calm to jelly. Kelly asks how it's going, and Celestria shoots back that it isn't the one. Then she says the book she remembers talked about people who crush what's coming next. Then she snaps it shut and admits it didn't feel like this kind of country propaganda at all. Jelly shrugs and tells them, yeah, there's no way you'll find it this fast. Celestria shot back, of course not, we can't do that. And she added, saints who get revelations might as well be living in fantasies. Jelly starts spiraling, asking herself what she should do next. Maybe that awful lie of hers wasn't just a slip. Maybe she's really the liar. She pictures Celestria tearing in after her, screaming that she's a liar for tossing the goddess's name around, then flipping her upside down, and as Jelly feels the moment closing in, the panic hits right as she swallows hard, tells herself she can't afford to fall apart now. She whips her gaze around the room, stunned that these books are pure magic, and she feels her knowledge surge. She can't wrap her head around it. Humans are brilliant enough to build miracles, yet they still wage war on their own kind. And then she flips open the monster encyclopedia and right there on the page wonders what it has to say about slimes. Then she goes, select. Celestria clocked it right away and snapped, and Jelly shot back fast. She'd searched the right way, properly. Celestria snaps that the second she turns her back, this is what happens then. Jelly hurriedly throws in an apology. Suddenly, Jelly catches a mouth-watering smell and starts freaking out. What is it? It's coming from outside, and Celestria just tells her, street vendors are nearby. Jelly. Kelly instantly gets hit with a brutal wave of hunger, and Celestria. History stares at the size and then nods like she gets it. We should take a short break, she says, like it's the right call. She tells him, I'll be back after I search a little more, and then she adds that the Jelly can. Jelly bolts outside and immediately spots. Right nearby, there's a sizzling street food stand and the man. Then he steps up, greets her, and swears it's fresh off the grill meat, and she follows his lead. He takes one bite and grins. Maybe meat really is the king after all, That's when her focus snaps to the person standing right beside her. Right beside her, she stumbles and reels. He finally realizes it's Lomer Jelly. Kelly can't believe this might be the reunion she's been craving. She rushes up, says hello, and asks Loma if she remembers her, making sure to remind. Realizing it was her, the one who slipped her that jerky in the forest, the slime loomer finally remembered Glisteria. History approaches. Hey Jelly, are you okay? You haven't eaten a thing yet. I'm fine. I was just stuck deciding which one to pick. The food boss declares the treats are so gorgeous they're basically buy one, get one free, then start serving up Jelly. Jelly starts drooling at the edge of the food, and she says she'll grab them all for now, and the whole room instantly goes silent because everyone is shocked. The man blurts, "Are you kidding?" Because he's terrified the second he grills them all, things are going to turn dark. But when she shoots back, apologizes, and swears she'll pick up the next order, his shoulders finally drop and he relaxes. Pick up the free buys tomorrow, hand him the money, slam the pressure on him, and make Jelly sweat. Belly just sits there thinking, wait, how does he give away all that meat and still come off as such a nice guy? Then Glister. History lets out a heavy sigh and asks Jelly, is Loomer your friend? And he realizes Loomer's going to get pinned at this rate. And then Leon bolts right after them too, because he knows they're suspicious after all. He's a slime, and he's hunting the red monsters, so it all comes down to just Jelly's sitting there like, I gotta act, because something has to be done right now. Right then, Lumar steps in and introduces herself. She reveals that she's Lummer, the peddler, and somehow also Jelly too. Celestria, he told her she had a tiny little thread tying her to Loomer. Celestria grills Jelly, clocking that she's Duke Aspic's daughter, and Loomer chimes in that she once had a tiny meat deal with Jelly right before. Celestria realized she didn't feel a single bit suspicious, like something was finally clicking into place. Loomers. Taylor says she's here to deliver the usual today, then She fired back, saying she hadn't run out of time, she was just trailing off. Summer snaps back. Come on, these are my special dried fruits. And Jelly's grin lights up as she whispers, yes indeed. She then feels. She's trembling as she admits she was so terrified they'd run out that she couldn't even sleep. And Celestria's jaw drops when she sees just how many there are. Luma. Humor flashes a grin and says, if you'll excuse me, I'm heading out. He slips away, then winks at Jelly and promises she'll drop the product at the Aspect Mansion later, thanking her for the meal. 2 jellies. Lily flashes a grin and swears she'll wait. Luma waves goodbye and then disappears, and the Celestial. Astria blurts out that she never found the book after all, and now she's desperate to remember its title, but the jellies are already here. She flashes this real bright smile as she eats, and says they can search then, another time, knowing that Celestria just wants one thing, meat and Celestria. Celestria shrugs and tells everyone, it's not all bad. After a little while, Aaron leans in and tells Jelly, a guest is here, then orders her to. Lumar shows up and tells her to notify him the moment anything goes wrong. Right as the maid walks out, Jelly's eyes narrow. This room isn't just full of slimes and some so-called hero, it's more than that. And she's about to blurt it out, she shouts to Leon, making it clear that she told Lumar she had something huge to discuss, so she was about to leave fast. Leon, would you step outside for a second, just for a moment? Leon snaps back that to keep her safe, he'll just stand guard outside the door, and then he gel. Jelly flashes a smile and tells him it's fine, but in her head she's praying he'll disappear as far away as possible. Leah. Leon slips out into the night as Jelly huddles close and whispers to him. Lumar's ears caught at whispers saying Leon was a hero, and Lumar went cold because she had no clue what would happen if Leon ever heard them talking. Lumar. He chuckles and tells Jelly not to stress, saying human ears aren't that sharp anyway then Jelly. He tells her he's even great at sniffing out monsters, and Lumar shoots back that that's absolutely not an issue. She just says that. So you're saying these humans can dodge detection for good by mimicking blood, and they'll even slip past the Saints' barrier guarding this country, right? And Jelly. Jelly finally snaps into it. Lumar's right, as long as they don't get hurt, they're still human. Bulma snaps that she already laid it all out in the forest, and Jelly joked that maybe she got hooked on the jerky and somehow missed more than half of what she said. Lumar pops to her feet and insists she's the same slime from back then. She just never expected to become human this fast. Seeing her control stay steady and her imitation of Jelly is insanely spot on, she's clearly got it down. He asks her straight up if it's really that hard, and Luma snaps back that she only knows things about herself, and it took her forever to even get that far because she still couldn't. Her body wouldn't let her move right. She tumbled and fought to even wiggle her fingers, struggling like hell. Jelly's eyes brim with tears as she digs up her own past, because she knows hers was the exact same story. Lumar. Lumar keeps going, saying that seeing the world through human eyes is pure magic. Everything looks brighter, beautiful, and Jelly blurts out, "Yes, that's exactly how I feel." Alma tells everyone she's trying to imitate Jelly, the infamous, ruthless villainess, and then she pauses, wondering if she's lucky or just about to regret it, because Jelly shrugs and says, "It is what it is." She admits she couldn't guess what she was really like just from the outside, and man, she had it rough. Luma tells her it's a little worrying, but she can't help smiling. She's adapted way better than anyone expected, and Emily fires a question at Lumar. "How did you get that body?" And Lumar's smiles at her, whispers, "It's a secret, Jelly." Kelly yanks her forward, "Get on stage," and Lumart. She took something from him and demanded, straight to the point, that she hand her this. Jelly gobbles them up and goes, "Whoa, these are insanely good," because he knows they're basically jewels, and then Luma, he asks if she likes it, and she lights up, saying she hunts down these foods every time she travels the world. Jelly. Kelly's jaw drops as Lumar keeps going, insisting he won't be able to, saying today's meat was great too, but there are a bunch of other dishes out there that taste even better, especially He starts drooling and insists the dish is way more delicious than that. Luma then blurts out to Jelly that, come to think of it, she and the other person with her got disgraced earlier, and she fires a question. Were they on some kind of downtown food tour? And Jelly snaps back. He just shrugs and says, "It happened by accident. We weren't even hunting that." Wilmer blurts the question, and Jelly. Kelly tells her it's an old book. Then she presses Lumar. Does he really care if she digs for it when she travels? And Lumar. Bulma blurts, "Of course I don't mind." And right as she starts to explain, she cuts herself off, like the next part is about to hit fast. Demands hefty payment in exchange, and snarls that the Jelly is the Duke's daughter. Some people are scratching their heads, asking whether it's a book of saints, or if it's that mystery Jelly thing. Jelly tells her that if she's got a book that can spell out revelations in detail, it's exactly the kind of story she'd love to read to human kids, and Lomar jumps in, demands to know why all these revelations keep hitting so hard, and Jelly tells her there's a real, gut-deep reason for all of it then, after a while. Lumar clocks that Jelly didn't just mention a revelation she clearly told them, and Lumar can't help thinking, even if it's not shocking for Jelly's body, that she's still going to chase it. Chase the monsters off with nothing but sheer nerve, and even yanked out slime splits, calling out. She starts making Jelly, wondering if it's possible she's some kind of amazing slime, and Jelly can't help but think to herself, wait, am I even sure Lumor? Booster stares out the window, realizing they've been chatting for so long she completely lost track of time, and then she notices Jelly's Ali looks crushed as she asks Loomer if she's heading home already, and Loomer snaps at her to quit that face because she says she'll come back once she's out of dried fruit, but Jelly's already on the edge of running out, so Luma thrusts another bottle into her hands, and Jelly blurts out her gratitude right away. Luma orders her to keep her slime secret locked down, then demands she go out and learn humans better before that Jelly. She snaps back, says, "You're right," and Wilmer tells Jelly not to panic. He insists that by trading words, she'll finally understand them, and Belly snaps back that she gets it, because she'd always clicked with everyone turning into an. Gleaming with excitement, she tells Lomar she'll give it a shot, and Lomar grins. That's the spirit, before. Waving goodbye as she walks out the door, She studies Leon and wonders if she can really click with him too. Yeah, it's terrifying, but she decides to take the risk anyway The very next day, Jelly swoops in and tells Leon and Aaron that she's suddenly itching to hunt down a Saints book in their own home library, and Leon says he'll stay outside, but she fires back that she'll be the one waiting outside. He snaps at him not to say it, then drops the real reason she'd like his help with something as she starts. She slips into the library, warns Leon that being home won't stop monsters from crawling out, and then when she's worn out, she tells him to pull the books down from the top shelves, then she'll tell him to do it, and once he finishes, he gets to sit her down while she grins. He stared right at him and demanded to know if he'd do it, praising how much he'd been helping, and then he replied. He says, "I get it," and then Emily then leans in and asks Eileen, "Will you give us a call at tea time?" And Eileen answers, "All right." Jelly leans in and tells Leon she needs him to memorize letters so they can find the book. Then she starts teaching him how to write saints, showing him exactly where to put the clover and where to set the cover, and then pushing him to do one more thing also too. She leaned in and told him about the kingdom's allegiance, calling it a jaw-dropping revelation. Then she said that. He spots it how the guy suddenly realizes he's really listening, then catches the way she gets deep in thought, and she goes, "So what's up?" Asks if he's still with her, and he jolts back to his senses and blurts, "Should I grab the books right now?" And he grins and tells him he's unbelievably helpful, and he starts snagging books, then points out the ones he can reach for now, and she clocks how ridiculously fast he moves as she scans them, and then it hits, none of them are the right ones, and she knows it instantly. Then she snaps, "Leon," and calls him out, demanding answers. He starts asking if he's got any hobbies, and then he blurts out he shrugs and says he has none in particular then. If he's forced to guess, he figures it's just basic training, plain and simple. A short training built to help her kill monsters, and then he grins to himself, thinking, what a weird hobby, and then he says, it tells her the Canarian Kingdom sits right next to the 3 biggest monster hotspots, so the whole country's overrun with monsters, and especially the mighty Eldora Forest. It's basically a monster stronghold, and quest givers keep dropping serious hunting jobs from there. She thinks, monsters everywhere. I'd be completely lost if the village chief hadn't taken me in. And she also, after she scavenged every creepy monster book from that used bookstore, she just can't shake the thought, did she skim them too fast, or should she've cracked every last one open? And just like that, Leon twitches hard as she starts to wonder. If she said something wrong, and she really realizes she can't run now if he finds out she's a monster, he'll end her right there, on the spot. He catches a glimpse. Glaring at her, he suddenly snaps that he can smell blood, and her whole body freezes in shock as she realizes he's been spitting out these weird words, and then he bolts toward her the moment she yanks herself back right as she stumbles back. He slams into the shelf, and he blurts out to her, then he cuts himself off, like a sack caught in his throat. A hidden door swings open, and the truth starts calling. Urging her to look over, he snarled that he could smell blood up ahead, and then Jelly froze. She snaps into it. She's terrified out of her mind, but she still manages to win. He stares around, clueless where he even is, and blurts out what she plans to do. Then she answers, telling him exactly what she'll do next. She snaps at him to remember her words. Just because they're home doesn't mean monsters won't crawl out, and she tells tells him they can press on without a worry because they've got to see what's waiting just ahead. As they dash downstairs, they spot a chair waiting in plain sight. Her hair bristled like a monster, and it looked like she was about to lunge right before her scream cut off mid-T. She was so freaked out that she swore she'd never sit in it again. Leah. Leon's like, "Wait, is this one of those leftovers from the possession Lord Gooman mentioned?" And she flicked her eyes around and instantly realized she couldn't stay here any longer. Leon snaps back to what she begged him to do, grabs a book, shoves it into her hands, and she starts to open it. She snaps the book open, and when she sees the stain, her stomach drops, because it's definitely human blood, and As he helps her drift off to sleep, sudden dizziness hits him hard. "Climb onto that terrifying chair." She spots it's Jelly's note, and she all but tears into it, desperate to know what it says. She can tell instantly what it is, even without a glance, and she still forces herself to stare it down because she knows there's nothing good waiting inside. The letter claims the oracle read her as a saint, and that in her heart she already knew she was the chosen one, like it was destiny carved in stone. Then it goes on. It says, she immediately pushed her healing powers to the limit, but they only stitched up her own wounds, not anyone else's, and even then, it got worse. Even after she cooked up a way to punish others and then heal them, she still can't shake the shame because it all meant. It says she keeps getting lectured by the saintly girl she became before, so she swears she loves kids like that, the ones close to righteousness and good sense, because they pull off the best faces right when their hearts sink, and that hits her like a spark the other. The other saint basically hinted that she should stop grabbing extra attention like, since she was born with such limited gifts, she must be jealous of everyone else, and then her nails were so gorgeous she even wanted to peel them off and show them off. Then Jelly snaps back like, wait, was this really written by someone good? And the thought hits her hard. Am I even human? She realizes the rest of the pages are glued together with blood, and the words won't come into focus, so she's stuck, and it's only getting worse. They're saying the long-awaited moment is right around the corner, and she's ready to follow the goddess's lead. Jelly finally clicks that this diary is packed with the sins her old self racked up, and she can't stop wondering if the former Jelly didn't know a thing about the goddess, praying she'd somehow remember it until she froze right in the middle of remembering, and then the moment slipped away. She tries to think it through, but her mind goes totally blank. She can't think of a single thing. She slams her head again and again, and Leon slams to a stop beside her and blurts, "Listen," telling her he fully understands how brutal it feels to regret past actions, but he carries his own sins like she does, and then she walks away, quitting for good. He starts wondering if he's buried in the same sins she is. Then he spots it. He's acting totally unlike himself, he tells her he turned to mercenary work to atone for his sins, and she wins. He stared at the words, scratching his head like, atoning? What are you even saying? And that question kept him locked in his thoughts. She realizes humans are a tangled mess, so she steels herself and fires off more questions, because she's done dodging the truth, then tells him straight, he isn't with us. He makes him lock eyes with her and confess his real sins, and the moment he does, he starts to grow. Rose's nerves spiked as she scrambled for words, then the maid. He blurted out that it was tea time, and sure enough, Jelly. She realizes she nearly learned it, then hurries to Irene and promises, I'll be there in a flash. As they huddle over tea, that Jelly thing plops in like trouble. Thanks, Irene. Then leans in and asks Leon if he'll join her and take a seat too, like he's already halfway through the thought. She'll munch the cookies together with them, but Leon shoots back that he really appreciates the thought. And you won't need to do a thing. She keeps replaying what he felt earlier, and that question starts burning in her mind. What he was trying to say, she froze mid-sentence, and the rest cut off like a punchline. Nobody got to finish. She grabs a few cookies, then suddenly pauses mid-reach. Then she tears into them, and mid-bite, can't stop thinking about Leon, the former Jelly, and the goddess. Like every single thing around her is packed with mysteries, and she refuses to stop now. He can't stop wondering if anyone's got a solid idea, and right then, Will bursts in, grabs the moment, and asks if he can have a word hinting at where this is headed. If she's hunting a book about saints, she should go straight to the church. She snaps to it. He's right, and as she chomps down on the sweets, convinced they're shockingly sweet, super tasty, and even kind of slime-looking. She couldn't get enough of human ideas, and that feeling lit a fire in her. She had to learn more about humans. Jelly asks him to take her to the church, and he shoots back, "Of course I can do that." Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Leon leans in and tells her he thinks she's been traveling way too much, and before he can finish, she starts to appa. He blurts out an apology, then insists that studying the goddess matters right as he presses on. He insists he's not trying to scare her, then slams the truth down. Someone is out there hunting to kill her, and she snaps back that she's not scared at all because she truly believes he'll protect her no matter what, and he's ready to go. He is. He's totally stunned, then blurts out a warning to her. He tells her the enemy is wrong, that it's sending monsters after her, so she needs to stay sharp and she can't stop there. She flashes a smile at him and promises she'll do it while her own thoughts quietly reassure her that everything's under control. She reassures herself that she's getting closer to him, slowly but surely. Jelly barges into the church and immediately starts thinking that, so if the book on the goddess isn't here either, then we've got to chase down that mysterious man and grill him about it because he's the kind of person who... She's right beside him now, and together they can take it on. As she steps inside, she starts acting like he accidentally crashes into one of the saints and slams her to the ground. Nellie blurts out a fast apology and asks if she... The saint locks eyes with her and asks, "Are you okay, and have you been well ever since that day?" Jelly flashes a grin and blurts that, yeah, she's been doing great, thankfully. The saint beams and says she's relieved the Jelly is staying safe. Then she asks, "Okay, tell me, what do you need today?" Jelly asked. Shelly bursts in and tells everyone she's hunting for a book about the goddess, one that's a story where the chosen saint is hit with a divine revelation and then gets slammed with tribulations. The saint says she's devoured records about saints from every corner, but she still had never heard of folklore like this before, and that the revelation symbol was basically the Canarium Kingdom's whole good luck power proof of their prosperity, and she doesn't even realize there could be any other meaning. Shelly thinks to herself, so yeah, it still doesn't look like it's here in the church either, and she can't help but press on. Then she turns to the saint and asks, "Can I peek into the church library?" And as soon as he agrees, he starts scanning the room, certain it won't be that simple to find what he's after. And he can't help but wonder if... She thinks about asking Celestria what happened the moment she split from her book, but she never does. Leah refused to watch her friend wear that same face again. Leon tells her it's about time, and Jelly groans that it's just so damn unfortunate. Suddenly, her eyes catch a book, and he rips the cover open, eyes wide, trying to figure out what this thing even is. Then the book. The moment the book opens, it starts to glow, and then butterflies burst into the air. She finally starts stepping out, and then freezes in total shock, staring around like, what the heck is going on? What that light was, but Leon told. He says it looked to him like she was just opening a book. Then she asks him. He questions him about the butterflies, and the other guy snaps back that he didn't spot a single thing, nothing at all. Inside, it says a saint is someone who chases away the darkness and unleashes light across the world when the famine finally broke, and minstrels hit the streets with songs that felt like hope. It says saints get their powers straight from the goddess, and once someone receives a revelation, they can reach her, so the chosen saint finally gets that revelation, and then the tribulations start closing in. Jelly suddenly realizes this is the one she's about to make her move. She starts to get excited, then clamps her mouth shut. This is a church, and noise just isn't allowed. Then they tell her, right to her face, that it's almost closing time, and they asked if she'd found what she was searching for, but she'd missed her mark. She blurts out, "Yes, I did," then shoots him a hopeful look and asks, "Can I borrow the book?" She's told it won't be a problem, Jelly. She lights up, swears to herself she'll read it the moment she's back, then she'll do it with Celestria. Meanwhile, the saint can't help but stare in disbelief, wondering if that kind of book even exists anywhere in the church at all, like, For real. On the way back, Jelly blurted. He sinks into the carriage seat and can't stop wondering. Staring at that blazing light, he couldn't stop wondering why, because he already knew that. Knowing Leon claimed he saw nothing, Suddenly, Leon shoves her hard. He yanked her out of the carriage. She crumples to the ground in pure shock, eyes wide as she blurts, "Why is he doing this all of a sudden? The Hulk!" The carriage swallowed by darkness as he roared at Jelly to sprint now. Meanwhile, a dark man's voice snaps that there's nowhere left to run. He'd say it right to your face, and then he adds that he still wished Jelly had snagged the Saint too, but hey, at least she caught a hero who could even drive a dragon back. Amber Mo locks onto her target, and once she catches it, it's over. Nothing escapes her, and then he tells her to sprint out and get gone because a curious man swears a bramhole clings to its prey with brutal obsession once it catches you. It doesn't let go, not until you black out and die in the dark. The whole chariot drops into the earth like it's swallowing a secret, then vanishes, ending the moment on a terrifying silence. The mysterious man smirks and says he'd have loved it if both of them had vanished into the darkness, but hey, life isn't perfect, and the match for Jelly this forest curse gets replaced by a brand new place to settle in. Molly clenches her fist, panic roaring in her chest, thinking Leon will die because of her because she's wanted. She kept begging him to disappear before, but she'd never wanted things to spiral out like this. She screams at him to hand Leon back right now, and he jerks up, stunned by that crushing pressure then. Then he realizes it, of course, a saint handpicked by the goddess would show up like this. He snaps his fingers into the air, smirking like all that prep paid off, and then he's going to murder Jelly, and a monstrous giant dragon crashes into the scene out of nowhere. Jelly's next. He's totally stunned, staring like, where on earth did this even come from? And then he leans in and tells her, "Taming is my power and I can control monsters at least to a point." She gasps, stunned that he can tame monsters, an ability so insane it barely makes sense, and then he adds that he can summon them on command, no matter how big they are, and he suddenly imagines the nightmare if he ever found out she's a monster, and then he just stares. She glares at her and blurts out, "That thing, I swear she won't give up fighting, even when a dragon shows up, just watch. I can't wait to see how long that fierce look in her eyes really holds." He snaps his command to the dragon, then it surges forward and lunges at her, but she does. He twists out of the strike at the last second. Shoo! She clocks it instantly. This dragon is moving way slower than it should, and she can't help but notice that. And she's gotten seriously good at controlling her body. The mysterious man's calm shatters rage, surges, so he snaps. If she even had the nerve to sneer at him, then he demands answers. He asks. She challenges the dragon, asking what it's even waiting for, then orders it to crush her beneath its feet fast. She realizes she could dodge this forever and begs Leon to hold off, just for a little longer. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a whole group, a bunch of people are buzzing, bragging that this hunt was an absolute smash, and they tracked down a fresh boar, then figured once they hauled it into town and sold it, they could splash out in style for a little while. One dude brags that with his current power, he could end a dragon's life with a single bone-crushing choke. That's when they suddenly spot a dragon in the sky. They're totally stunned. When he finally sees just how massive it is, the man's body snaps into shivers and shakes, realizing it was the very thing that would choke the life out of him, all of his. As his comrades scramble off, they shout that he's got this. Meanwhile, Jelly darts out of the dragon's strike again, fully aware it won't quit. Then she finally spots the night closing in, and she's absolutely done for. Completely stunned, staring like, what on earth is a human even doing here? She sprints up to him, grabs him by the shoulders, and yells for him to run now. She shoves the book into his hands, and right then, she lunges for the dragon's tail and yells at it right there. A dragon isn't going to get away with yanking some random human into the fight. She grabs the dragon by the neck, whirls it around, and hurls it straight up into the air. It shot high into the sky, fading into the distance way up where nobody could reach. She looked. He whirls around and catches the man staring back, right there. He catches his eyes rolling back and thinks, "Guess I'm good." Then she cuts in and tells him. He tells him, "It's all the goddess's power, now wipe it all from your mind. You get it." In her head, she vows she'll smash that mysterious man next time, and she's got to figure out a way to save Leon fast. Burger is on the move, he summons. He summons wolf-like monsters and commands them. The dragon's calling them closer, and they launch into a run to follow. So quick it even jolts him, and he realizes this is just how strong they naturally are. Then he starts to think. He's convinced the gentleman handed him this power on purpose so he could finally square up to the saint, and he also clocks that they look damn near like demons, weeping right in front of him. Riding that pure rush of joy, he jumps at the chance to square off with the saint. He's got a plan, and he believes they'll win because right here, right now, they're ready to wipe Saint Jelly off the map. Jelly. Belly snaps to it. This won't be the knockout, and she's already gearing up to land an even bigger, nastier punch next. Tiger snaps at the dragon to get up already, demanding if it's really the fear system that's been messing with all monsters. He dares the dragon to torch that stubborn saint, and he commands. He barks an order at the wolves to stop the jelly from going any farther. Then the wolves. Fools are sobbing and whining, and he keeps barking at them to hurry up. Staring them down, Jelly realizes this is a total disaster, and that she's got zero chance against that brutal combo she knows. She knows that right now she can move like lightning, but before, she dashes off for miles. Then the wolves explode forward, snatch her up, and drag her away before she can even breathe. They yank onto her clothes, and she snaps. "What are you doing?" Burger shouts at her, asking if she can really stay untouched if the dragon's flames swallow her, and the truth hits her like a punch. This is going to be seriously bad, She snaps, then orders the dragon to strike her. Right as the dragon spits its flames, Leon's. He steps in and yanks. Jelly yanked herself back, shielding her like a shield. He asks if she's okay, and the crowd goes wild cheers. Tears flood her eyes as she sees him safe and sound. Berber forces erupted in rage, barking demands to find out how Leon is still alive. Leon grills Jelly, "Is that the rebel hunting your life?" And Jelly snaps back, "Be careful, Burger can manipulate monsters." Rage blazing through him, Burger storms in and yells at Leon, demanding to know how he somehow broke free of the Umber Mole's shadow. She calmly tells him, "Kill the monster, and the shadow will vanish." He says that sure. The shadow looks normal from the outside, but the second he slips in, he can instantly sense the monster lurking inside. Burger can't wrap his head around it. Leon actually crushed the monster lurking in the dark, and he refuses to believe it. He can't, except that it did not hold him back at all, he realized. He finally gets it. This is the raw power of the kingdom's strongest hero. Leon clutches his sword tight and demands, "So that's it. That's all you've got." Berber declares, with a grin, that even if Leon is a hero, beating him won't be a walk in the park. Leon barks an order again, "Dragon, burn them down!" Leon spots the tons of familiar scars on the dragon's body, and suddenly the truth clicks in his head. It could be the same dragon he once chased and failed to catch Jelly. Kelly also recalls bragging that he'd already driven off a dragon once. Leon can't believe it. The dragon he failed to catch is now hunting Lady Jelly, and that betrayal lights a fire in him as he swears he'll become a hero. Swears he's bringing it down right here, no question. He lifts his sword high and jabs it straight at the dragon. Jelly's nerves snap as she feels the brutal pressure pouring off him, and even the dragon starts shaking in pure terror, and Burger's face goes blank. He can't believe Leon has cornered him this deep. The people from before finally return eyes wide because they realize it wasn't a dream at all. Jelly spots them, and, like the memory hits her like a spark, realizes if she's remembering right that it's him, the person she's been thinking about. She tells. He yells for them to hurry and sprint, and he fires back like, "Yeah, we will," saying that. That's the whole plan during chaos like this. They buy the townspeople time to flee, which is exactly why these adventurers are here. Leon told Jelly they should ask for their help. One of the adventurers gapes and stares straight at Burger like, "Whoa, who the heck are you?" Noticing a monster at his side, he can't stop wondering, could he be the demon lord's spawn? They clench their resolve and promise. Without a doubt, they'll beat the monster Tamara and the dragon right here, burgers. Edgar erupts into laughter, then he grabs it and starts running. He rips off his cloth, then growls. This country never changes, and he steps up and introduces himself as Burger the One. Tames monsters, spreads terror across this nation, and then declares, players heard Leon T tell them he'd tear this damn country apart. Jelly gets told to stay back right now because that monster, a monstrous attack hits Leon is thrown straight into the chaos. And when he starts wondering if his power has grown, it hits him. This is exactly what that strange potion is doing to him. The adventurers finally clock it. Every monster out here is brutal, even the jellyfish. He can't stop replaying what Burger said about tearing this country apart, and he's left wondering whether he dares to. If he means the comfy life humans built, then all that taste, mouth-watering food, and her beloved friends, then she can't stop wondering if he's really going to wipe them all out in one brutal sweep. Suddenly, she snaps and declares, I'll never let you do that. Grover climbs onto one of the wolves and blurts out to Jelly shot after him, and she started running hard, no stopping. As Leon snaps at him to stop, he bolts forward and chases after him. He tells her she can't fold under his taunts. Jelly shouts for everyone to keep lifting those monsters, and Leon blurts out, What are you talking about? Before he snaps back, You're the monster. She warns her it's not safe, but she flashes him a smile and tells him, Don't stress, the goddess will lend me her power. Then she throws him a grateful look and thanks him. He mumbled his thanks, then bolted out the door. He charges into battle with the dragon, heart pounding as he asks himself if the goddess really handed her that power he just doesn't know, and the fear won't let up. He'll crack it sooner or later. Meanwhile, Jelly sprints after Burger, right as they stand there, stunned, somewhere else now. He tells him this time, there's no escape, she won't let him get away. He says, So that's your move, piercing your heart won't kill you, right? So tell me, why would it stop me? Then cuts off as she sliced off her head and handed it to the gentleman like a twisted gift, and then she starts to think. He wrestles with that thought, knowing he never once did that to her then, out of nowhere suddenly. Finally, the plants clamp her throat, and Burger, smiles and barks for them to kill her immediately, then stops cold. She hurls them aside with a brutal slam, and dodgers. Then she blurts out to Burger, I'm sorry, but brace yourself, this is going to hurt a little as I move. She whips her arm forward and rockets toward him to land a brutal punch right on his face. He hurled forward so hard that he blasted away into the distance, tumbling far off the map. He slammed down to the ground. Then it hits him. This is the power of the one chosen by the goddess, and it's only getting started in the Canarium Kingdom, where everyone bows to a goddess. There's zero room for someone like Burger, someone who can tame monsters. His mother is the only one who stands by him, but poverty rips her away, and now he just keeps going, hiding his power, even though he can't quite remember why life still matters. For the first time in his life, he stumbles into people he can finally call his friends. Burger is deep in his questions when monsters suddenly surge in and rip the world apart. What about the Saint's Barrier? Does it work on excited monsters? They tell him it barely does at all. His friends slam the truth into him. Listen close, dump that bag and sprint now, because they'll buy. At some point, he blurts out, that he can't pull off something like that, but they tell him. They bark at him to hurry up, sprint now, and stop wasting their lives. Burger forces himself to stop hesitating and trusts his power. Then he starts to use it. Of the monsters, and he's so stoked that he'd finally saved his friends. He knows this power is righteous, but every one of his friends goes wide-eyed and speechless, staring right at him. Burger fidgets with uneasy eyes and asks them what's wrong, but they warn Burger to keep his distance, insisting they can't wrap their heads around how he controls monsters, like he must be some demon lord's lowly minion, and then they start laying into him hard, and the whole crowd turns on him, names flying left and right, while his power matches the exact records for the demon lord's minions, down to that. Even a little kid hurls a stone at him, and it doesn't slow him down one bit. He can't stop replaying it. What did he do wrong was? He was supposed to ditch his friends for good, then under the night. The night slammed into him again and again, because every time he tried to quit, they caught him right there. He starts firing questions in his head like, so what am I even supposed to do? Toss him into the water. Even in his final breath, he's still spiraling, questioning whether his birth was a mistake and cursing the fact they didn't kill him before all this ever happened. That's when he snaps back to consciousness, only to find himself in a completely different place, like something had stolen his body and dropped him into a stranger's life. He jolts awake and stares around like, wait, where am I? The man claims they're the ones who pulled him out and that it's an enemy nation yet. The man grinned like he owned the battlefield. Miles lunges at him and blurts that they swear they mean him no harm, right as his talent is too precious to waste, Burger is. He's completely stunned that they're actually praising his talent, and the butler tells him the gentleman wants him. His talent is a lifesaver, and it helps in a huge way. Taming monsters and commanding them on a whim, this jaw-dropping power is honestly something else. They've got nothing but hype for everything, and the people of the Canarian Kingdom somehow can't spot a single shred of talent. The butler snaps that it's not his fault at all, and that it's the Canarian Kingdom that's messed up. Sturger finally starts to believe the truth that none of this is his fault, and that he hasn't done a single wrong thing. All he wants is to save his friends. Then the butler leans in and asks if he'll work for them, and right as he blurts, yes, doubts snap and he starts asking what he'd have to do, and then the butler, Schilder grins and tells him he should team up with that gentleman to save the Canarian Kingdom. Just like today, he leans in and tells Jelly, you won't beat me here, and Jelly snaps back. She tells eacs. He tells him to quit right now, because this time he's not getting away, He demands to know why he keeps wrecking everything, begging him to explain it all fully, before it all spirals again. Before things spiral out of control, she knows exactly what's coming, right when her cozy human life is about to get crushed, and then he starts laughing. He tells her straight up that none of them will be saved, then admits the gentleman was right, and that he has to live his ideals, or the Canarian Kingdom dies. She starts her. Stunned by what that could possibly mean, he stared at him like, what are you even saying? And then there were two men huddled to the side, blurting out their statement right there, right when it matters. They figured the burger would flop, and that the saint. Stubbornness goes way too far, so they decide to wipe out both of them at once, and she shoots him a look and demands, what does brawling after saints even have to do with this? He answers, that's because. He tells her it's all her fault, then drops the bombshell he's heard there's a saint who smiled through some truly horrific crimes. She finally clicks this mess is all because of her past self. River swore everything went down exactly the way she plotted. Then you gotta wonder what reason could they possibly have to keep it hidden, because, since he could command monsters, the Canarian Kingdom crushed him, and they almost killed him for it. After that gentleman yanked him from danger, he swore to himself he'd never turn back. To drive the Canarian Kingdom toward a future where justice wins and prejudice has nowhere left to hide. She clocked their moves and snapped into action. She baited them by turning herself into the decoy, pretending she was committing those brutal atrocities. He got pulled in before he even clocked it, and that's exactly why he was such a fool. Jelly thinks, yeah, it's easy for him, he just keeps making up stories to sell it. She can't even process the massacre of the saints happening again, and she's stunned it's over, something as ridiculous as Jelly she knew. If she doesn't handle this right now, he'll come hunting them again. He also admits he should have paid way closer attention to the rumors flooding the streets, because they warned that she had become shatter his old self and turn into someone completely new, Jelly. Belly realizes she's a brand new person, but he snaps that he can't quit here. He's got to chase those gentleman ideals and drag this corrupt nation back onto the right path. She asks what he means by the right path, and he fires back, explaining it to her. He promises her a nation where everyone finally breathes easy, happy, free from discrimination and oppression, wrapped in real peace. She questions it, then asks why Celestia, and Angic aren't even included in everyone, and his eyes widen as she blurts out, She mentioned, he says she gets why she's the target, but then why in the world is he coming after the other saints too? And what did those two do to deserve it? He says that's exactly what a gentleman should want. Then she snaps back. No, that's not what I mean. And it leaves him hanging. She's not talking to that gentleman right now. She's going straight for his heart, and she tells him he can swear his actions are right, straight from the bottom of his heart. So can he actually do it? He says, I already told that gentleman this is the report on the saints. And the other saints keep their cool, no behavioral problems at all. At this point, he's convinced that the targeting jelly part alone is more than enough, but the gentleman praised him to his face, then leaned in and told him to act like they never saw the report. Anyone can fall for shallow stuff, especially when naivety is driving the bus. Avidity is pulling him off the right path, straight into trouble. The folks of the Canary Kingdom can't be trusted, so he always grabs you by the mind and makes you remember that. He snapped at Burger, reminding him where that trust had carried him, and warning him not to pretend he'd already forgotten. The gentleman leaned in and ordered him to wipe out everyone, then told him to stay. He told him, don't sweat it, nothing about this is wrong. Shuga snapped that the gentleman's wish was his command, then his mind raced, thinking. He couldn't stop wondering if he'd screwed up, then panic hit, and he started smashing his head against the wall, already certain that won. On one side, the gentleman tells him, don't worry, I'm sure you're doing nothing wrong. And on the other, Jelly fires back, can you honestly say your actions are right from the bottom of your heart? Suddenly, he's hit with the horrifying realization what he just said to save the Canarian Kingdom was pure foolishness, and what he truly wanted to save back then was himself, only himself. He jabbed the blade at the saint's chest, fueled by nothing but petty, childish revenge. He's so far gone that even redemption can't reach him. He pauses, realizing this guy's got a whole storm brewing inside him because humans are insanely complicated jelly. Belly thinks sorting it out was the right move, right? But she won't ever forgive him for how cruel he was to the kids. She thinks she can win him over too, after all. He's got to bring those orphan kids into Celestria, and yeah, he's got a lot on his plate, but she can tell he's still the good guy. She tells him, it's time to come back if you apologize from the heart. They'll forgive you. And she even promises to go with him to make that apology, just like he's repeating it too. We should go back now, apologize sincerely, and we'll be forgiven. He tells her straight up it won't work. Then he leans in and asks her. He fires a quick question at Jelly. Did she seriously not hear what the adventurers call him? Demon Lord's minion, he claims this country worships monsters and says they can even bend them to their will. She finally realizes his power is a straight-up threat to her, and she warns him, never ever use monsters like toys you've got to become. Making friends with them turns the whole tale on its head. She gently rubs his head and tells him she's amazed by how he can actually get along with monsters. It truly blows her away. He clings to his mother's words. She always told him his powers aren't bad at all, to stop panicking and breathe easy, and then she's convinced one day he'll run into the kind of person who finally understands him. She tells him the humans here are trapped in a nightmare of monsters, and says it'd be a whole lot better if they could at least learn to coexist, especially with his power. Power could step in as the mediator. She's sure that if humans and monsters can learn to get along, even after they finally figure out who she really is, they'll still end up as friends. He tells her that it's wishful thinking, and she snaps back. Don't sweat it. I know you can do this. He tells himself in her head that this is exactly what she needs for a comfy, normal human life. He straight up asks her if she'd even bother saving someone as sinful as him. Then she tells him, point blank, that every human deserves a second chance, and he absolutely shouldn't doubt it. Don't be scared, she's here, and the moment she shows up, she starts glowing like a promise, while he realizes he's been clinging to the idea that he's nothing but grime. He's been taken down by sin, and she's way too bright for him to handle, while more of them get killed, one after another. Guys like him don't last a second, and he just accepts it. Except still brought the beat down, no contest. But then Leon charges in and brutally defeats the dragon. The adventures crash to a halt, totally stunned as they notice, realizing with his own eyes that he finally crushes the dragon for good. Leon spots it, The other monsters are bolting for their lives. Leon leans in and tells them, "I'm handing the rest to you." Then right after his gut drops, and he can't shake this bad feeling he wishes. They stack up the dishes for the jelly so everything stays safe. Then the crowd points an arrow straight at them, and one of them says, "Let's see if he can take out both of you with one shot." The other one challenges him, asking if he's truly betting on that, and he shoots back that they'd better not underestimate him. Then the other guy tells him, and he immediately slaps down a bet tonight's drinks on the line that he's going to miss. He tells him, "Don't worry, I'm about to empty the wallet." Burger spots it, and then he slams into them like a storm, shoves the jelly aside and makes it scatter out of the way. He snaps up to trade blows and takes the hit like a monster. Then he crashes to the ground, tumbles off the cliff and crashes hard onto the rocks below. Jelly darts toward him, but before it can reach, Burger has already made his move too late. A helping hand won't come for him now. This is the end he's been handed. Suddenly, he jerks back, completely shaken. His mind races, trying to figure out what's happening, while she can't. From that far away, she couldn't possibly reach him, so how did she do it? He reeled. He snaps to the truth. This is definitely a slime, and then his mind races. How the heck is Lady Jelly able to control monsters? Then it hits him. Every rumor people spilled about her comes rushing back. The one that said ever since she went to Saint's training, she's basically a whole new person, and there's a quote to match. With that poison, Saints won't drop because if a heart gets pierced, even a human would still die. Now he finally gets it. She isn't a Lady Jelly. Jelly is still her, but as a slime, it swallowed her whole body and took control. She jerks out her slimy arm the moment she realizes it, then freezes, staring at it, desperate to figure out what to do next. One of the men blurts out that she's painfully vulnerable this time because nobody is. He's helping her. Then it's over as he whips another arrow at her, sealing her fate. Before that arrow even lands, the monster will blast past it and take her down first. The wolf snaps it up, and she's left completely stunned. Rage spikes in him as he snaps. Who do they think they are? Because they just stepped in his way. She can't stop wondering what on earth is happening. That question is tearing through her mind, right there. That's when Burger begs Jelly to let him go fast, because this is his second time, and he's not about to get stuck again. Isn't too scared, she answers like she's totally ready to do it, and the person. He goes for 3 to 4 arrows at them in a burst, and even the wolf freaks out and screeches. Leon sprints toward them as Burger blurts out. He orders her to let him go, and he slips free on his own. Then the wolves tumble off the cliff too. Burger tells them he warned everyone to protect Lady Jelly, and he keeps talking about. He admits he dragged every one of them into chaos all the way to the very end. He tumbles down and still manages to thank her, Leon. John shouted at Jelly, then everything went quiet as he died. He slips past every single arrow. He fires off a quick question, "Are you hurt?" And Jelly's completely stunned because she shoots back. "How did you find me?" He answers. Bonds he studied that revealed a monster was nearby. Jelly knew he was about to uncover the truth, and he realizes the monster's presence is gone from his senses, and she exhales in pure relief. The men decide to sprint then. He basically declares that Leon will crush all those weak men, and honestly, how are they supposed to pull out after getting cut off 3 straight times? It'll be a total disaster if they ever figure out who you are. Trust me, they already know. They knew they'd blown it this time, so they had to sit tight and hunt the next opening. Leon spots the escape in an instant. These aren't even the same enemies Burger was using to toy with monsters, and that change hits him hard. He acts. He turns to Jelly and demands where Burger went, and she answers him. She tells them he's already gone and admits she couldn't save him. Leon's eyes go wide. He's completely stunned by that jelly thing. She shakes her head hard. She's sure it's because she didn't have enough power. Leon tells her they crushed the dragon and are heading back, but Jelly can't shake the crushing thought that she couldn't save the human right in front of her back. And inside her mansion, the cook rushes in with her dress. Dragon steak, but she doesn't look thrilled at all. Her eyes are fixed on it, like she's bracing for what comes next. Will spots her staring at the ceiling and says she's been like this ever since she came back. Now that Burger is gone, He stopped trying to kill Jelly so she can breathe easy and finally sink into a comfy human life for a while, and she starts. He takes a bite, and suddenly it feels like her mind is crashing into his like a lightning bolt in the skull. She's completely out of it, blinking in confusion, wondering what on earth just crawled into her head. She daydreams about a world where monsters and humans live side by side, and then it hits her. Those burgers might be the key to making it real. Never. Still, he kept the monsters under his control and sent them crashing into Celestria, poisoning the church kids and luring Will in, while she keeps telling herself he's only ever done wrong, and she's going to trap him, force him to face it, and make him apologize. Then she finally clocks him. She's got him for a second, but the moment hits, and she drops his grip. She bursts into tears, and even Leon can't believe it when she pulls that off. They lean in, asking if something's wrong, and Iron slides in a sweet cookie to soothe her. Everyone tells her, hey, cheer up, being human means you'll hit hard times. And no matter what comes next, she needs to know they'll always have her back. She snatches one of the cookies, then pauses like she just realized something. She thinks. She swears that when people worry about her, the fog in her head thins out, and that's how humans actually keep each other alive. She starts to say more. She flashes a grin, tells them she's fine, then dives in and takes a big bite. She can't stop thinking about it. Humans are unbelievably amazing. Meanwhile, in town, people can't stop talking the words out again. Jelly has pulled another stunt. Lumar snatches the newspaper and reads that Jelly and Leon crushed a monster tamer and even a dragon, and that thought hits him hard as he realizes. He never clocks it, even as she suddenly becomes the standout. Then he can't help but worry, is she really okay? Selma decides she'll check on her soon, but first she has to kick off her business and get everything running. Meanwhile, at the church, everyone clocks it instantly. She's standing out way more than they ever expected. She wiped the floor with a monster tamer and even a dragon, all with the hero by her side. Then Celestia tells May, I'm working hard too, but Ange snaps that she won't lose to Jelly then. She should just wait because sooner or later, she'll end up just like this. Presents Jelly with a brand new boar fillet straight from the fresh catch she is. She's totally stunned by how insanely tasty it looks, and he leans in to spill a whole compilation of the rumors flying around town she notices. She notices something wild. There are 0 rumors about bodies turning up or shady people lurking, and she just doesn't. I can't believe a human could tumble off a cliff and live, but in the end, she's stunned again when she spots it. It's a full-on meat festival. She's absolutely certain of it. Leon would wipe them all out in the blink of an eye. Then she notices. They've been getting way closer lately, and after the meal, she's finally going to ask him. If Leon shows up, he's stepping in to protect her straight-up good things only. And starting right now, she gets to finally live like a normal human, free, safe, and comfortable, and she starts thinking. She can't help thinking humans really are the best after all, and just then Leon slides in, apologizes for cutting into her meal, and tells her, or else he'll have to finish his job as her bodyguard for good, because it honestly feels like this is where the whole story finally shuts the door. Turns out the princess isn't safe either. Someone's hunting her. He tells her, relax, I'm already assigned as your guard, and right then she cuts him off. Look, there. A massive outbreak of fresh meat hits, and then he shoots her an apology, telling her straight up he just doesn't have time for this. His hands start to shake uncontrollably. He tells her that in 3 days a brand new guard will take his place, and she drops to the ground. It hits the ground hard and starts twitching uncontrollably. She thinks it's over, her comfy human life is finished, and then he tells the truth. He demands she tells the truth, then snaps for him to be gone, but he refuses to move, hanging right there until his replacement finally arrives. It means walking away from his mission halfway, and he's genuinely devastated. How in the world is that even possible? She can't believe it. She just felt like they were finally clicking and getting along for real. She can't stop thinking it, so the princess is the kid of the most important human in this nest, right? She can't help but think, nothing ever goes smoothly, then tells Leon, no matter what, there's nothing we can do about it, and reminds him that if someone was targeting your life, you'd be terrified too because, well, That's exactly what's happening. And she just tells him to. To make sure he keeps the princess safe, she grabs his attention and drops the bombshell she's pregnant. He tells her there's a place she's been dreaming of going while he's still here, then warns that monsters could show up any time, and asks if he'll come with her, and he keeps talking. He promises her he'll follow her anywhere, and as he says it, she secretly prays her next guard can't spot monsters. She slips down to the cliff edge and then goes right under it, and only then realizes just how insanely high it really is. Leon shouts for her to come over right now, especially after someone tried to take her life, but she snaps back. "Didn't you promise you'd be by my side wherever I go?" Then Leon's smile turns cold as he vows, "I'm going to kill you, Leon." He tells her, "Yeah, I said it," and then admits he never once thought those words would land here. Even inside the barrier, monsters can slip in and wreck the peace. She was just about to explain when her voice cut off. He tells her it's okay, but he can see she's not just apologizing, she truly had to verify it with her own eyes. He leans in and asks if she's talking about that man's survival, then she fires back, "Yes," and in the back of her mind she thinks, if he's alive, I can finally ask him about that person too, and then he blurts out, "You're alive." He tells her, but it's impossible to believe anyone could survive a drop from that height, and still, the river's current around here is downright ferocious. She finally snaps to it. Leon is right. Nobody on Earth survives a drop from that height, and then she starts thinking. She replays his last words over and over the moment he thanked her. Then her mind spirals, demanding to know what he really meant by that thanks. That's when Leon grabs her attention and orders her to look over there. He tells her it must be the same thing that man was wearing. Looks like it snagged on the rocks, she just knows. She spots the horrifying fall from that height and clocks just how much blood they're losing. Leon says this is the perfect ending for someone like him, but Kelly confirms it's real. Berger really was a monster tamer, but she insists he wasn't a villain. He was just sensitive, the kind of person who happened to carry that power, Leon. Leon tells her, even if that were true, I've still racked up a lifetime of sins. She answers, so if they're saying that, then I'm the same. Even if she can't remember it right now, she's done real harm for the most unjust reasons, and she swears she'll go on. She knows she'll spend the rest of her life making up for it, because she refuses to let anyone come after her again. She tells him humans can still hit the reset button. What matters is whether they've got the guts to stand up, face their sins, and move forward. Leon is totally stunned, because she hears herself and thinks, wow, that sounded amazing, and her speech skills are clearly leveling up then. Out of nowhere, Leon suddenly, he drops to the ground like his strings were cut. She rushes over and shouts, "Are you okay?" Then he starts to. Nervousness creeps in as he grapples with the question, how can he even? So tell me, how can a person who's trying to stay safe, who keeps running from their sins, ever be saved? He leans in and demands, "What do you mean?" He starts shaking uncontrollably as he finally admits it. He's the one who killed his father, and the moment hangs there like a bomb in his. Back then, his father screamed in his face, asking how many times he'd have to be told the same thing, that enough was enough. And in that moment, he desperately wanted to scream it right back. Wanted to hand him something. Leon was. Rage slammed into his chest as he sprinted, still terrified of his father. Bolted, but his father. Leon kept running, and his father sprinted right after him, shouting for him to stop right there. Leon couldn't stop replaying the same question. Why did he flee in terror of his father? Why did he keep hiding, like running away was the only way to survive? He didn't want his father to catch him, so he snatched up a weapon and convinced himself that he had. He had no choice but to beat him, and that's why everything led to this moment. Why he swung back at his father in self-defense. Leon's son's voice cracked, and his hands shook as he shouted at Jelly, demanding to know how anyone who fled their sins could ever be saved, and the trembling didn't stop. Broke down in tears, still staring at the truth he couldn't accept. He'd killed his father, and she asked. He demanded to know what he meant, and he couldn't even wrap his head around it. Believe it, he did it. He leaned in and demanded to know why he'd done it. Suddenly, he shot to his feet and begged her to please. Give him a little time, then he'll spill every secret to her. Back in the mansion, she couldn't stop thinking. She couldn't shake it. ever since that moment, he's looked wrecked, and she's freaking out, wondering if he's even okay. Then the question hits, should she be the one to break the silence? She flashed him a sweet smile and offered him a cookie, but he immediately shut it down and refused. Refused, she frowned, mumbling that humans were impossible to read, then forced herself to. She clung to the promise that he'd finally spill everything to her. She chose to bide her time, waiting for him to finally crack and talk, because she knew that. She had to snap him out of it first, so she called out right away, screamed his name at him, and that's when Ange burst in, shouting at her. She said the newspaper claimed she beat a dragon alongside the hero, and she fired back that she wouldn't tolerate that lie because it shouldn't. It should have been him, the hero, and her, blazing out there to smash the dragon and steal the spotlight, but she swore this would shove her straight into the spotlight, and Jelly shot back that she was just as fired up as ever today. Then she answered. She shot back that she had no time for any of that because she'd already done it. That village had 0 local specialties, so she planted grape seedlings that would keep them alive once they finally put them in the ground. She looked at that tiny village tucked at the mountain's feet, nothing there but silence, and told herself she'd rip the spotlight back from anyone who thought they had it. Leon blinked in shock, utterly caught off guard. Ange told Jelly, "This is my territory, so I'm coming to grab you so we can head out together." And Jelly shot back, "Of course I'm coming too," right then, and that's when Leon blurted out he was sorry, but he couldn't go with her. Jelly surprised him and blurts out, "Why?" Because anguishes. Asgard said that even if he was the hero, the sheer force of going face to face with that dragon must have drained him, so he needed to step away from the protection. He offered to shield the 2 ladies himself, and even pitched the idea that he deserved a calm, long rest afterward. Jelly was completely stunned and demanded to know who he was, and Will told her he was Anguish's guard. Anguish. English snapped at his guard for blasting around like that, then ordered him to speak quieter right now. The guard. Guard pulled Leon aside, noticed how pale he looked, and warned him not to. Pushed himself past the breaking point. Jelly told him it was fine, and to stop forcing himself. Then the sudden realization hit. Suddenly, Leon snapped out of it and told Jelly, "Wait, let me come with you," and she agreed, right away. Wondered if it was even okay for him to show up. She knew they had a little time to breathe before they finally reached the foot of that mountain, and he couldn't help but wonder if you'd managed to tell her something. She shot him a quick look and knew if he ever opened up, she'd jump in to help without hesitation. Leon yells to her from inside the carriage, telling her. He told her the village at the mountain's base was his hometown, then begged her to hear him out about the crime he committed there, only for it to hit her that she'd been one of its victims. He finally snaps into it. He's ready to talk now, and he's certain she'll go all in to help him. He tells them his father, an unwavering man, banded together a vigilante corps, and because he saw his own weakness, he admired his strong yet gentle father more than anything. But his father shut down his sword slinging and only showed that level of strictness this one time right there. Back then, Leon begged his dad to teach him swordsmanship, but his father snapped that it was nonsense, telling him, loud and clear, that Leon was still way too green. Leon practically begged to become as strong as his father, and his father told him, straight up, that he didn't need to force himself to be strong in that moment. Forget the sword, he should grab the plow instead and carve out the field, because that choice would make him a better person. Father's rage would flare at Leon, snapping that he wouldn't let him touch a sword. Leon's just stuck there, at the mercy of his anger. Leon started sharpening his sword skills by training with weapons, and his father caught him in the act, firing off the question, "What do you think you're doing?" Before Leon could even get a word out, his father snapped, told him to drop the nonsense, and warned him not to make him say it again, then hit him with the reminder that they shoved it in his face. There were still tons of ground to plow, and the village's food situation was grim, so there was 0 time left for sword practice. Leon burst into tears and bolted to escape as his father charged after him. That's when his father spotted it. Monsters were closing in on the village. He spotted Leon bolting that way and sprinted after him. John heard the monsters roar in the dark and couldn't stop asking himself why there were The village was crawling with them near us, everywhere, like they couldn't stop pouring in. Watching his father lunge into the fight, he reeled. He finally understood it was hopeless, and he had to save him, so he blurted it out to him, telling him he knew this was on him, which is why he kept the weapon close. Then he bolted, charged at the monsters to strike first, but he only managed to. He drove the blade into his father, and his body collapsed onto. When he finally snapped back to consciousness, someone had already pulled him to safety. When he finally heard his father had died, remorse hit him like a truck, and he stormed out of the village jelly. Based on what he just said, he's convinced they can't prove Leon killed his father. She blurts that she still doesn't get it, then fires back. So what makes you think that? His mind screamed that he'd killed his father, then he'd still gone quiet, frozen mid-breath as he resped. He still remembered, crystal clear, the sickening feel of a wooden stick punching into flesh, right when he swore he had mistaken it for something else. He convinced himself his father was a monster, drove the blade into him, and there's no way anyone can doubt it. He clenches his fist and blurts that he's terrified to face the village again, and she can't. She can't even believe it. This hero is trembling and throwing tantrum like a kid, and she knows. He's finally sure this is the real him, and she's clinging to that hope. He grips his hand and tells him she can't picture him doing something like that, like this has to be. This can't be right, she snaps. That it's all a misunderstanding, tells him they'll clear it up in the village, and warns him he shouldn't. Don't worry, she's staying right there with him, and then they finally find. Finally, he charged into the village, and the villagers lit up and welcomed Lady Jelly with open arms. One of them spotted her coming back and immediately thought, this time, for sure. For sure, things might finally settle, and he's going to make sure it happens. And stay. She leaned in and said, like I promised, I brought a grape seedling with me today. They scanned the land, and Mange took one look at the soil and nodded, saying, all right, this is solid. All right, once they got the go-ahead, they'd shove those seeds in right away, and the whole thing would get dubbed the beautiful Eng grape. Leon stepped up and offered his help, and everyone's eyes snapped to him in pure shock. Jelly told them Leon was from this village and asked if anyone knew him. Easy, one up. They finally clocked it. This was Leon, all right, and the men rushed in, grabbing him in a tight, roaring hug. He pulled him into a hug, caught in the flashback of his younger self, and blurted out, how have you been? Then he cut himself off as if the rest couldn't wait. He said, yeah, it's been a minute, and Jelly just sat there like time had finally caught up. He leaned in and asked, is there anything you want to talk about? And promised, don't worry, I'll handle the field while you go. And then they asked. They cornered Leon and demanded to know why he'd fled the village. Then he admitted it, grim and raw. He'd killed his own father with his own hands. The man admitted they couldn't explain it fully back then because they were just as lost, and he promised. They swore to tell him the truth, that it wasn't him who killed his father, and promised, right there, to explain what really happened in the... Back when they were guarding the village, they didn't have any. They spotted a brawl breaking out, and when they looked closer, they saw... Leon lunged straight at the monster, and right then, the monster lunged in from the side and slammed his father with a vicious strike. Leon lunged at the monster with everything he had, then blacked out and passed out. They told me it was nothing but a terrible, unlucky accident. Leon would not hear it. There was absolutely no way that could be possible. They leaned in and told him his father used to say Leon could outclass his swordsmanship with pure talent. That's exactly why. Why hadn't he taught him? Because this world is non-stop danger, and he just wouldn't. Didn't want Leon anywhere near it. She always cared about him. Now they were demanding to know if he understood. Leon couldn't stop replaying it. What if he hadn't thrown himself out and lived to tell the tale? One of the men snapped, asking why he looked like he was blaming himself, his mind racing as he questioned, trying to guess what he'd do if he stood in his father's shoes. As long as he was happy right now, nothing else mattered, and he was sure his father would have said the same thing too. He asked, Leon, he finally asked, how do you feel now? Realized he wouldn't have made it here by himself, and fear clawed at him so hard he never dared face the truth until he saw. Seeing Jelly grin at him, he knew every step. She'd guided him through it. He grinned through tears, swearing that her help let him finally face the truth. And then the man. The woman sitting beside him nodded and basically said, "Yeah, you have no idea what you're dealing with. She's something else, all right?" Jelly was rushing toward Leon when suddenly a voice barked her name, and she spun around on instinct. He spun around and bam, there was Ange, and he couldn't help wondering if she'd finally finished her work. But then he saw it. Everyone's focus snapped the second they spotted a massive swarm of boars charging straight at them. Ange practically barked at her to move, shouting that a whole herd was coming, and she couldn't just freeze in shock. Leon slammed himself in front of Jelly and told her to get behind him. But she wouldn't back down. She snapped that if the village and the meat were on the line, he'd better wipe them all out, Leah. Leon grinned at her and told her to lay back, rest up, and just watch everything unfold. Angerscarred flashed a grin at Leon and said, "This is our first time teaming up now. Go on, show me what you can do." Leon sprinted straight at the boars and slammed into them with a brutal strike. Riking them in one lightning swipe, everyone was left totally blindsided, and villagers erupted in praise, calling it downright incredible, and one bold guy even said, "Hold up, wait till you can bring us into even better shape." Annette burst out that Leon had saved the village and her too with one single swing of his sword, swearing with absolute certainty that he really was Leon the dragon-slaying hero. Some villagers stared in shock, whispering, "Is that really Leon?" While others, as everyone else wondered if that moron comment had him fuming, or a tiny troublemaker earlier Leon. Leon leaned in and told them the danger was wiped out for good. Now the village was finally safe. Jelly, Glee, drooling and grinning, lurched toward the boar and the beer. Then the villagers whispered that she must have had a real soft spot for monsters, too. Leon closed in on her and swore by his life, right there. He raised his sword like a vow, ready to give her everything he had no matter what, and she was the one he'd live for. She blinked in total shock, then broke into a smile and told him, "You're doing too much." She finally clicked with Leon, then bolted back to the mansion to savor her human life like it was a victory she'd earned. Back at the mansion, she rushed in and pulled them from danger, saving everyone's lives in the nick of time, savored every bite of that meat. And that's exactly where it led, right to the... It hit so good, and he knows it. After everyone thanked her, she lit up with pure joy as she dug into the food. She kept eating as she closed the distance to Leon closer, and then she stammered. She was already planning to send the book to Celestia next, when bam, someone called out to her out of nowhere, and she snapped, "Wait, what was that?" She couldn't stop wondering, was all of this real, or was it just living in her head? From the book. Just when the book opened, a butterfly burst into the scene, then the men came charging after it. Jelly, and suddenly, even more of them kick into the light, one after another, like a wave of glow. Kelly shot to her feet in shock, totally clueless about what just happened, and stared. She stared at Leon, asking if he could hear her, no one else. Silence swallowed the room, and she couldn't stop wondering what went wrong. He couldn't stop wondering what in the world was happening. Then a woman's voice burst in, telling her, "I heard your voice. I heard you. Isuasai." Finally, he crashed into her, pushing her forward with urgent force, urging her to. So they had to stay calm because a massive tribulation was about to slam into the world, and the day everything collapsed was finally here. Calamity was closing in fast. Jelly couldn't stop herself from asking who that woman was, and why her words suddenly felt so dangerous, Jelly. Jelly hears the woman call out again, demanding, "Didn't you hear me the first time?" And then she repeats herself. No joke, Calamity's day is breathing down our necks, like a curse made of jelly. Jelly freezes, staring at the woman in disbelief. Could this really be the tribulation the book warned about? The woman snaps that it's true, then launches into the whole mess, spelling out what's going on around the nation and naming the new. Her home, the Canarium Kingdom, sits surrounded by danger and wonder. Dry Falls to the north, Eldra's vast forest to the west, the whitest field plains to the east, and Lake Fogsy looming in the south. It's a land bursting with natural beauty, yet the people still never seem to make their mark. A nightmare of ancient disaster is bearing down, and right as Chosen as the saint, Jelly has one job: save the whole country, and the clock is already ticking as she races forward. She suddenly gets how deadly serious this is, and her mind races over one nightmare thought: what happens if that woman finds out she's a monster? Jelly asks if it wouldn't be smarter and safer to just snack on cookies at home than the woman. A woman promises her, "If you save this nation, I'll grant your wish so you can finally become a real human." Jelly bursts into glowing joy, wondering if it's really true, while the woman shot a wink like she had the truth locked in her pocket, and that's when Jelly's secret finally surfaced. Jelly panics for a split second when she realizes she didn't just fake it, she even lied about getting a revelation. And then the goddess leans in and reassures her. This is it. A revelation is hitting you right now, and it's your shot to make your wish come true. Jellied. Shelley's mood flips to pure joy, and a woman starts to fade out, but she keeps talking, saying the nation's future is in her hands, and then she makes one last shout, "Jelly is!" Lily jolts with shock, realizing her human life right now, friends by her side, juicy meat on her plate, is something she never wants to lose, and she starts remembering. She remembers how terrified and starving she was in that forest, and now she swears she'll keep this amazing life safe no matter what. The goddess leans in and orders her to listen close. Calamity's coming, and it'll rip apart everything she cherishes. Jelly is. Reeling in shock, he can't believe this is happening, even with Leon, the hero strong enough to stand tall, and the goddess. He admits he can't save everyone, especially not when all that mouth-watering meat is right there. Lily hurls down the words, saying it'll only happen over her dead body. Then the goddess giggles, froze mid-laugh, realizing this jelly was nothing like the last one, the one that refused to. Stumbled into catastrophe and realized he'd been thinking the world's death was nothing short of glorious. The goddess scoops her into a warm hug, showering her with praise as a good girl, then leans in and orders her to make strong allies who'll fight right beside her. Jelly worries she might not pull that off, but the goddess reassures her she doesn't have to change a thing, just make tons of friends, and they'll come through for her. And Jelly vows she'll do her best, and the goddess asks if Jelly wants to be her friend too. Jelly blurts, "Of course," and thanks her, and the goddess beams, telling Jelly to come back anytime and visit the training grounds if she wants to see her again. Jelly S. It snaps you back to reality, and then it starts adding. She blurts, "What's wrong?" And then she reels hard like she just got hit, realizes she's back to normal again, and finally gets it. He got a shock straight from the goddess. Everyone freezes in shock as she blurts out the shocking part about the calamity is barreling toward her, and she's got no choice. She's stepping into it with her allies. Everyone grows worried, and they vow to gear up and fight right by her side. Leon points out that shady reports are already creeping in about the dark. In the countryside of a man called Verger, at least, that's what folks claim, though nothing's confirmed. And with her jelly results in hand, she refuses to let him wreck everything. She even pictures the Dark Lord as some creep trying to chow down on her meat. Leon tells her he won't step in as her royal guard while she's gone, then he promises he'll come back. She promised she'd do it without missing a beat. Then she told him to expect her and wait for him, and yeah, she agreed. He agreed, then the memory hit him, the same thing he'd said before, and he inched forward. He introduces the guard who'll step in and take his place while he's gone. Martina steps up, introduces herself with a bright smile, and tells Jelly how thrilled she is to finally meet her. Then she jokes that Jelly has been feeding her non-stop stories about cute stuff, like revelations and even the Dark Lord, and she asks straight up if Jelly will be okay without Leon. Liana says she'll be safe with Martina, and Martina swears she'll take good care of her Jelly. Jelly lets out a relieved smile, clinging to the hope that these two will finally click and get along. Martina gently scratches Jelly behind the head, coos that she's even cuter than she expected, and practically can't wait to guard her with her life. She freezes for a second, then rolls with it and tells Martina she's dead set on heading to Celestria's place next, straight up asking if Martina will come with her. Martina nods in agreement, and Jelly wastes no time. He's planning to ship the book straight to Celestria, hunting answers about the Dark Lord as he clocks Martina's next move. Martina's a little quirky, but she's got serious confidence that she'll click with her too. Celestria's eyes glisten with tears as she tells Jelly she finally found the book. She knows it's the right one the moment she sees it, and she thanks Jelly with all her heart. Martina cups Jelly's cheeks, pulls her into a tight hug, and praises her stunning face. Then she lets her go, leaving Jelly reeling. Jelly froze in total shock, just sitting there, staring. From the moment they reach Celestria, Jelly clocks it instantly. She looks and feels happy, like her heart's finally smiling. She's over the moon that she finally found it. Celestria leans in and says the chosen saint won't just survive the tribulation, she'll lead the other saints through it. And this one is nothing like the tribulations in other books. So she presses, What tribulation actually means, Jelly? Jelly suddenly gets it. This has to be pointing straight at the Dark Lord. Jelly suddenly blurts out, Are you okay, Celestria? And Celestria snaps back, No, I'm not. Are you out of your mind? Celestria snaps at her to spell out what it means starting from the very beginning, Jelly. Jelly kicks things off by telling you she was chowing down on meat at home, flipping through a book while she read, then the meats. It melted in her mouth, the sauce clinging tight, and Celestria told her they could talk about the meat later before looking at her and asking. He asks if Jelly's got another revelation after she touched the book and realized the tribulation, the day of calamity, is right around the corner. Jelly flashes a grin, shrugs it off with a pretty much, then admits this was the very first revelation she'd ever gotten. Celestria snaps her to forge more allies and face the shock head-on because Leon, the hero, swore the tribulation was the Dark Lord's doing. Jelly blurts out, Do you know anything about the Dark Lord? And Celestria answers that, at least from what the church knows, this long ago, that continent belonged to a terrifying special monster. Just its presence sent everyone into a wild, uncontrollable frenzy. They call it the King of Monsters, this special monster that whips everyone into a full-blown frenzy, aka the Dark Lord, because its soul is what truly matters. The only mission left is wiping out every single human being. The Saints then teamed up to shut it away, but the seal's seconds are ticking, Jelly. She snaps to the realization that this is brand new to her, and the big question hits, will she lose her mind and go into full-on frenzy too? Celestria snaps back to the past. Her old self once warned her about the day of calamity, and now the memory hits her all at once. It was so sinister that it burned vividly in my head. The past Jelly had already warned, if the Dark Lord ever comes back, just wait. And the lighting, with unsettling questions that cut straight to the bone. Thousands and thousands of screams would tear through the world just thinking about it, was nightmare fuel. Jelly. She can't shake the feeling that the last Jelly was so unhinged, it could have morphed into a full-on Dark Lord. Celestrian clocks that her old self had answers, then whips around and asks Jelly if her memories feel blurry now because what she remembers next is everything Jelly. Jelly admits she's way different from that last Jelly, and she can tell the goddess already knew everything about the past version too. Celestria demands, What else did the god say? And Jelly recalls that she told her to find friends who will fight right beside her, but gives no clear details because she doesn't want. She wanted to drag Celestria and Angie into trouble, and she knew she couldn't do it alone. She had to find strong, dependable friends. Celestria snaps that Jelly always barrels ahead without thinking. Then she tells everyone, if she needs something, let her know, because there are saints out there just like her. Jelly swears she'll make it happen, pats Celestria on the head, and tells her she really didn't have to worry. Martina steps in, blurts out, What a beautiful friendship, and Celestra, she shoots back, Nope, there's nothing like that, and she can't stop staring at why she'd even worry about Jelly, like she's saying it with a totally pure, just because kind of truth. Celestria's face explodes into a blush as Martina praises her, calling her desperate denial totally adorable like Jelly. Jelly spots Celestria blushing in the comments, and she can't help but freeze. She steps up to handle the guard, and it hits her. Her name is Martina. Meanwhile, Jelly chows down on her cookies, eyes fixed on thoughts of the Dark Lord, as Martina keeps firing compliments at them, one after another will appear. He closes the distance and asks if she's got a moment, telling her that Lumiere, the butler, just showed up to see her and straight up asked if she wanted him to bring her something. Jelly tells him to let her in, already knowing she'll go straight to Lumiere for advice. And that's the end of today's video, so hit that like button, smash subscribe, and drop a comment if you want a part 2.